We have a first order of business is a Des Moines Special City Council meeting. And will the clerk please take roll?
Just a minute, I'm trying to get things going. I'll go ahead and get started now. County, whoops, wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Oh, okay, sorry, I couldn't hear the echo. Boson,
Here.
Voss? Here. Shoemaker?
Here.
Westergaard? Here. Mandelbaum?
Here.
Gatto?
Here.
Your Honor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Item 2 is approving the agenda as presented and or as amended.
Move approval.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Can we just take this by acclamation? Voice vote, please. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Motion passes. Item 3 is setting date of hearing for approval of extending and amending the franchise heretofore granted to Iowa Power and Light Company, predecessor in interest to Mid-American Energy Company, and granting unto Mid-American Energy, its successors and assigns, the right, franchise, and privilege for a period of 13 years from and after the effective date to acquire, construct, operate, and maintain in the city of Des Moines, Iowa, the necessary facilities for the production, distribution, transmission, and sale of electric energy for public and private use, and to use and occupy the public streets, highways, avenues, alleys, bridges, and public places for such purposes, providing for the imposition and collection of a franchise fee in consideration thereof, and prescribing the terms and conditions thereof. Hearing date 5/9/22. Before I open it up for discussion, I'll turn it over to the manager, and then I've maybe got a few questions of clarification for the manager as well.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. So as you're aware, we've been having quite a bit of conversation with Mid-American Energy. It's been very productive. We have the opportunity to put in front of you two agreements really. The expected franchise agreement extensions, both of which you'll see are for 13 years. And then also a side agreement. This is the way the industry operates, having these side agreements for which the city and Mid-American Energy will work together towards our goals for emissions and things of that nature. That side agreement will include all types of areas of Mid-American Energy's business, if you will. And so that site agreement will have the staff getting together and producing a plan. Obviously, that'll be presented to council to see and to understand. And then there will be annual reviews of that progress on the site agreement as well. And obviously, we've got quite a few different goals at the city to attain. And so the 13 years is getting us to that 2035 of the final goal that we've got. I'll open it up for questions and essentially remind you that this is the set date only, and so that everything needs to also come out during the hearing to be official.
What? One of the questions or clarifications, the way the resolution was written actually made a determination and finding a fact, so I was a little concerned and was hoping, I was actually not going to be comfortable voting for that, but I think we could hopefully just strike the third whereas that made the determination that the amount of time is appropriate. It's in both of the hearings. So that's less important from a question perspective. Hopefully the city attorney can answer that while I have some other questions. I have not seen either of the franchise agreements or the final side agreement. Could you tell us in the public when we expect that, and what is our plan? Are we going to post that so that folks are able to review that between now and the May 9th hearing?
Yep. And so the voice on here. So the site agreement is completed, and so that can be shared today. And the actual franchise agreements, I just received word there were some typos and minor edits that will be revised today. And so we should have that to either at the end of today or by tomorrow at the very latest. And that would be available to the public at the same time.
Okay.
So do we need to move to, this is just setting the hearing?
It's
Or are there
only
more
setting-
questions?
Setting the hearing date.
Yeah.
So can I just ask a question? Josh, you mentioned this third paragraph. I guess I don't understand the concern with that, and maybe because I'm not an attorney, and maybe the two legal heads over
Well,
there, at least one legal head can.
I'd like to vote to set the hearing.
Okay.
But I would not feel comfortable with that voting for that particular whereas clause.
Would your comfort increase if it was amended to clarify that council is considering extending it to that period of time?
Yes, my comfort would increase
That we could certainly do that.
if
Oh,
if it said council is considering.
Okay.
Are you looking at something on this paper, or do you?
The actual resolution.
Something-
There's a
It's actually the resolution.
there's a link to the actual resolution.
Here, Linda, you can have mine. Now that I've read it, you
I
got it.
just don't have it down here. Okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's like the longer ones, the roll.
So you just want to change the word determined to consider, is that what you're asking to do?
To
It-
consider.
What I would suggest is that the paragraph be amended to read that the city council is determined to be in best interest of the city of Des Moines and its residents to consider amending said franchise and to consider extending the term thereof for a period of 13 years.
Okay, I'll move the,
We can move-
Before I ask for a motion, I still have a couple
oh,
a
okay.
couple questions of the manager.
You let me know when you're ready.
Thank you. I did want to ask, one of the things, we have previously set some, I think, very important policy goals, both from an emission reduction and a clean energy perspective. Our emission reduction goals have 3 different timeframes associated with them right now. One, there's a 2025 goal.
3 years.
Which is 3 years from now. There's a 2030 goal, which aligns with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change to achieve a 45% reduction in emissions by 2030. And then there's a 2050 net zero goal. Those emission reduction goals are relevant to both the gas and electric franchise because those are our overall emission profile. And then we have another goal that is specific to electric, which is our 100% clean energy by 2035. I know, and hopefully you could confirm for the public, but my understanding is that our first request of Mid-American was to align with those goals and to look at a 3-year plus 5-year timeframe. Is that correct? And did
There was brief conversations about that early on. That was not going to be acceptable.
so Mid-American was not willing to work with the city on the timeframes that align with our policy goals.
Not within the franchise agreement, but within the side agreement, they're very much going to work towards those goals as well.
Okay, so like I said, I've not seen the final side agreement, but does the final side agreement call out?
Annual performance and where, benchmarking.
Oh, okay. And then one of the other things that I think is an important piece of information for this broader consideration, and I don't know if we have that yet, but maybe we could request that from Mid-American between now and May 9th. I know they have publicly talked about they plan to have their last coal plant retired by 2049, is what I've heard publicly. Could we get the dates of all of their current planned retirements?
As they stagger with all the...
Right,
Okay.
correct. I think that would be an important piece of benchmarking all of this. And so my hope is that before we discuss and consider that, we have that information publicly available.
I'll request it.
I will say I'm also concerned about, I'm excited to see the yearly like benchmarking that we're going to be looking at. I know that we can't, within the franchise agreement, be discussing or requiring, that sort of.
Source energy.
Yes. But it is important to me that I know that they are working on those things while we are making that agreement of, like a multiple year contract. And so if it's okay with you, Joe, I would move number 3 with the amendment we talked about, and then also the request to get the yearly, the retirement dates of the individual coal plants.
Perfect, I'll second it. Thank you.
There's a motion and a second. Council, please vote.
Your Honor, that's 6 yes, motion carries.
Thank you. Item 4, setting the date of hearing for approval of extending and amending the franchise heretofore granted to Midwest Gas Company, predecessor in interest to Mid-American Energy Company, and granting until Mid-American Energy Company, its successors and assigns the right, franchise, and privilege for a period of 15 years from and after the effective date hereof. There's a correction. That's supposed to be 13. For a period of 13 years from and after the effective date hereof, to acquire, construct, operate, and maintain in the city of Des Moines, Iowa, the necessary facilities for the production, distribution, transmission, and sale of gas for public and private use, and to use and occupy the public streets, highways, avenues, alleys, bridges, and public places for such purposes, providing for the imposition and collection of a franchise fee in consideration thereof, and prescribing the terms and conditions thereof. Hearing date 5/9/22. I'll open it up and would ask if there's any discussion, and if there's a motion, if we could amend that motion similar to the previous motion to change to consider as well.
I would move item 4 with the amendment on this one, as well as the similar to the one we discussed in item 3.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, council, please vote.
Your Honor, that's 6 yes, motion carries.
All right. And with that, that concludes our business, so I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, and our special meeting is adjourned. All right. Then, so with that, we will get started on our council quarterly strategic session. Do we need a roll call for that?
Yes.
So will the clerk please take roll?
Boson,
Yes.
Boss,
Yes.
Shoemaker,
Here.
Westergaard, Mandelbaum,
Here.
Gatto.
Here.
Your Honor, we have a quorum.
Great. And with that, I'll turn it over to the city manager to get us working through our agenda.
All right, good morning, and thank you again, council members, for dedicating this time for these strategic discussions. It's also an opportunity to hear from our great community partners, and as usual, we've asked for a couple of those to come, the first of which is Greg Edwards with Catch Des Moines, and actually I'll have him go ahead and come up and fill you in on how things are going.
Morning, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, beloved guests, city staff, glad you're all here so early. It's our annual report to the City Council on Catch Des Moines, your Convention and Visitors Bureau, so appreciate your time and your continued support. The bad news is, of course, the last 2 years we all had bad news. The COVID thing really took a heavy, heavy hit on our travel industry. Specifically, 414 events were canceled with an estimated economic impact of over $330 million to our local economies. And those are just groups that we were responsible for bringing in. That doesn't take into consideration other conventions, meetings, things like that that were in hotels and other venues throughout the metro. So huge, huge impact. I know you've all seen the numbers on hotel occupancies and restaurant business and all of that nature. Just a huge, huge impact. But the good news is we're on the rise and things are coming back. These charts are always very interesting because they're just a whole bunch of lines and graphs, and they're hard to understand. But you can see the upturn on the pinkish reddish graph there is hotel occupancy, and that compares to last year's hotel occupancy. So we're bumped up quite a bit. Week to week now, we're running in the between 60 and 70%, depending on the business coming in. The average daily rate has increased dramatically. I think a year ago, our average daily rate was about $85. Now we're back up to about $106. Obviously, both occupancy and average daily rate impacts overall hotel occupancy and hotel motel tax. Yes, sir.
What would this chart in 2020, obviously not a comparison year, but what would 2019 look like compared to these?
2019 in this time period would have taken a huge dip down. Excuse me, 2020.
2020 would have.
2019, we are almost back to 2019. 2019, we probably, this time period, this week to week would have probably been in the 70 to 80 percentile. What's still lacking is business travel in the community. If it weren't for, the events that we're bringing in and all the other activity, we'd really be lost, so.
And so we haven't seen business travel in any sort of regularity. And do we think that's the difference between getting back to 2019 versus where we're at? Or do we see, we can experience growth from just a pure event perspective to make some of that up. I assume
Yes.
that's always the hope.
Yeah, that is the big difference right now. And if you look back to early when the pandemic was beginning to slow down a little bit, our hotel weekend occupancies were higher than weekday, which is totally unreal. Because weekday, again, is usually business travel, and weekends continue to be very strong. So, yeah, that is the impact. Same thing if you talk to the airport folks, they'll tell you the same thing. If it weren't for leisure travel, that's what's really boosted our airport visitation and outbound and inbound traffic there as well.
I was just going to ask if the projection and from what you're in your group of various communities, do you think it's ever coming back for business the way it was because of the way business is?
I personally believe it will. People are anxious to travel again. Obviously, if you look at airline rates right now, they've gone way up, which is a sign that there is demand out there. I'm not so sure that how it's going to look in a year or two with butts in seats in businesses, which I've been a proponent of talking to a lot of the CEOs in the community to beg them to make their people come back. And most of them have gone to a hybrid, 2 days home, 3 days at work, which is better. But you could tell, you guys know, coming downtown traffic-wise,
Busier.
Mondays and Fridays are pretty slow, and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays are fairly back to normal.
So as you talk to the CEOs, is there conversation about getting rid of the hybrid and doing the 5 days back in the office? Or?
I don't think there's any conversation yet. I think time will tell. Maybe it's our older generation that believe you got to be in your workplace and face to face and the camaraderie and things that you get accomplished. But I can't speak for the younger generation because I'm too damn old.
Both of us are.
This next chart will show you Booking-wise, so 2019-20 was our best year in the history of your Convention and Visitors Bureau, booking 388 future events, conventions, sports, et cetera. Huge drop then when the pandemic hit. If you go back to February 2020, that's when the Iowa caucuses were here. Tremendous January, February occupancy numbers and things like that, and then boom, it hit. So last fiscal year, we only booked 125 future meetings, conventions, sporting events. This year, our goal is set at 203. We're closing in on that. We've got a lot of good stuff going, and I'm pretty optimistic that we will be able to hit that goal by the end of our fiscal on June 30.
I have a question on bookings. One of the things, and this maybe lays into somewhat controversial territory, but one of the things that you see nationally in some of these discussions, some of the bills and legislation that states consider have an impact on what organizations are willing to book and where. I mean, you saw, I think it was North Carolina passed some legislation that they then, I think, repealed specifically because of the impacts that it would have on events like this. Unfortunately, our legislature passed and our governor signed a bill discriminating against transgender students. And could you talk about the impact that has had on some of your discussions? Have we had any booked events cancel as a consequence? Are we having trouble getting our foot in the door? I mean, we saw several other governors in Republican states even veto that legislation. I think Indiana did so, I think, specifically because of some of the impacts. What are we seeing?
Thankfully, we have not seen any of that yet, and I kept a close eye on that all through the legislative session. I talked to some of our major clients like the NCAA. They pretty much told me, don't worry about it. There's so many changes going in the country right now. They've got their hands full with all kinds of other things. I do know that we lost a bid. It wasn't a cancellation. We were bidding on a group, and I can't off the top of my head tell you what it was, but we lost that because of the California ban on doing travel in Iowa, and they ended up selecting Madison, Wisconsin. And I don't remember specifically what that group, it was a convention group though. So far, we have not seen any major cancellations or anything like that.
So explain the California ban. Because of the legislation we passed, does that mean like?
I don't, I'll have to get back with you on that. I'd be making stuff up. So I don't believe, no, the California ban I don't believe was due to the most recent legislation.
Okay.
I think it was based on something else.
And the NCAA is a big deal, and I think we have the men's basketball tournament coming again
Next year.
in the near term. Did they indicate that this could impact? I mean, I think we've been a great host city when we've been able to land that, and your team's done a great job of rolling out the welcome mat and making it a great event and a place where people would want to come back. It didn't impact next year because things are going on all over. Will it impact? I mean, because it'd be great if we're on the rotation. I mean, the goal is what, every 2-3 years?
Yeah, which we have been. This will be our third time around. My main contact there is the director of championships for the NCAA, and their PR staff sent me 4 or 5 pages of stuff. And he said, right now, because the way the world is changing just day to day, they've kind of backed off on some of this stuff. So that could change tomorrow. It could change next year. If it does, we will certainly lobby hard to make some changes within the law, of course, yeah.
Yep. Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. This is a quick two-sheeter here that you all should have received a copy of via email early on. This is kind of our year-end report, just kind of highlighting some of the different accomplishments and goals and things like that, and how we navigated through the pandemic and all that good stuff. All along, we always said, and I've talked many, many times to Iowa Department of Economic Development, the governor's office, et cetera, that tourism and the travel industry really is the industry that could help boost the economy once the green light came on. And I think we proved that. If you look back to last year, the DO Tour was kind of the first kickoff event of anything that had happened all throughout the pandemic. And then it followed by Principal Charity Classic and the World Pork Expo and Ironman and on and on and on. So, and it really did show a big boost in local economies. Last year, highlighted events, of course, I just mentioned about 3 of those. We also hosted the National Junior High School Rodeo Championships, which was a 10-day event out at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. U.S. Youth Soccer President's Cup was at your county soccer complex last July. We hosted USA Canada Lions Clubs last September. That was one of the groups that told us 10 years ago that until we get a headquarter hotel built, they would not come to Des Moines. And they held up to their promise because we built the hotel, and voila, they came. All Iowa TAC was a great group that we actually had the last 2 years, and we'll have again this summer. That was a group that was supposed to have been in the McCormick Place in Chicago. It was actually called the Nike Tournament of Champions. It was a 3-week event, girls basketball, 8th grade through high school, brought in about 1,200 to 1,500 families per week over a 3-week course. So that really did help bump up a lot of
That's a great event.
impact.
Are we in line to get that back?
We are. It's booked for this year too.
Oh, perfect.
Yep, yep.
That's a great event.
Major events this year. So this chart has grown a lot, even over the last couple of weeks. So obviously on Monday we just announced the DO Tour will be coming back on July 29th and 30th. Huge impact to the economy. And you can see all the different array of stuff that's coming in that we've had a hand in anyway. We'll do a full Ironman this year. On that note, I just want to thank the city for all that you do in an event like that with your fire department, your police department. Obviously, your assistant city manager, Matt Anderson, very much involved with us in that. So we really appreciate the support. That event is huge. Anticipates still about 2,000 athletes, and when we do a full Ironman, they historically come in earlier. A half Ironman that we did last year, they come in 2 to 3 days in advance. This group will come in 4 to 5 days in advance, so they'll stay longer and spend much more money, and they'll bring families and things like that as well. So huge impact. Another big deal that's going to happen, which is near and dear to one of your council people, I'm not sure which one, is that Red Bull Soapbox Derby. And that has had tremendous response. They only allow 50 teams to participate. They've already had 150 teams try to participate, but they had to cut it down. If you look at, it takes some time when you're screwing around on your computer, and go to their website, because it's incredible, number one, to see all the cities this has taken place all over the world. They've been in every continent in the world except for Antarctica. Historically, they've been a lot in Europe, Los Angeles, and if you look at the numbers in LA, they say it drew like 110,000 people. I don't know that we'll draw that many, but it'll be a really, really cool event. So we're excited about that.
So I've got messages that the road isn't set up and ready to go for that. There's potholes and lots of things like that.
No.
So I think that we
Challenges.
maybe take a look at that. We don't want anyone to get hurt in one of those. What was the date?
It's July 12th, I think, isn't it? Matt, is that?
It's June.
Or, excuse me, June 12th. Is June 12th a Sunday? It's the same weekend as Ironman, isn't it?
June 12th is Ironman.
Is that a Saturday or Sunday? Okay, so Red Bull will be on that Saturday, June 11th. It's coming up. Let's be filling those potholes.
We're in Walnut.
Someone sent me a message saying they're going to flip the turn. So
There are a lot of accidents in this, so, unfortunately.
we want to make sure that we're not causing that, right, Jeff?
That's true. A couple other just kind of interesting mentions on this. You see the far left, the Nursing Organizations Alliance. So this is a group called NOA, and this is a group that all of the different nursing associations belong to. So if you look at nursing as a market, there's operating room nurses and maternity room nurses, et cetera, et cetera. So they all belong to the NOA. There's about 300 people, and they'll come in this fall. And it's kind of a coup that we were able to land this, because obviously the objective is to have all these people here and then say, well, gee, maybe I could bring the National Operating Room nurses to Des Moines, or bring other offshoot conventions here. It's a pretty expensive undertaking on our behalf, because we got to comp their rooms and comp their meals and really wine and dine them, but we think the ROI on it is really going to be good. You'll be excited to know that the American Quilters are now coming back once again after a hiatus of 3 or 4 years. I know Joe Gatto is very close with that group.
We do a lot together.
I know you do. So the whole array of different things there. It's really going to be a strong summer and a strong fall, for that matters.
Some of these events, like the Dew Tour, we have a possibility, like an every year event for that, right? Are we kind of, this is 2 years in a row. Are we on track to, do you think? We've got a fantastic facility with the skate park, and that was one of the potentials there. Are we going to see that? Something like the Ironman, are we positioned that we should hopefully expect that to be, if not yearly, close to that? Like, how are we on track to some of these big events?
They tell us we're on track to do that. Now, they only sign contracts year to year, but they really do like Des Moines. They like what we did last time, and I'm sure they're going to like what we do this time. They like the bid incentive that we provide them, which is some dollars. So I feel good that they'll be back. We're also working on some other things for the skate park. There's multiple other events that do these big events, like Dew Tour. Red Bull does a big event, and Monster Energy drinks and stuff like that. So, but yeah, that's always our goal. Repeat business is always the best business.
Right. So we could have 2 or 3 events at the skate park even a year, like
Sure.
we're clicking on it.
Yeah.
On all cylinders.
Yeah. Yeah, most definitely. This is just a kind of a sampling of some of the travel and trade shows that we've done this year or are going to be doing. Sports ETA is the old, it used to be called the National Association of Sports Commissions. It's now called Sports Entertainment Tourism Association. We attended the Women's Summit up in Minneapolis just this past month. C-Vent is a huge organization that puts on these big events where all these national meeting planners come in. Conference Direct, same thing. Planner event. We're doing we actually did a big planner event in Washington, D.C. a couple weeks ago that we do annually. We haven't for the last 2 years, but this is where we invite a bunch of national meeting planners in. We take them to lunch at the Hay Adams Hotel. We also partner with 4 other CVBs across the country to make that happen. That's been a good event for us too. MPI is Meeting Planners International that we'll be attending in June. The good news is we've got 85 leads out in proposal form right now, with 450 qualified prospects in our funnel right now. So we feel good about our future Outlook for the rest of this year, state associations are finally meeting back in person. We're still seeing a fairly good-sized drop in their attendance. Just a few months ago, a good example, Iowa Library Association met in Des Moines, and they would normally have about 300 people. They had about 150. So we're seeing a slight raise, but still some people are still a little reluctant to travel and gather in person and things like that. Corporate travel, which we talked about earlier, is still fairly non-existent. Requests for proposals are still lagging. A lot of the national associations are starting to come back, but they're certainly coming back slower than our state associations and things like that. Sporting groups, if it weren't for sporting groups and agriculture groups this past year, we probably wouldn't have had anything at all. So thank God for those kind of organizations. And obviously, we talked about hotel occupancy rates and room revenues and things like that. Sales strategy, moving forward, we continue to prospect. That's one of the big things we've always preached about. You know, the more we can fill that funnel with qualified prospects, and the more will trickle through into bookings eventually. We've made investments with third-party planners. You may not be aware, but there's all these different organizations out there. Conference Direct is one of them. There's Helms Briscoe. There's about 5 different organizations now that take independent people, and you can go out. I could contact you and say, hey, let me be your meeting planner. I'll plan your annual meeting and all your educational sessions and all that throughout the year. I would get a commission for that. It's a big thing. It's a big change that happened probably 10 years in our industry. So we've jumped on board with a bunch of those, and we're now major sponsors of some of those groups, which has also obviously helped us bring in more business too. We've got a good presence in Washington, D.C. We make a lot of sales trips out there. We try to get out there at least every 2 months with the sales team. Chicago's the same way. Chicago's a great market for us, especially with the medical market. We've been focusing on more high-end markets in the last couple years, such as the medical market, nursing, dietary, et cetera, which obviously boosts room rates and things like that. And our advertising efforts are way up as well, especially this year. Our budget this year has well exceeded what we budgeted. The revenues have come in a lot stronger. We were very conservative in our budget, obviously. So we're throwing a lot of that in advertising and marketing to obviously create more demand. If you haven't seen our new commercial, I probably should have brought it to play, but we've got a new, it's an animated commercial, and we think we're pretty proud of that as well. A lot of new marketing initiatives that we put in place, and really continue to preach to our locals about bringing events here and how important that is to us. Having them as a local person saying, hey, bring your next convention here or sporting event or whatever has a huge impact as well. And as you well know, the community's booming with all kinds of great stuff. The new Mid-American Energy Complex out in West Des Moines, great new facility. Of course, the skate park. Grimes is doing their new big soccer complex out there. The Icon Water Trails continues to move forward, and then we get bids and it moves backwards, but hopefully that's still on track, because that will just be absolutely huge for this community. Bucks Hockey Arena, you saw that got funding from the IEDA this week. That's moving forward. The USL Pro Iowa Soccer Stadium, I think, will be moving forward in the not too distant future. Thanks to all of you again for cleaning up the Dyko site. The Drake Stadium's moving forward. The Johnston Ignite Sports Facility is underway. The new entertainment venue and the golf facility in Johnston is also moving forward. And then the new Prairie Trails Sports Complex just broke ground up in Ankeny. So lots of great things happening throughout the metro.
Are they adding to the Prairie Trail?
They're adding they added a new indoor complex. I can't remember the square footage, basically an indoor soccer field type thing, adjacent to the district down
Okay.
or up in Ankeny. And that I will conclude and take any of your questions, comments.
Greg, with the tournaments that are held at the Recplex in, way out in West Des Moines, do the downtown hotels see an uptick on that, or is that mostly the guests are at the far west suburban hotels?
Yeah, we still see a little bit of an uptick on it. You know, it's kind of reverse of what we tell our suburban communities when they complain that so much of our stuff is downtown because of the Iowa Event Center. It still creates compression. So if the West Des Moines hotels fill up, you're going to have compression coming downtown and in other areas of the metro. There are still some teams, you know, we just hosted the NAIA volleyball championships, and I'd have to go back and see where they all stayed, those teams. But there's specific groups that still, they know downtown, and they may know one of the hotels downtown that they prefer to stay at. I think it's almost too early to judge. There's still a lot of groups that are still booked to come in there, but haven't happened yet.
So do you have the square dancers on your vision again?
Try.
I mean, that was a big convention.
I may have to bring Chris Coleman back to help us with that.
So, a couple things, the Sweet Shot in West Des Moines, that's not mentioned on here, I think.
Oh, that's the Johnston one, but the Sweet Shot in West Des Moines, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
And then
awesome.
also the Genesis Health Club on the south side will have 5 courts that'll be available for tournaments. I'm not sure if that's on your radar, but that we need to.
Is that a city facility or private?
No, it'd be private, it'd be the Genesis Health Club, but they'll also have 5 courts,
What kind of courts?
basketball, volleyball.
Oh, okay,
So they'll be able to host events there,
great.
tournaments and things like that.
Who's behind that?
Rodney Stevens, Genesis.
Okay,
So I'm gonna,
I'll
I'll get you in
let, I'll let
contact
the
with
team
you.
know, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, good to know.
yeah, so I believe we're close to getting a construction date and have it finished, hopefully by
Where is that at?
Southridge, with the old
Okay.
Sears.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we do need to make contact with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had a
So-
question, sorry.
No, go ahead.
With the Rexplex out in West Des Moines and other suburbs, like looking at similar, we're talking about like the indoor soccer fields. Do you think that there is a need for Des Moines to get indoor turf to be able to bring some of those events to city proper?
You know, it's interesting to see how this has just exploded in the last couple of years. We did a study, gosh, I'll bet 12 years ago, on our sports complexes at the Metro, and it came back and said, yeah, you need more indoor space. Obviously, our weather here is not the greatest. And they specifically said soccer, basketball, wrestling, those kind of indoor spaces. So, you know, I would say yes. I think that's something that you should take a hard look at in the future. I would also say move cautiously forward, though. You know, I think let's wait and see what these other facilities do, if in fact they do come to fruition and things like that. So, but yeah, I would keep an eye on that because obviously youth sports continues to grow dramatically, you know, and especially some of the niche sports like soccer and skateboarding and things like that.
Is soccer still niche?
Well, maybe it's
Rugby.
not niche.
Maybe rugby.
Rugby.
Sure.
So
Cricket.
we used to host a lot of those events at the county soccer,
Mm-hmm.
the bigger, but now we don't have enough field space, and that's, you know, they're obviously going somewhere else.
Well, we still, you know, like the President's Cup we hosted last summer was here. County's still a premier soccer facility, there's no doubt. I don't know what Grimes and Grimes will be the next really big one. I think they're going to have 13 fields.
Yeah.
County has 12.
But we don't have any turf fields, and that's, I think,
Yeah,
that's one of the
that's true.
requirements
Yeah.
to be able to host some of those events.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask about the potential, how much did we take in for the caucuses that we might be, that's up in the air, it sounds like?
I don't recall what the number was,
big.
20 million, just in the month of, like, leading up, like the 4 weeks leading up. Yeah, and I've reached out to a lot of different people and said, like we do with a lot of these conventions and sports event groups that come in, we offer them bid incentives. I said, what would happen if I gathered all the convention and visitors bureaus around the state and we all pooled some money up and said, here, I didn't get much reaction out of that. So, of course, what we could come up with and what their
Right.
budgets are two different things. Thankfully, it looks like the Republicans are going to move forward, and if President Biden runs again, then the Democrats really wouldn't have a huge caucus year anyway. But looking down the future, yeah, it's,
Huge impact for us.
well, yeah, huge, yeah. I appreciate your time and continued support.
Thank you.
You know where to find me.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Manager, what is?
We'll
what's
have
next?
Mike come on up. There was a request for better understanding about what our parking requirements are. And so I thought it makes sense to spend a little time today to explain what those parking minimums are and how the industry is actually changing, obviously, for less and less parking need. So I'd asked Mike to also then add just a quick update on PlanDSM changes.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, Michael Ludwig, Deputy Director of Development Services for the city. Thank you for having us this morning. Just wanted to do a brief overview on our parking regulations that are in our new code that was adopted in 2019. First, I just want to start with a little historical review of some of the provisions that are in the code and recognize that we've actually had some pretty progressive measures in our codes for many years. And then the 2019 code was where we really implemented several additional measures. There are some regional discussions that are occurring regarding parking minimums and elimination of parking minimums, and then a current opinion or recommendation from staff. As far as historically, when you talk about not having parking minimums in the downtown area in our core C3 zoning districts, we haven't had a parking minimum since 1965. So we're going on 50-plus years of not having a parking minimum in the downtown. We expanded that in the early 2000s to include new central business districts that were created that kind of went west of downtown and then south of downtown into the what's now Gray Station area. The NPC zoning district that used to be along Ingersoll was adopted in 1998, and that allowed a 40% reduction in minimum required parking, but it was limited just to Ingersoll corridor. And so that was something that ultimately was expanded. We'll see in a few minutes. Then we had the 50% reduction in parking requirements that could be granted by the Board of Adjustment as an exception under the old code. And if somebody wanted more than 50% variation from the parking standards, they had to get a variance from the Board of Adjustment. Challenge under both of those provisions was that if there was disagreement with the decision from the Board of Adjustment, the only appeal was to a district court to get that resolved. So again, we made some improvements, I think, with our new code that make that a little bit more workable for folks. And then finally, just pointing out that even with those provisions under the old code, the market demand still resulted in parking getting built. We had numerous surface lots, we had numerous parking garages that were built in the downtown. Some were city-owned, some were privately owned. Privately owned garages, for example, had city subsidy. There was benefit to that. For example, the Allied nationwide parking garages are able to be used for the art festival, because we have an agreement as part of our incentives that were provided to that project that we get free public parking during events like that downtown. So consolidation of parking is good in a parking facility in that instance.
Can I,
Yeah.
sorry, sorry if this is putting you on the spot, if it's not included in your presentation. I was wondering about maximums as well.
Yeah, we'll get to that
Okay.
that's one of the provisions in our new code.
Cool.
Okay?
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Maximums, parking maximums.
Before we move on from that, I mean, the market demand question, because I think sometimes perception and demand in this discussion get confused. I mean, do we have data in terms of these lots that have been built, what their occupancy is over time? Because overbuilding, because folks have a perception that there is a need, is not quite the same as market demand.
Sure.
I mean,
Well, our city facilities, we certainly have information on capacity in that from our traffic and transportation department that we can get. As far as the private facilities, I don't know if we have that data. But I think the point is that the minimum code requirements weren't what was triggering building parking in the downtown. And that has kind of been the discussion to date, is we need to get rid of parking minimums because they're forcing people to build parking we don't need. And the reality is that the lender standards oftentimes and the corporate chain standards are requiring higher ratios than were even required under our old code, and certainly less or are more than what is required by our current code. So that's kind of the market discussion that we were referencing, that there are market forces, whether it's lender standards or corporate chain parking ratio, minimum parking ratios, that are requiring way more parking than our code requires.
are the lender standards, I mean, is that something that is uniform and published, or is that just?
I think it's individual underwriting decisions that are being made on projects, quite honestly. Lenders, when they're deciding whether or not to loan for a project, are asking, what parking do you have available for your project? And they're making individual underwriting decisions on those. So
So, for example, you referenced the nationwide lots and the public availability. Those lots aren't shared with the public for any use right now, other than those handful of events in the Western Gateway, right?
Well, actually, what we've seen on residential projects is a lot of residential projects in the downtown aren't providing parking because the residents are working downtown and they're choosing to leave cars at work in the parking garages, and then they're walking home each day, and so then they're not paying for parking in residential projects in the downtown. So that's anecdotally what we've heard from a number of residential developers in the downtown, is that they were seeing those garages, the work parking provided but free by the employer. People were choosing to leave their car at work and walk home rather than pay for parking at their development.
I can address that specifically.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, Matt Anderson, Deputy City Manager. Specifically on the instance, I'll answer two of your questions. On the nationwide question, I would say nationwide is probably one of our more entrepreneurial corporate parking owners. Their largest garage to the east, they have Keck manage that, and hourly parkers can go in just like into one of our public garages, and you can pay with your credit card. So that is available to the public outside of special events. I know that some Hotel Fort Des Moines guests use that garage as well. So that one I would consider kind of a nice hybrid of uses in that lot. We have had, via their lenders, housing developers downtown who don't plan to build any parking of their own, but plan to utilize our ramps or other parking outlets. We'll sometimes have to supply a letter to indicate that, yes, there is indeed available public parking, X number of spaces within a certain radius. So every lender is different, and they all have their different requirements, but usually we do have to at least show that there is parking available. That doesn't mean they have a contract with us or anything, but at least that the residents will have the availability to find parking. So that is always something that's commonplace. Thank you.
So in 2019, we adopted a new code, set of codes, and there are some key provisions in those new codes to address parking. And while they did not eliminate minimums, they certainly reduced the minimum required parking. Didn't eliminate, but reduced. So Chapter 134 is our zoning code, and Chapter 135 is our planning and design code, effective 2019. The parking regulations were moved into Chapter 135, which is the planning and design code. So they are no longer a part of the zoning ordinance of the city. They're in the planning and design code. As part of that review and adoption of that code, we lowered many of our minimum parking ratios for different uses based on national standards. Our consultant looked at what kind of was going on nationally for minimum ratios for different uses and adjusted in our new code ratios for many uses. Not all of them, but adjusted them for many. There currently, again, we continued with that no minimum off-street parking in the downtown area. So in our downtown mixed-use districts that are the DX1, DX2, DXR zoning districts, there are no minimum parking requirements in the downtown still. Uses in those DX1, DX2, and DXR districts have a maximum parking ratio. So in the downtown, they cannot exceed the minimum required parking that would normally be required if there wasn't this exemption for minimum parking. So we still have ratios we can calculate, but they cannot exceed the minimums in the downtown under our code. Elsewhere, we have new mixed-use zoning districts along corridors. So this is where we took the Ingersoll provision of allowing a 40% reduction in minimum required parking and expanded it to all of our major commercial corridors in the city, so not just Ingersoll corridor. And again, that's a 40% reduction in the minimum required parking that would otherwise be required by code. In those districts, the maximum is 120% of the normal minimum requirement. So you have this range from 60% to 120% on those corridors of the parking ratios. We also introduced a lot of credits or reductions into the new code for an individual project to be able to reduce the amount of parking they had to provide. Some of those were alternate ratios. If somebody can prove they have a use or a mix of uses that just is so unique, they can provide data or information to us of alternate ratios that are being used elsewhere to justify their parking ratios on their project, and that can be approved administratively by staff without having to go to the planning commission or any board. We allow a parking credit for on-street parking that's adjacent to the property that's being considered as part of their required parking, even though it's publicly owned on-street parking. That reduces what they'd have to provide on-site or off-site. We allow reductions for if they have a car share or a bike share on the property, dedicated spaces for that. We also allow a reduction in vehicle parking spaces at a ratio if they're providing motorcycle or scooter parking in the lot. So it's basically they can reduce a certain number of spaces by providing 2 motorcycle spaces for every car space. And then finally, we introduced shared parking legally into our code in 2019. And in these zoning districts, they have to just reach an agreement with an adjoining property owner to share parking, and that has to be within 750 feet of the subject property. So we introduced a number of provisions in this code that are very progressive, quite honestly, compared to what's going on across the country. A lot of cities have not yet done these measures that we've implemented now for 3 years. Finally, all the parking ratios are a type 1 design alternative under our code. So no longer, I told you we used to go to the Board of Adjustment, then we moved it into the Chapter 135. now all the parking ratios are subject to administrative review and variation. Sure.
But first question, in terms of the credits, do we have any transit tie-in from a credit perspective?
Sure.
I mean, particularly, we've started to see some of the developments where they've done partnerships with DART and they're all access. But I don't see that.
It's kind of built into the MX1 and MX2 district reduction that's granted just across the board, the 40% reduction. Again, that used to just be along Ingersoll, and the reason it was introduced along Ingersoll was because Route 60 was the most highest frequency transit route in the city. Under the new code, we expanded that to all commercial corridors that are zoned MX1 and MX2. Those are transit corridors, so we've kind of built that reduction in, or recognition of being in proximity to transit, into the MX1 and MX2 zoning districts where we applied them on the map. They're adjacent to transit routes.
And then how far, so with the type 1 design alternative, what is the full range of flexibility? Could you completely do away if a project comes and says, we don't want any parking minimum with this, here's why? Is that something that staff has the ability to grant as part of this type 1, or are there limitations?
Yeah, great question. Theoretically, yes, we can administratively. What we do is we take into consideration what our traffic engineering department communicates with us about, concerns about any kind of parking issues that we've had in the area, things like that we take into consideration. We have used the 30% reduction. So again, on transit corridors, there's already this 40%. This would really be more like in areas where, there's no automatic 40% reduction. Staff we've kind of used that 30% range as kind of a litmus test for us. And then we did have one project that came in. It was Nelson Development Project on University Avenue, south of Drake campus. One of the first projects came in under the new code, asked for no parking whatsoever. And we tried to drive them towards shared parking agreements, all the reductions were available in the code. And ultimately, Traffic Transportation Department wasn't comfortable with allowing the ratio that they had proposed without a public hearing. And so we did kick that up to the Plan and Zoning Commission to give the neighborhood an opportunity to comment, which they did. They were in support. And so the ratios were approved ultimately by the Planning Commission that were proposed by the developer. That is the only project that I'm aware of that has been kicked to the Plan and Zoning Commission in 3 years. Everything else has been administratively handled.
So Mike, what I think I'm hearing you say is you're not considering any changes at this time.
Well, at this point, we wanted to explain what's in our code to make sure everybody understood the provisions that are in there. You obviously have had discussions about parking as recently as your last council meeting regarding accessory housing units. So the fact is, as you get into some of this regional discussion, they are talking about wanting or encouraging metro communities to eliminate all parking minimums. And our thought is we're pretty progressive in what we have in Des Moines now with our new code, relative certainly to the rest of the metro. I can tell you in discussions we had on the Merle Hay Mall site, Anna Wim built some apartments in Urbandale just recently. And I know when we sat in meetings with their staff discussing the kind of joint plan that was being done between Des Moines and Urbandale, that, gosh, we really wouldn't worry about parking for Anna Wim in that site when you have the Merle Hay Mall parking lots right adjoining it. There's plenty of parking there. They ended up still requiring in Urbandale normal parking standards for Anna Wim's housing project there. So regardless of how progressive Des Moines is, I'm just telling you, in the metro, the other jurisdictions are not as far along as we are in this issue. I think going to no parking standards will be, I can't see that being a metro wide adoption. I think they will really struggle with that. Our recommendation is maybe looking at some of the provisions we have in our code and trying to implement those metro-wide to reduce required parking.
Can I,
So I could follow up? Okay.
okay.
So if the Smart Cities organization is pushing no parking minimums, and that's what they've embraced in, they have no parking minimums in the Twin Cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul. So like, what makes Des Moines different that we need to have parking
There's never been a
minimums?
majority of the council support eliminate parking. If there's 4 votes to support getting rid of parking, we will write an ordinance that can do that. I have no personal issue with eliminating minimum parking.
But you indicated that the lenders are requiring it in, that's one of the reasons that the lenders require in Des Moines, but why would they require in Des Moines but not in the Twin Cities? I mean, we both have winter and we both, we're not that much
There's a
different. I
difference
don't
between
get
a
it.
code requirement and a private development.
Are you saying
requirement.
the same lender, or do you know if the lenders are requiring those in the Twin Cities as well?
I was just in San Diego last week for the ULI conference, and I can guarantee you they have no parking required in San Diego, and the developers out there, the lenders are still asking them to provide some level of parking. There was one project that had gone in the core of downtown San Diego, just north of the main downtown, that is just getting built right now with no parking. And they even have reserved some spaces on street that they've acquired rights to, and some spaces on adjoining properties, because they know they still have to provide some parking for their residents to be able to use, whether that's loading, unloading when they're moving, or whether that's, someone has a car still. They are on a major transit corridor in that situation, and there still are lender concerns that they said about having no parking in those situations. So they are still having to respond to their investors and their customers who are renting the units or buying the units in those situations. Just eliminating it in the code is not saying there will never be parking built. There still is parking getting built. And I would argue that that's probably happening in Minneapolis too, because there's still parking getting built, even if it's not required by the zoning code. So if there are, from staff perspective, we're well aware of the national discussions, the smart cities discussions about eliminating parking minimums. We were aware of that when we were working on this code, and at the time, there was not support to, implement a no minimum parking requirement citywide in Des Moines, because this council and past councils will routinely see people come forward from neighborhoods concerned about parking. And I can tell you, we respond to those calls regularly as staff. We're asked to respond to those calls from council members, and we do, and we'll continue to do that. But as long as there is this concern from residents about, commercial impact into residential neighborhoods by higher density and commercial uses, you'll always have that discussion. So if there's a majority of the council that wants to eliminate that from the code, we can easily write that provision.
We still have that conversation about Christ the King and in the new unit that they built with very minimal parking, and that's a senior living facility. Still and that's in Josh's ward, but I mean, I still hear about it after 6 years.
The challenge is that in Des Moines, our right-of-way is public right-of-way. We have the impression that the parking area in front of our houses is our parking, when the reality is it's the public's.
Yeah.
And we
No,
also
I
have the
understand.
impression that quite honestly, that, you have to be able to park immediately in front of the business or location that you're going to, and that we have this aversion of being able to walk a couple blocks.
Well, I think
To a
the
use,
the
so.
issue with that, Mike, is it's a senior living facility. There's no
Yeah,
parking
yeah.
in front of the street. So they actually have to park in Christ the King's parking lot and walk across the street and cross Southwest 9th. So, I mean.
But in general, I'm just saying like
Yeah, no, I
commercial
get it.
uses in Iowa, we're all used, most people here are used to growing up in small towns. I am. You drove and you park right in front of the store and everybody's used to that and they come to Des Moines and think you have to be able to park right in front of a business instead of maybe having to walk a block or two.
I have a couple of thoughts. Some people think that just because there's a parking lot, they can park there. And parking lots are typically private parking lots. And that's why they're getting towed away. You can't just park in somebody's parking lot and think, oh, that's okay. As we talk about additional dwelling units, and I've passed on the emails that I've received, but the number one concern that I hear from our neighborhoods are we have too many cars parking on our street. Can we put in the ordinance that if you're going to build an additional dwelling unit, that you have to provide parking off-street?
It's already in the ordinance and it was in the ordinance that was up for consideration at the last meeting.
Yeah. But I
We
think
have
we just need
one-
to emphasize that. We need to get that,
Yeah.
need to get that message
Yeah.
out.
Right now, a single-family house requires one off-street parking space outside of the front yard setback. Most provide at least two, if there's a two-car garage that would meet that requirement. I know people have stuff in their garage, but from a code perspective, the requirement is that it be out of the front yard. If they park in the driveway in front of it, it doesn't matter. But an accessory dwelling unit, when you add it, also requires one off-street parking space. And that is in the ordinance that was presented last meeting, and it will continue to be in the ordinance.
Thank you.
Before I ask the question, I did want to, since the discussion about the ADUs and the parking, like, I think it's important, I mean, and in this entire discussion, like, our focus should be moving toward being more transit dependent, because, like, like worrying about, regardless if you have that off-street parking space, like having a car for every single resident, like, it's going to end up crowded as we move towards more density, as we've, like, indicated that as one of our priorities. So it's important to be, like, trying to incentivize more reliable, more frequent, more routes for transit, so that we're not having to worry about these things. But the question that I did have was, going back, I wanted to know how, or if you could talk about how the ratios are calculated, and then maybe some of the alternative ratios. I know you talked about one example, but like, are these alternative ratios coming up as just like an individual project says, like, we just don't want to have parking? Or is it kind of like, well, I see the ratios in this city are like this, and I would rather be doing that? Like, are you seeing more progressive ratio calculations?
We have not seen many requests under the alternate ratio requirement in the code. It's available, but for the most part, the other provisions have addressed the concerns. And so we haven't, especially the shared parking agreement, we have an aversion, I think, to shared parking somewhat in the metro as well. But the ability to have that shared parking agreement, there's, an office building that's empty in the evening. So they have a parking lot. There's no reason why we shouldn't be encouraging shared parking with an adjoining residential development. So in the evening, that parking lot could be used for residents instead of each having their own parking lot. So the alternate ratio, we haven't really seen many requests come in under that to date, because the other provisions that we have in the code have really mainly addressed it, and the fact that it's all administrative by staff to review those, and we consult our traffic department when we do that.
And how are we calculating our ratios?
There's a table in the code that sets what the minimum ratio is per square foot or per unit or whatever, and so we use that to calculate the minimums. And again, when our consultant prepared the code, they compared, best practices across the country of ratios, and we ended up lowering some of the uses, the minimum ratios for some uses in our code. Others were already at national norms for minimums.
So in places that have minimums, we're like,
Pardon?
for places that have parking minimums, we're kind of like at the standard?
I would say there's not while there's discussion about eliminating parking ratios, I would say there's more cities in the country that require minimum parking than waive it currently.
And we're kind of like in line with how we calculate our ratios, we're kind of in line.
Yeah. Our ratios are, again, if you go to the American Planning Association and others that have done parking studies on parking ratios, it has information there. We're right in line with those for our minimums and oftentimes less. And then when you take into account this 40% reduction that's in our code and all these other provisions, we're actually fairly progressive.
Well, why not let the lenders decide how many parking spaces there are, then the city decide?
We can, again, if there's a majority of the council that wants to eliminate parking minimums in the code, we will write that ordinance. The argument, I would say, just from a planning perspective of what I've seen in my career, is that we always talked about the Walmart parking ratio and the giant Walmart parking lots, the big box parking lots that basically are designed to accommodate the amount of traffic or customers on the day after Thanksgiving, and the rest of the year, the lot is 2/3 full or half full. And I mean, that's what it was. So quite honestly, a lot of cities with the parking maximums is how they started to try and address those issues. Professionally, I would say just the metro choosing to implement parking maximums would probably have as much environmental impact as anything, because again, most of the time, they're building lots that are much bigger than what the codes are requiring to begin with. So
I think, so one of the current issues that we're running into is private parking lots and just having a ton of private parking lots that are empty, especially now. Is there a possibility of like looking at implementing maximums and then for the request to go above a maximum to like require it be accessible to the public or accessible after 5 o'clock or something like that?
yeah, I mean, there are a number of things that we could look at. You're still dealing with private property rights on the use of the parking lot, and so.
I mean, could that be a zoning change though, where we can say like essentially your zoning doesn't allow for that large of a park?
If you want to go above the minimum or above.
Then it would need to be
X% of the
public
minimum,
parking.
Then you have to have this agreement as part of it.
Yeah.
That's something we could certainly consider.
Okay. I would be interested in something like that. Also interested in looking at, I know that it's built into the 40%, but like if there is a development or a redevelopment that wants to like partner with DART to say like everybody gets bus passes or something like that. I'm not sure what exactly it would look like, but then to, you know, encourage or require no parking.
So one of the things that I heard you say, parking maximums, I mean, we could do more in that regard, and that might be a recommendation that you would be.
We have it in our code currently for certain districts. If you wanted to do that, you know, citywide, I think MX1 and MX2 and the DX districts are the most prominent districts where we would see those maxes, because kind of those large, maybe add it to the CX district, because that is a commercial zoning district that's more like Southeast 14th area where we see more big box, existing big box development. There could be maybe an additional maximum added there, but I think when you take into account that our landscape standards were also updated in the code, so we're trying to mitigate the heat island and the stormwater runoff from parking lots with our increased landscape standards as well. So there's multi-pronged approach to address the scale and the environmental impact of parking in the city between our parking ratios and our reductions that we allow, and then our landscape standards that are in the code. So, yeah, I mean, I think if ultimately, if the metro would want to use some of the provisions that are in our code, that would be a huge step, right? And if there's new provisions that we could discuss on the maximums.
What's the chances of the metro using that?
Well, we made a presentation to
Yeah.
the group on, there was a Capital Crossroads Committee meeting, Larry James Jr. was there, and then there weren't other jurisdictions at that. So we've
There was
offered.
not other jurisdictions.
No, we gave them an overview of our code, and we've offered to present that at the MPO and with the MPO staff, and then the planning subcommittee of the MPO to share with them what our information is in our code and see if there's any traction with the local planning directors to encourage them to present
But
revisions.
your interaction with other jurisdictions like Urbandale, they have no desire to change any of that.
Well, I'm just giving you anecdotally, the one project we
Right.
talked about like 2 years ago,
Yeah.
they ended up building their own parking lot for Anawim on
Yep.
that situation. We just encouraged them not to be afraid of density on the project.
Maybe at MAC, you can bring something like that up and have a discussion with some of them instead of, before we bring it to the MPO. Maybe you can have some discussion with.
With the mayors?
Yeah.
We work with the subcommittee of the MPO, so it wouldn't be the whole, it'd be like the planning directors subcommittee. And
I think you probably maybe get a better response for some of the electives in some of the other communities instead of staff, because I probably know where staff's leaning. But some of the electives are going to have a different perspective, like similar to us, because we have to listen to some of our constituents. And that's a complaint that we hear.
we've made it clear that we're welcome to, we're willing to go out and talk with any of these groups and share the information that we have and what we've tried to get moving forward and with our new code, and we'll be happy to share that information with any jurisdiction.
Appreciate that.
So isn't our challenge here to not what the suburbs are doing or not doing, but our role as leaders and helping plan for the city going forward? And so according to the register, we have, 1.6 million parking places in Des Moines? So it seems like that ought to be adequate for a city that of, population, 210,000, and not all those people drive, and our visitors, so we're going to have to step it up.
Yeah,
Again, I think we have.
Yeah,
And if we want to go
more,
direct staff to do it.
more. Okay.
I think that this conversation is helpful. I have, one of the pieces, I think to Carl's point, I understand the comparison to the suburbs, but I think in this context, it's a comparison in terms of what are other cities around the country doing, what is the trend, and how do we make ourselves competitive with other communities that are building vibrant places to live. And I think it's hard in terms of that direction on 4. I think there are, I think, hard to say, but I think it's a 3-3 split with those who are here. So maybe it's getting direction from the one council member, the mayor's not here, but I think that may determine the direction on this particular item going forward in the near term. I would like to see a little better comparison just from a data point of what other communities outside of the metro are doing, because that's, I think, a piece of our competition. And I think the trend is for the communities that we're most likely to be competing with, they are going away from parking minimums.
I agree.
Aaron, if you want to.
Just make a couple of comments from observations that we've seen, more so on the economic development side. Mike talked a little bit about the one instance that we had go to P&Z for the minimum parking. We have actually had more cases go to P&Z to allow parking lots in downtown, because our code does not allow surface parking in the downtown zoning districts. We have had, I know of at least 2 and maybe 3 instances, and there may be more. I didn't do the inventory ahead of the discussion today, not kind of knowing where this was all going to head. that have had to go to P&Z to waive that requirement in order to allow on-site surface parking spaces for residential developments. And these are developments that have parking, structured parking in near proximity in some cases, a considerable amount of surface parking in the vicinity. So I think we have to be cognizant that there really is a market reality that despite what we do with our codes, which, we're more than willing to make that change to remove the minimum requirements, understanding that there will be neighborhood concerns in some of these areas that will come to us and come to you as well. But we're more than willing to make that, to remove that provision in the code. But there are just some market realities that exist that I don't know any code change is really going to make a market difference in this built environment. I think your comment, Councilmember Shoemaker, about requiring some shared parking is always something that we try to do when we're involved in incentive discussions. Oftentimes for new development, we are able to build that into requirements. But so everything you guys are talking about right now and that you guys are hearing are around existing parking lots and the big scary no parking and the towing requirements that go into that. And those are instances where we have very little ability to control the shared use of those lots. And we have tried on a couple of instances where we've been in redevelopment sort of discussions. We have tried just within our zoning requirements, and it's oftentimes it leads people in the other direction. So we've seen places where people have been working on redevelopment instances, and they've actually installed gates that don't allow parking off hours. We've had instances where our landscaping requirements have been resisted because people don't want to lose those spaces close to the buildings. So it's just it's a challenge in the marketplace. And I think, it's probably a messaging requirement that needs leadership throughout our community.
So,
Go ahead. We haven't heard from Councilmember Boson yet, so, and then.
First of all, I'm
Councilmember
all
Shoemaker.
for saying we need to get, limit parking. But the reality, until we have a more robust system of transit, we have a generational group of people that have never ridden a bus. They're not used to it. They don't know where it's at. And when you go out into the communities or neighborhoods, there's probably pretty long walks. So when we get a more robust, I think, system, it's an easier sell. There is market pressure. I appreciate that we want to move forward to that, but I think we have to come along too with the reality of what we currently have. When you come into some of the neighborhoods, I see that being, the whole parking issue when a family has 6 cars with 2 adults or whatever on a street, then you have all that parking pressure. If we can convince people not to have as many vehicles. But I think we have to have a combination going at the same time. We need to increase our services for mass transit and have a better system that more people can use. And I think that we also are looking at where we talk about the parking garages downtown. There are some that are coming to the end of their life, right? I think in the next few years, and that would be the question, do we need to rebuild or do we need to? So I think we can start looking at it, but we still have unfortunately, a car culture in this metro area because I think of the lack of the transit and availability. So I think we need to be careful of how we go about it and make sure that we're accommodating everybody. And hopefully would put more pressure on us to have a better mass transit system.
Councilmember Shoemaker?
yeah, I actually was going to say something similar to that. I think that we need to be really invested in changing the culture because, I want to, it sounds like getting rid of minimums isn't really going to change So I don't see like a downside to it either, that we can go ahead and get rid of those minimums, and then we can start focusing on, changing those market pressures to build parking and seeing how we can affect those things. But I agree that like, if we don't also like hand in hand build up the infrastructure for a transit, then we're not going to get to a place, it's just going to create like overflow with parking and things like that. Like every member of a family over the age of 16 needs to have a car to be able to, have any kind of autonomy in their lives right now. And I think we need to be focusing on building up that infrastructure for transit, which will then build up the ridership, because I don't think we can build up the ridership while there is no infrastructure. It's almost impossible for me, for example, from Merle Hay neighborhood to take a bus downtown. It takes me I'd have to plan for an hour of travel time, essentially. When in my car, it's 10 or 15 minutes. So I think that is going to be really important in this. I also do think, though, that we can have that pressure simultaneously with building up infrastructure on the market by looking at maximums, looking at, what can we do essentially to say, like, the market is asking to build parking here and there in the other place, where we realize it's not necessary because we have a lot of parking. What can we do to be like finding those agreements with current parking lots? And in that vein, I had a question, it might be a question for Jeff. Is there a way to be retroactive? And maybe that would be a zoning thing where we say like, we have like a bird's eye view of downtown is just concrete parking lots most of the time. Is there a way to like look at that and say, you have all of this parking and most of it's private, and retroactively some of that needs to become public or needs to be built on or something like that? And I'm assuming the answer is no, but I wanted to ask.
Well, it's not that the answer is no, the answer is how much you want to pay for.
Sure.
Because if you're going to do that, it wouldn't be through zoning, it'd be through eminent domain.
Okay.
So that would be, I think council, that's a valid public purpose, not to take it and give it to other economic development, but to take it for public use, that would be valid, but the city would have to pay for it.
Okay, thank you.
I would just like to point out that infrastructure for transit, it's not just the public infrastructure, the buses and the streets, it's the densification of the corridors
Right.
adjoining those transit routes that's going to give you the ridership that's going to sustain the bus service. So we have a long ways to go. It's called for in our PlanDSM, which we'll be talking about here in a minute, to densify those transit corridors and those nodes such as Merle Hay Mall and Southridge Mall, things like that, to increase ridership, which will help sustain and build our transit service.
So to try and, I think we're maybe through your slides. I don't know that there are additional questions. To try and wrap up or summarize at least what I've heard, I think there's a split, but maybe even split to a majority of the folks here who would like to see from a parking minimum, understanding that the market is going to be putting pressure in getting rid of parking minimums doesn't necessarily change what the market does, but it is a piece of sending a signal to the market. I think there's, I heard from council members Shoemaker and Voss, and I would count myself in that group today, willing to get rid of parking minimums. I heard a little more mixed or actual opposition from others. That's a split for direction, and so I think the manager will need to follow up with the mayor on that one to have a determination. I do think there's a broader interest. I didn't hear any objection to this idea of figuring out how we pursue more from a shared parking perspective, and maybe the exploration of parking maximums in a couple of, in some additional circumstances. I think it would be helpful to have more concrete recommendations in terms of the things that we can do as a council, whether that be in zoning, in development agreements, the tools that we have to advance the shared parking discussion. And I don't know if that needs to be in a future work session, but I think that's a next step in this discussion. Same with maybe recommendations for what would next steps potentially look like for additional parking maximum and where those things could go so that we could actually consider that step to and use that tool as potentially solving some of the issues that were highlighted. And so I'd like to maybe put that back to the manager to work with staff to help advance that discussion as a follow-up to this one. And then the third piece, I mean, there is talk about, we do in downtown, I think, have a lot of opportunity for the shared parking, given the parking structures that we do have and the surface lots that we do have. And so I know I've spent some time talking with economic development about what are opportunities to get those surface lots into economic development and take advantage of our shared resource. And I think it would be helpful to maybe have either a conversation or some recommendations on tools in that regard as well, because I think the abundance of surface lots downtown is also part of what's driving this. So that's kind of how I would try and wrap this up. If others have sort of final comments or
I just want
suggestions.
clarity on when you're talking about the surface parking lots that are owned by other people, the private parking lots? Okay, so, okay.
Correct. We don't
Okay.
have, although I would say right now is a particular moment. A number of folks have maybe been holding on to that, thinking that they were in the not too distant future, maybe going to build new
Redevelop.
facilities downtown and we'd have new buildings and that would be either needed. I think in the next few years, there may be opportunities to either get those surface lots in the hands of others who could use them for a higher, better purpose. And if we're not thinking about that right now, we're not going to be prepared to meet that moment. So I recognize that they're not in our control, but I do.
But that the strategy is to look at and work with them to develop them probably into other things,
Right.
other than a surface.
I'd like to get a little clarity around this. I mean, are we thinking about trying to acquire them publicly? Are we trying to work on them in an eminent domain perspective in the way that
I don't
legal
think we
discuss?
could, we cannot use eminent domain for that purpose because I think the goal would be to see these developed. So the idea is to think about what tools that we have and to be forward-thinking about how we help get surface lots into, particularly downtown, into vertical projects.
Yeah, I think the main concern, we are starting to see some of that. I think you are going to see some work on your agenda in the upcoming month or so that looks at some lots changing hands and put into productive use in a way that I didn't think we'd see, minus a pandemic. We'll call it a pandemic silver lining. So I think we are starting to see some of that happen in the marketplace. To some extent, it's a matter of market demand for the redevelopment opportunities. So, we've got a lot of redevelopment work going on right now between the Gateway area, I'll just go counterclockwise, between the Gateway area, the soccer stadium, Gray's Landing, Gray's Lake, we'll call south of Gray's Lake, Market District, Bridge District, Arena District. Those are a lot of surface parking areas. I always refer to surface parking as redevelopment opportunities. It's just a latent,
Right.
It's a latent redevelopment opportunity. But yet you have to have the market demand in order for the real estate values to be such that you can develop on them. So I'm not, I guess, just to make sure that we have a expectation level set here, I am not sure what our staff is supposed to do in order to advance that redevelopment opportunity ahead of a market condition.
Well,
I would think it would be to find out the interest. I'm looking at those down off of 8th Street, those big parking lots, right, 9th Street.
Yep.
So what is their, just to find informally, I would think, on what is the interest of long-term, what is people's intention. I do know that some of the public parking spot, or private parking spots, people don't want people parking there because of the maintenance, upkeep, all those kind of things. So that's why I think people are putting gates. I think we have to be.
There's some liability. There are some real
liabilities and
concerns.
stuff like that. So, but, yeah, I think we should be encouraging more upright if
well,
we can.
and I was going to say, one of the roles, I mean, I would hope we, and we maybe as a council need some, well, I'll speak for myself, I don't want to presume others, but I could certainly use some education in terms of where the market conditions are for some of those, what are the gaps. We have economic development tools that are appropriate to use to bridge the gap between current condition and the economic condition necessary if there is that market gap. And quite honestly, the goal with our economic development tools is to stop using them when the market demand exists and the market will take care of it. So it's thinking about how we use those to either fill a gap or nudge the market, because this is something that we want to see. And that's the piece of the thinking that I think I was trying to say would be helpful to hear from staff at this moment in time too.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I have a question as well about the discussion of like liability in public parking lots and not wanting people to park there. If there was an opportunity for like public use of private lots, if there was an agreement put into place for a specific lot, would that alleviate some of those concerns? Or maybe like expanding the park and ride system to certain public lots? Would that like create a situation where people would be more comfortable with people parking there, like using for more public use in a private lot?
If there was a transit use tied to that?
Yes, or just in general, if there was like an agreement with the city that this can be used for public parking, would that, some of that liability and upkeep be like on us?
Possibly. I mean, it'd be something to explore. We frankly have had quite a bit of resistance as we have talked to the private market about trying to share their surface parking lots.
Do you know where that resistance is coming from?
I would say, me personally, working with some of them in the East Village when we've had, shortage of parking, and you guys have played a role in that, they do not want their parking to be used off business hours, because then they're liable for anything that happens there, not to mention all the trash and everything that's left there over the weekend, and then they're paying to have that picked up. So there has been a considerable amount of pushback by allowing some of that. And that's just, that's their prerogative. They own the building, they own the parking, and, that is for their tenants. And even though their tenants aren't there, it's frustrating to see empty parking lots when we have big events down in the East Village and they're not allowed to, they have a security person sitting there. That's frustrating for all of us, but that is, that they paid for the parking lot, that's theirs, and we can't do anything about it. And we tried, and we've asked them to do that, and maybe Councilman Mandelbaum, when he takes over the East Village, will have more success than I did, but it's been a challenge.
Yeah.
Well, so, and that's where I think the recommendations, because it's harder to address these things retroactively, but having some standards and best practices for what we do when there is, because there are a number of these properties that are in front of us, there will continue to be properties that come in front of us, and addressing and having having some expectations on the shared parking piece, I think would go a long way in improving this and helping set the expectation. I think sometimes when we ask, people are more willing, particularly when they're coming to us, and when we ask at the front end, when they're coming on a development agreement, than they are on the back end when we ask and there's nothing that they need.
That is absolutely true, though I will say, one of the hardest discussions in negotiations is shared parking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sort of inexplicable to me.
We've had that.
But it is one of the hardest discussions, and our development agreements reflect that. So in the instance of the lot that's immediately across from Federal Home Loan Bank, that was one where there was a development agreement. Our language in there, in that agreement, has, it pretty much says, if this is problematic for you, you need to give us notice. And that was basically the way that we got people over the hump. It's sort of like that pilot project mentality. Try it, we think it'll be okay. And so far it has been. But we have those languages built into a number of our agreements, and they seem to be working fine, but it's only with a number of caveats that people have been able to get comfortable with them.
Right.
I wonder, I don't know if there's interest on the rest of the council, but I would be curious to know, like, if there was a possibility for agreements on some of these private lots for them to be used, like, essentially be used and managed by the city, like, after hours or on weekends or something like that, like, if that would alleviate some of that liability, is saying, like,
I think they would still, like, if something would happen in the
We'd
parking
get
lot.
sued.
Well, I think not only we could possibly have that issue of being sued, but definitely the property owner, if something would happen, they would definitely be sued for something like that, even if we took over some type of management. I don't, and I can look to our legal, I think that if something would happen, the owner of that property in that parking lot would be liable for anything that would happen there.
okay.
I guess what is the main reason they say they don't want to share? Is it maintenance, liability, combination of both?
I think that would help.
Yeah, I think it's a combination. It's
I
sort of
just
just
wanna make sure.
it's sort of like a private
their
private
private
properties
Issue.
issue.
If I can just put my input, being on Board of Adjustment, this came before us all the time, on Board of Adjustment, because somebody would come in and there wasn't enough parking, and at that time, we had to have minimum parking, and we'd say, well, go talk to to your neighbor who's got a surface lot, but there's too many issues. I clearly remember, one guy down here in East Village, he said, I come in on Monday morning and it's full of beer bottles and vomit and, all kinds of trash that he has to pay for to clean up. And he said, this is my lot, I own it, it's not for public use. I have it there for my employees. And I don't think you're going to get that cooperation. And if I fall and break my leg getting out of my car there, that property owner is going to get sued.
Okay. Well, thank you for the robust discussion on that. Mike, I think you get
The door prize?
All right, Josh, you're behind. Let's go.
So we are now over our allotted time for both presentations, so I'll try and be very brief on PlanDSM, but
Oh, you still have more? Holy cow, okay.
Do you have a
just
treat
just real
for
quick,
us for break time?
PlanDSM, pardon?
Do you have treats for break time? or-
I did not bring them. I can go get some, please.
Go ahead.
Some Red Bull?
So PlanDSM was adopted in 2016. That's our city's comprehensive plan. And I know in a past council discussion, there was comment about all these plans, DSMs. How does this all relate? We have tried to keep this chart up to date as we've adopted these individual plans to communicate how this is all related and all coordinated in its effort. So again, PlanDSM was the overall comprehensive plan for the city, broad goal statements, objectives of where we want to be in 2040.
And we did that
2016
Yep.
was adopted, so 6 years ago.
Yep.
Guide DSM was working at the same time, but that's the council's strategic plan, and that is really intended to be council identifying the highest priorities to be implemented on an annual budget basis to move forward. And so you took numerous things from PlanDSM and made those priorities, funded them, and got those projects done in the last 6 years. And some of those are listed on this. You'll see zoning and design codes accomplished. We finally accomplished the first comprehensive rewrite of the code in 55 years. Move DSM is the city's transportation master plan, the first in the city, standalone first transportation plan for the city of Des Moines. That has had major impacts on things that you've discussed, sidewalk extensions in this community, coordination of making our facilities more complete streets. All of those efforts that you're seeing on a routine basis as far as capital expenditures are supported and have been implemented on the basis of PlanDSM and Move DSM. Underneath Move DSM is Connect Downtown. That was a sub-area plan that was done just for the downtown area, talking about walkability, and we're implementing provisions of that as well. When you look at node and corridor development, Invest DSM is one component of that. We also have other initiatives that are being accomplished outside of those core special areas that were identified in Invest DSM. So we're continuing to work on corridor redevelopment, nodes outside of those areas. Live DSM was a Parks and Rec master plan that was done. And then you have your CIP and operating budgets, again, where you're making individual decisions that are based on all these plans. So I guess my main point with just this slide is how they all relate, but recognize that in 6 years, we have probably accomplished more planning efforts that have moved this city forward than at any time in the history of the city of Des Moines in 6 years. And it's a credit to the council for prioritizing and funding those objectives, and that's the result of that. So specifically implementation of PlanDSM, again, was adopted in April of 2016. There is an actual implementation section of the report. It's page 85. There were near-term and intermediate actions identified in that plan. It's now 6 years old. And the actions and the plans, or the actions that were identified for implementation, they're challenging. I can tell you, the zoning code was the most challenging project I've worked on in my career. There's
Still challenging.
no doubt. It is still challenging. It is ongoing, right? We told
Mike,
you.
6 years ago, you had no gray hair.
You know, you're right.
Neither one
I've
of
seen
us
the
had
pictures.
none.
I've seen the
known you for
pictures.
a
My
long,
wife
long
points it out
time.
to me all the time.
Neither
And
one
my
of us
kids.
did, but-
So anyway, the point being that we said it's an evolving document. It is an evolving document. We continue to make revisions to it. But just doing a comprehensive rewrite was a massive undertaking. So all actions are not equal in the plan. There are some that are easier to do and some that are harder to do. But regardless, the point is that we've made substantial success, we've had substantial success in implementation to date. And again, at the conference I was at last week, we are ahead of the curve nationally in what other cities are doing, much larger cities than us. Individual issues, parking minimums, that, maybe we're behind. But if you look across the nation at what people are doing, they're recognizing that we have an overabundance of commercial for the number of rooftops that we have. There's consolidation of commercial that's occurring nationally. Call it the Amazon effect. Is it killing retail? No, retail's consolidating. And when you look at what other cities are doing, they're focused on densifying their transit corridors and trying to get housing density around nodes of commercial where there's still remnants of viable commercial that can be strengthened by more rooftops. And that is exactly what our plan has been calling for 6 years. There are other cities that are just starting to recognize that, much larger than Des Moines. So I applaud the council and the past councils for recognizing that and moving us forward with PlanDSM. This is just a listing. It's in the presentation, so you'll have it. I tried to group things that are completed and still in progress. Obviously, our lists of completed are longer than the remaining items in the implementation plan, but obviously there's some that are just multifaceted. So You can see the codes, all of those plans that were listed in the chart, streetscape initiatives, facility assessments, and upgrades to emergency communications. In progress are node and corridor plans. That's going to be an ongoing thing. I don't know that that's ever going to be completed. That's well beyond 2040. We'll still be working on nodes and corridor plans, right? Infill development reprogram. We have more land than we know what to infill with right now. That will be well beyond 2040 in this plan, but it's an ongoing activity. The fire accreditation and level of service. I just attended yesterday the kickoff of the stakeholder meetings to identify priorities for that. So all of these things happening. On the green codes, I just want to point out that there has been a lot of discussion at the state about preemption of our building codes. And so far, I think this legislative session, that issue,
Don't say it.
we don't know. It's not over yet. But we're trying, we're willing to look at these things, but you have to recognize that we're also, oftentimes, it's an uphill battle on a daily basis because we're constantly defending what we have and what we're trying to accomplish. So those were some of the intermediate or near-term actions. On the intermediate actions, again, our completed list, much longer than our in-progress list. But, I think key things out of these intermediate actions have really centered on our civil human rights advances that we've made as a city. We hired our first social equity, or equity coordinator at the city, equity officer. We have a services team, equity services team on staff. They hired a community relations specialist that's helping communicate with underrepresented populations. The Breaking Bread Building Bridges initiative was a huge effort by our human rights staff and commission. And then our liaisons, that all of those staff provide liaisons for non-English speaking residents in Des Moines. That was a huge part of Live DSM, the equity component. And I would say that social equity chapter in PlanDSM, again, was one of the first in the country. Des Moines was one of the first in the country to adopt a social equity chapter as part of their comprehensive plan. And it's played out in what we've done in the last 6 years. And I don't think that can be under celebrated as a city, that we are making good efforts and have a vision. In progress, again, for those intermediate actions include a bicycle trail master plan update, various things. But I would point out, you've approved and we have under contract a consultant for our historic preservation plan that's on that ongoing list. And again, climate action plan is underway. So they're in progress. I would say the pandemic certainly has affected all of us, and it's affected our progress on things, but it hasn't stopped it as a city. We've continued to make progress over those, even through the pandemic, to implement this plan. With that, I'll take any questions or comments that you have about the plan.
Yeah, I do think this reflects a tremendous amount of work, and a number of the items are things that if you watch or attend these quarterly sessions that have been on past quarterly sessions, we'll see updates on future quarterly sessions. The planning work, I think it's time intensive, but it is incredibly important because it guides, and you see this work reflected in the items that come to council on a weekly basis. And so providing the framework and sticking to the framework and implementing recommendations and action steps from plans is a particularly important way for us to be as effective as we can be as a city. So I appreciate the effort and the update. Council members, additional questions or comments on this item?
I was wondering about the strategic plan side of it, so that's kind of our business. We haven't done a strategic plan since 2015. I know there had been discussion, at least minimal discussion, about looking at doing a new strategic plan, I think that it could be a good practice to get a strategic plan every 2 years or so.
Yeah, if I could, great questions. So I too was wondering if it wouldn't be helpful to refresh the strategic plan. And in doing so, recognize I wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to bring to council discussions on governance generally and what the role of the council is with boards and commissions, because we've had quite a bit of conversation about the different roles of our boards and commissions. And so I thought it would be helpful to have a conversation first about governance and then even civility and how to deal with, a lot of the advocacy that we do have coming to us from the community. And so those all have to work together, boards and commissions, the general public, and then the decision-making by the council. So there's a consultant right now reaching out to all of the council to ask about desire to have me structure that for you and those conversations. So I'm hopeful to have those results in the next couple of weeks and see where that leads with first setting that stage with governance and then really kind of starting afresh with some of the strategic plan because an awful lot of it's been accomplished.
Yeah, and just a quick comment. I was here from the very beginning. I think that was one of your goals is when we hired you to do this.
Actually requirements.
Yeah, to do the strategic planning. So I remember sitting and answering the questions and going through that. But I believe the mayor and I are the only two left when that started. So I think, hats off to you for getting us. It does take some time. It does take some planning. But, we have accomplished quite a bit since then. But, yeah, I think it would be time to possibly take a look at it and see how we can, obviously the council's changed in some priorities. We've accomplished a lot of the things that we've talked about. And we adopted it in 2016, but we started working on it in 2015, I believe. Multiple days like this where we would just sit down at a round table and go through it and prioritize what our priority was and how that was consistent with the rest of the council. And I believe there was a lot of give and take there. And I believe that we should probably do the same thing again. And I think the governance portion of that you mentioned would probably be, would be really good for all of us.
I just want to say I would be supportive of that. I know we had one meeting when Josh and I first got on, and then we have not done anything since then. So I think it's important that we continue to look at how we run our daily business, but also what the plans on going forward, and we should be updating them more often. So I am very supportive of, hopefully, I know I've talked to the consultant, I don't know if everyone else has. I would encourage you, if you got the call, to do it so we can maybe get this process started sooner than later.
Yeah. I echo the comments. I do think a refresh on the strategic plan there are a number of us who inherited pieces of it and were able to provide input on the plans and the execution, but I do think it's time to look at that big picture and do a refresh there. So, and then I do hope that we can have that broader governance and public interaction, civility conversation, because I think those pieces are necessary too. So I had a good conversation with the consultant, and hopefully others did as well. Any other comments? All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I believe our next item is the DART art presentation, and we've got two presenters. This is, I think, the first opportunity folks will have to meet Lauren Koloff, who is the new executive director of the Avenues.
It's on here.
And so she's sort of hitting the ground running on a lot of different things with the Avenues. This is a nice piece. It has, I think, a tie-in to some of the other conversations we were having
I
about
saved them on the screen.
our corridors and building the infrastructure for the transit system that we need to be successful. It's a piece of what we've seen, I think, in a couple other corridors. And then I know we also have Matt Harris here from DART, and they're going to tag team the presentation. It just so folks know, I think I'm going to suggest we do this presentation and then maybe take a 10-minute break after this presentation to recharge and let everyone sort of catch up before we continue with the following presentation. So with that, unless the manager has anything to say, I'll turn it over to Lauren.
I already taught a yoga class this morning. I was going to ask if you guys wanted to stand up and stretch.
I already did.
Yeah, you're welcome anytime, Wednesday morning. I might. Yeah, thank you, Josh. I'm Lauren Koloff. I'm the Executive Director of the Avenues of Ingersoll and Grand, and like you mentioned, I'm joined here by Matt Harris from DART. So I'm going to sort of give you an overview about the DART ART shelters that we have planned on our corridor, and if you have any DART-specific questions, Matt is happy to answer as well. So to get started, maybe you've seen these shelters hopefully in other parts of the city, and we're really excited to have them on Ingersoll. We have 8 shelters planned so far. It was mentioned earlier that Route 60, very popular route, so DART thought that our corridor would be a great place to bring these ART shelters. They're currently planned, as you can see on the map, at the 2100, 2300, 2600, and 2900 blocks of Ingersoll. And installation will take place in coordination with the multi-phase streetscape project timeline. So I'm sure you've noticed Ingersoll is under construction currently. So as those parts of the street...
For like 2 years?
A little bit longer than that. As that streetscape comes online, so will the ART shelters. So we've got something to look forward to.
We're going to have a conversation about that.
Oopsies.
That's going to go on.
Okay, so if you haven't seen the shelters lately, this is what they look like. This is the one near Drake University. Ours will look just like this. It'll have the 3 ART panels on the back and then the 2 clear sides. If you're really interested about the locations, I have them listed there. And this beautiful diagram can show you where the bus shelter will be placed on the streetscape. So it's going to be in front of the raised bike lane, so right on the street. And the little yellow rectangle? Yeah, the little orange box. Yeah. This slide shows where we are in the process. I actually joined the Avenues at the very end of January. So this process was already moving by the time I joined the organization. Art Shelter Group Planning, my Arts and Culture Committee helped with the art concept development. DART has reviewed and approved the shelters, and just last week we got approval from the Des Moines Public Art Foundation. And just to note that DART staff is finalizing all the documentation. I know that there is still some legal documents that need to be formed on easements, engineering, and all that, so Matt's team has that covered. So next step, after we get City Council approval, we will order the ART shelters, hopefully in May, and they take a couple months to fabricate, and hopefully we'll see them on the street this fall, fingers crossed.
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
Who pays for the bus shelters? Is that the Avenues paying for, or DART?
So Matt can talk about the first part of the payment.
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to speak to that question. So for all of our art shelter locations, they essentially represent a stack of different funding sources that include DART operating funds, federal transit funds that comprise our capital budget, grant funding from the Des Moines area MPO, some targeted funding from the city of Des Moines, as well as a funding partnership we have with Bravo Greater Des Moines, which is helping support the upcharge costs to incorporate the public art concepts into the glass panels.
So DART through different sources of funding.
Correct, yeah. So our goal of bringing these projects to especially the neighborhoods themselves was to bring as much of this process as turnkey as possible and to place as minimal a financial burden on these organizations and neighborhoods as possible.
And Matt, your part of the maintenance of them. So like if one of those, I believe on Southwest Ninth, we've got one of those that are, it's been busted out.
Correct, yeah. So once they're installed, they become DART property, and so they are maintained by DART. With the incorporation of public art, as we go forward with each of these projects, we are inviting some cost sharing to support the potential replacement cost for glass panes that may be damaged over time. But by and large, the maintenance is largely absorbed by DART.
What are those glass panes? How much, what is the cost for one of those? 'Cause there's been one been missing.
Yeah, they vary. So from a standard clear glass panel, that's going to be approximately $1,000 or so per pane. Incorporating public art into that is going to increase that,
This one
certainly.
doesn't have public art, but
Yep.
I would consider, I'd appreciate it if you take a look at that one.
Yeah.
It's in front of Park Avenue School that does need replaced.
Sure, yeah, I know our facilities team is aware of that, but I'll make sure to underscore
Okay,
that with them.
thank you.
So yeah, that's certainly, as these locations become higher profile with the addition of public art, certainly the maintenance of them becomes higher profile as well, too. So that's something we'll continue to work through to make sure that we're managing DART's maintenance budget effectively, while also leveraging resources of the local community to help take pride and ownership in these.
Can you
in these
follow up with me
projects.
when that'll be
Yeah.
repaired? That'd be great.
Yep.
All right, any other questions on the timeline? Okay. All right, so how the concepts were selected. So like I mentioned, I just joined the Avenues at the end of January. So prior to that, the Arts and Culture Committee collaborated with DART to invite artists to submit art shelter concepts. And the sort of theme that we were going with for the Avenues was people, places, and pathways. So in coordination with the DART artist roster, preference was given to artists that had local or Iowa connections. And then we selected finalists, and from there, the public engagement process included the Avenues Board of Director, the Arts and Culture Committee, and me with a clipboard walking up and down Ingersoll asking people for their opinions, which some people were it was really fun to engage with people and hear their thoughts, because I myself am not an art expert, so it was fun to get other people's opinions. Luckily, we were able to keep it super hyper local. We ended up selecting concepts from Mary Jones and Karen Strobing. Both of them have actually had art on our corridor before, and so it's really cool, and they both have Des Moines connections. And the way that we're going to stage them on the street is that each artist will have 2 pairs of art shelters, and they'll kind of be like looking across from one another. So like 2 Karens, 2 Marys, sort of like that. The concepts we ended up selecting, I'll just go down the street here, start going east to west. So we thought Mary Jones's work was like perfect for the Avenues. Literally people, places, pathways. So you can see her sort of like exaggerated figures and maps. And like if you look closely, you're like, oh, is that the Woodland Cemetery? Oh, is that downtown? And it's meant to be like inspired by real, but if you like look at it closely, it's not. So it's very cool, and so we thought her art would be a great welcome to the corridor on the 2100 and the 2300 block. So those are the selections from Mary. And then next, Karen. Karen's work is very recognizable. A lot of people, even just looking at the concepts, are like, is that Karen Strobing? And so her designs are full of life and color and energy, and so we selected some more floral designs for the 2600 block, and then at the 2900 block, the signature Karen Strobing like checkers are seen in both of those shelter designs, and her cat is also a signature of hers. So those are the concepts we selected. And that is the end of my presentation, unless anyone has any other questions. I can go back to this map.
I have a couple of questions for Matt, but.
Sure.
Sure, go ahead.
And very nice. I get it. It's very nice. It's appealing. It looks good. It's great.
Great.
I have been trying for 5 years just to get the grass cut over for bus stops in my neighborhood.
Sure.
I've been trying. I have pictures that I have sent to DART. I have sent them to people where my residents have to go through 2 feet of snow in the winter to get to a bus stop. That's very frustrating. It's frustrating for my residents who depend, many of them are in workforce housing along Hubble, and there's no safe place. I think a private developer actually paid for one of the bus stops, and we're thankful for that. But I know 5 years ago, we were given a map and said, here's where all the bus shelters are. And at that time, they were going to be evenly distributed among the wards. I don't know if that ever happened. I know I talked to the city manager years ago, and he said, check with DART. I never really heard anything. What I'm asking for today is if we can get from DART exactly where the bus shelters are in our neighborhoods and what the plan is for additional shelters in the wards, in the neighborhoods. The art is great. I love it. Don't get me wrong. But when you got to go through 2 feet of snow just to get to a bus stop, they're not really looking at the art, guys. They just want safe route. True. And Elizabeth herself told me it is not DART's responsibility to clear the snow or mow the grass, but many of these are on, empty, vacant corridors. I don't know how to get it resolved.
Sure. Yeah, great question. Two comments in there. So on the snow removal, certainly that is an annual topic of high priority. So, and Elizabeth was correct in regard that with more than 1,700 bus stops throughout the region, DART partners with the local property owners where those stops are located for snow removal and upkeep. Of those 1,700 where we have shelters, certainly those are a priority as well.
Can I interrupt you for
Sure,
a minute? You
yeah.
said DART works with the property owners.
Yeah.
That's the first time I've ever heard that. Are you telling me that you reach out to those property owners on Hubble Avenue to remind them that they need to mow and shovel, because most of those are owned by registered agents on the Secretary of State site? I've tried. There's no.
Yeah. It's an imperfect process with that shared responsibility. So certainly working closely with our member governments from snow removal standpoint, and then property owners for snow removal, it's an imperfect process to manage that.
I will also, add on to that, because similarly, I'm concerned about MLK, where it's residential. Are you talking to residential homeowners that have a bus stop in front of their house?
Yeah, so I think that we have interest from volunteer organizations to partner on snow removal, but certainly those locations that are owned by businesses and commercial interest, of course, that's easier to coordinate for that snow removal. But we know even in the instance where the snow removal is fulfilled and maintained, one pass from a plow can undo that snow removal. So I think there's always room for improvement in how that process is managed and how DART makes property owners aware of those responsibilities and the shared responsibility that we have in maintaining and removing snow from those. So this is feedback that I can certainly bring back to the DART team, continue to underscore, and then follow up accordingly. In addition to your earlier question and comment about the location and number of shelters, that's information that we can easily glean and compile to provide as far
I
as
would like that information.
stop locations as well as planned shelter locations by ward.
I would like to add on to that, if it's okay with Linda. I want to know which stops are paved as well, because
Which stops are
paved. There's shelters, there's paved, and then there's just straight grass.
Yep.
And I also would like to add on to the MLK discussion. This is an area where there's not a place for snow to go, and there's not paved bus stops. And people end up walking in the street. So this is an issue for us as well as for DART. But I wonder if we need to be. You mentioned working with the local governments as well. I remember this discussion from last year and the year before. The conversation has always just kind of been, it's not DART's responsibility, it's not the city of Des Moines' responsibility, so if it doesn't get plowed, or if it doesn't get shoveled, it's just too bad the property owner was supposed to do it. And it seems like this is a system that's not working, and that we need to explore other options.
Absolutely worth exploration and additional follow-up. So that's a message that I'm happy to carry back to the team and bring back a report on and update on. And certainly we can work with you, Councilmember Amanda Baum, and City Manager Sanders to coordinate that response and follow-up.
Can we get a report in 30 days, 60 days? And a plan in place? I guess I would just like to know what the plan is going to be.
From a snow removal standpoint specifically?
Snow removal, grass, I mean, I've
Well-
got plenty of pictures I could share.
Sure. That's
When-
certainly something that we would work with the DART Commission on and
Well,
make sure and prioritize.
yeah, and let me, there are a couple of pieces. I mean, in one piece, I don't know that this has been mentioned relative to the shelters, but there is a plan from the shelters and locations that have been identified, and we're going through based on available funding and getting more shelters built. One of the advantages, the shelters are targeted at stops, high-traffic stops, and at those stops, when there is a shelter in place, DART takes care of the maintenance, including snow removal at shelter sites. So that will be an improvement. One of the things that was discussed, the enforcement piece is challenging. We probably need to have a discussion, and this is maybe where DART could help identify the next tier of high-traffic stops, and particularly look at the high-traffic stops that don't have any sort of pad. And that's the piece where once you get a pad, it makes snow removal easier and a responsibility for the snow removal when you have that pavement a little bit clearer. And so if the city wants to help facilitate that process, I think we need a discussion about what we're doing, and if we include some additional pads as part of our, maybe our sidewalk program or in a piece of our infrastructure to help address that and make transit more accessible. And again, like we do with the sidewalks, prioritize that based on traffic. But I know DART staff is, doing what they can and are very much engaged. The challenge is 1,700 stops and property owners that don't always engage.
I would love to explore that as well.
Carl and then Connie?
Two questions for you. In broad strokes, what's a glass shelter like this without the art on it, just plain vanilla shelter, what's the cost?
Approximately $25,000.
$25,000. And so is there a little bit of this, if you build it, they will come? I mean, does a shelter bring more ridership?
Great question. So twofold. So where shelters are located are going to be at, as Councilmember Amanda Baum mentioned, at our higher ridership stops. Because of the level of investment in that infrastructure and the longevity of that infrastructure, we want to make sure we're putting at a stop that's going to see 20 people a day versus a stop that's going to see 2 people a day, for instance, in the interest of managing funds appropriately. As far as fueling ridership, we know from our riders that shelters are one of the most requested service amenities that we can bring them and provide them. So absolutely, it's in direct response to customer feedback, but we also know that it inherently makes that stop more accessible because it brings with it an enhanced pedestrian environment with cement padding, with other amenities. So it's going to make that stop more desirable, more accessible, safer, and more appealing for the streetscape overall. So those are our best ways and tactics in the instance of the physical stop itself to encourage ridership at that location.
Thank you.
Yep.
Getting back to kind of tying with that is, do we have too many bus stops? I mean, I know there's I know in Switzerland when my daughter lived there, Zurich, you had certain areas, maybe you had to walk a couple blocks to the one better I mean, it was a full-fledged shelter, everything. So instead of all the in-between, where there's one on every block going down Hubble, I mean, should there not be a consolidation and a better facility? So you might have to walk a little bit, but you would have a better shelter. I don't know. I don't know if you guys look at that.
Yeah, we do
instead
look
of
at that,
having-
and I would defer to that expertise of my
Yeah,
planning
I
department
don't-
colleagues, but I can say that in that case, certainly the land use and the density of the location is going to directly inform the frequency of the stop
Right,
placement.
based on the history of.
Yeah, so it's going
Just
to be,
saying.
we're going to look at, a quarter mile or so between, in some cases, between like access to a stop in more dense areas like the Ingersoll corridor, for instance. The type and use and the level of ridership there is more conducive to a higher frequency
Right.
of stops.
I'm just saying,
Yep.
if we're trying to do a better shelter, if it's a block away, maybe consolidate two and
Yep,
do something. I don't know if I would say, I assume you look at that all the time, but
absolutely.
just based on what I experienced.
Yep, it's a balance of all of those factors.
That could always create an opportunity to like relocate those stops to areas where there should be more stops.
Right.
You could do yeah.
either way.
Yeah.
Some might need more, some less.
Yeah.
Other questions?
I'm excited about more art shelters. I think they're great.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are too.
They're so cool.
We just appreciate the opportunity to collaborate, not just with the avenues, but all of our neighborhood partners and member jurisdictions, because this is one part of a larger regional initiative. So we just appreciate the opportunity to really speak to all those elements you were talking about in your earlier conversation and see them in action in this way. So
Well,
just appreciate the support.
Yeah, and I know it was called out specifically, but the art shelters would not be possible without Bravo. And this is a great way to incorporate public art into a practical amenity that enhances our transit system in a really meaningful way. So there are a lot of partners who've made this possible, and it's great to see this moving forward on the avenues. It's been on the 6th, this is, I think, our third art shelter location. It started on the 6th Avenue corridor and the University corridor as well. So this is a great piece. Matt, I was going to maybe put you on the spot.
Sure.
For a different piece at the end of, and save a little time on the end of our agenda. Do you want to speak at all to some of the all-access partnerships? Because you're,
Sure.
While we have you here, we've done some things, again, talking back to our development agreements, we've worked to try and do more from an all-access perspective and maybe just give very high level to make sure council knows what's going on and how some of those new partnerships, kind of innovative partnerships, are working out.
Sure, yeah, happy to. So what he's referring to is DART has really our flagship partnership program is our unlimited access program. This is where businesses, employers, universities, et cetera, can partner with DART to provide a free unlimited access transit benefit to their employees, to their stakeholders. So we have a number of those types of partnerships with some of the usual suspects, Principal, Nationwide, et cetera, employers, major employers, as well as most of the institutions of higher education here locally. And where I would say we've seen growing interest is from private developers who are looking at building multifamily residential market rate, affordable housing organizations and projects that want to bring a transit benefit and amenity to their people and to their residents. The city of Des Moines has been a leader in really identifying those types of projects and bringing them to DART, to us, to say, hey, we have a project coming before the city. We're interested in partnering with you and partnering with DART to help our people have access to a transportation benefit. We've had a lot of success with some of those types of projects. Newberry Living has been one, Common Properties has been one, Ritma Properties, and we've had a number of conversations with other developers as well. And so that's just an opportunity for us to think about access to transportation and mobility earlier on in the development conversation, which we can all agree is more cost-effective and more beneficial for everybody if we're thinking about it earlier on. And so we just appreciate the council and city staff's ability to raise that topic in the development process and really save DART that first step of the cold call, if you will, to bring up transportation as a topic in the development conversation. So those have been successful conversations to date, and it just helps raise awareness for these projects as they consider how the people they're bringing to these projects are accessing the amenities of our community and leveraging access to public transportation in addition to multimodal efforts region-wide. So does that help answer that question?
Yeah, and I know there's been great feedback. I mean, I've got positive feedback. I know Newberry has done that with some of theirs. We're going to see, I think, some of the redevelopment projects along the avenues. We're getting some participation there. I believe Conlin Properties has also voluntarily participated in that. So it's just another piece to be aware of and a way that we are helping enhance transit access in a way that's complementary to a number of the other pieces that are ongoing. And so I was going to mention that during our later piece, but while you were here, Matt, I thought it was better to come from you. So,
And I just want to say Conlon made that investment in that program.
Correct.
And he also paid for bus shelters so the people that live in his workforce housing complex have shelters. And that, I mean, the developer paid for that.
Yeah, it's in those types of situations, it's very helpful for developers to have skin in the game in that respect, to bring that amenity to their tenants, to their residents, because it's just a win-win across the board. It makes a cost-effective use of the infrastructure that's already there, and then it allows the developer to promote that amenity to their tenants and residents. So it's a win-win and a shared investment for shared outcomes.
great. Well, thank you guys. And with that, I think I'm going to suggest we take about a 10-minute break and maybe get started back with our next presentation at 10:45. Give folks a chance to stretch and refresh.
No?
Actually, David was just here. Let me.
David,
Oh,
there
there
we
we
go.
go.
And
Okay.
In a brief pause.
Okay, yeah, good to go, Mayor Pro Tem?
we're good?
All right. All right, thanks once again for spending time with us today. This is going to be a very informative presentation. As you're well aware, council members and the public, we have engaged Public Works LLC to assist the city in data collection and reporting out to the public, as well as internally, police and law enforcement data. This topic is actually going to coordinate well with the conversation this morning in recognition that we want to do more strategic planning throughout the entire city. And so you're also going to hear about code enforcement and the data collection in that respect as well. And so within all these city efforts, you really have to start with, are you building your policies with good data? And do we have the software and the staff expertise in place to provide that great information and data to then meld, to draft our policies, to get that public input? And that was a big piece of what we asked Public Works LLC to do as well, is to get that public input as it pertains to data collection and reporting. And I keep saying that because there's much more phases, several more phases for us to go through to actually implement the data piece and then be able to react to what we find within that data and the information that that shares. So, again, we've got a very large report, but a reminder that this report is for the city manager's office and the police department to work through. As always is the case, we invite consultants to come in and give us their professional opinions on recommendations. We will then work through that as staff and come back to council to let you know which elements, which recommendations we're actually following up on and the timelines of those. So that work would be what would come next. So I guess without further ado, I want to tell Eric and Linda that's on the.
I believe so. Linda, you there?
Can you hear us, Linda?
Yes, I am.
Okay. We've got Linda on the phone also from Public Works LLC. I'll go ahead and turn it over, and thank you very much, Eric.
All right, well, thank you. And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, it's nice to be here today and see all of you. I just want to note at the outset that I actually am here today on business travel and am contributing to your hotel occupancy and hotel tax.
We appreciate that.
So
We're paying you to do that. I don't know if that counts.
It does count.
Okay.
well, somewhere along the way, it's coming back to you.
All right, thanks.
So anyway, it's good to be here today. I have with me in spirit, at least here, Dr. Linda Rhodes, who helped lead this project, and I'm not sure if Lucy Tuckman is on the phone as well, but Dr. Rhodes will be doing most of the presentation. I'm more or less just here to move the slides along. To reiterate something that the city manager said, we know that this project originated with a wide array of concerns about the potential of racially disparate law and code enforcement in the city. And people are eager to get the answer to what is the extent of that, if any. And I'm not here to give you that answer. I'm here to give you an answer for this study, which was how can you get to that answer, which involves, as the city manager said, the collection of data and its proper analysis, making it transparent and allowing for community input in all of this so that you can have an agreed set of facts that everybody recognizes is accurate and that you can then build your policies off of. So that was the point of this study, was how can you lay that data foundation so that you have the information you need in order to come to conclusions and develop policies out of that. So what we'll be talking about today on both the law enforcement and the code enforcement side is what is the state of the infrastructure in the city now as to data collection and management and analysis. Where do you go from there? So let me see if I can make this thing work right. Yeah, so there were 5 main elements to the RFP, what we were asked to do. And 4 of those are on this slide. We were tasked with looking at what the current state of data collection and analysis is within the city. Then looking at best practices from around the country and recommendations from groups that study these issues on both the code enforcement and law enforcement side to put together for you some idea of what the ideal state would be for data collection and analysis in these areas, and then essentially perform a gap analysis. What's the difference between the existing state and the city and what the ideal state would be? And that's the needs assessment portion of each of the chapters of the report that you have, and then ultimately what recommendations flow from that. The 5th element of this, which was really essential to having this project go right, was very wide-ranging stakeholder engagement, which included elected officials such as yourselves, a broad cross-section of the community, members of the city staff who are engaged in both law enforcement and code enforcement activities here within the city, a wide range of neighborhood groups and community participants and so forth. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to Linda, who's going to talk more about the community engagement process and what we went through to get to this analysis, and give you a quick synopsis of each of the chapters in the report as to what we found on the current state, ideal state, the gap and needs, and then our recommendations. So Linda, if you can hear this, why don't you pick up? We're on the engage the community slide.
Okay, great. And I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, good morning. We're really excited about making this presentation today and to share with you what we learned throughout this entire process. And as Eric had said, community engagement was to be a very critical piece that would be informing us all throughout the entire process of doing this. And as you can see on that slide, it began with getting a list from the city of the different organizations in the community, the business community, nonprofit, advocacy groups, faith-based groups, and education. And so we started off with that list and then developed doing key informant interviews, and we did about 50 of those. And we also did focus groups. 2 of them were in person, and then the others were virtual. And with that, we probably reached about 80 people with that focus group, and then we launched a survey that was distributed by the mayor, and it was sent to all of the organizations that we've identified, also to all the heads of the neighborhood associations. And what we asked everyone when we sent out that email was that please feel free to share this with your colleagues, your members, and to get them involved. So overall, we had 207 respondents, and with the survey, you're going to see throughout the report a number of tables on areas that we could quantify their answers, and also invested quite a bit in terms of the open comments, because we felt this is something where you really do gain some very, I think, enlightening insights throughout the whole process. And then we did a separate one for code enforcement, and each one of them were unique in terms of the kinds of questions that we were going to ask, and got 51 respondents with that. Well, we also thought it was very important to engage, and this was both with the neighborhood services and with the DMPD, because what we want to make sure as we were analyzing that whole current state in terms of the platforms and how they're collecting the data, what data they are collecting, that it would always be important that we're vetting this along the way to make sure that we did interpret what they had told us they were doing. And the other things, we had one of our members who also did key informant interviews of police officers in the department. And at different times we would interview as we learned different kinds of reports. I know we got pretty involved in the mental health front to learn more on that area. And so we would be talking to different staff people within those departments, whatever the heads were, and also talked a good deal to IT, which we're working with both of them. And then also use that as a chance to review and do any fact-checking, again, to make sure that we got the facts correctly. What I'd like to do now is to talk about, well, how do we frame this project. Data can be, especially nowadays with big data and machine learning and all of these huge data sets, it can be overwhelming. And so we really took a look at just the whole nature of data and created a concept map, we call it, and an actual framework to become the skeleton or the infrastructure for this entire project, and identified that there were 4 major attributes of data. The first one is it needs to be accountable. And so that's determining what are we counting, when are we counting it, and how are we collecting that data. And we need to make sure that it's reliable, it has a test of validity and accuracy. And so that's the first attribute with data. The second one is it needs to be analytic, that you're able to get the information in ways that you can merge different data sets. But the whole thing with analytic is it's learning what is the data telling us, how are we interpreting it. And after you've looked at it in terms of it being analytic, especially now in the public sector, the data needs to be transparent. It presents in its transparency a real opportunity to bring different groups together to openly discuss that data and bring different insights in terms of the interpretation of what the patterns, or even knowing what questions to ask with regard to really understanding and analyzing that data. So then it also needs to be transparent, and then it needs to be actionable, and that's why we're all here today. It's not just how to report on all of this data and how it's collected and what the different platforms are, but it's learning what are the insights that we're going to gain from the data we're collecting. How are we going to collaborate with that and then make this into action, that we're going to act on what we're learning. So those were the overarching attributes that we designed the whole project on. And so, and that determined either the kinds of questions that we were going to ask with the survey. It determined how we were going to do the research in terms of the current practices, and you'll see it's how that whole report is actually framed. And then we took each of those attributes when we looked at it for the police department, and we did what Eric had said was a scope of work. So that was applied, what is the current state with this, and what are some promising practices that go into an ideal state, and then again to identify those gaps, and then what would be some recommendations. So that's how you're going to see this whole report being framed. We wanted to stop one moment just to talk about, with promising practices, how did you go about that? And the first one is we did this more at kind of a macro level, taking a look at, what are some of the, trends that you're seeing nationally at the state level? What are some of the major reports that are constantly being referenced? And we certainly saw with the Center for Policing Equity has done a tremendous amount of work. The National Police Foundation does. They have a special data initiative, so we really took a look at that. And there were, of course, a whole host of recommendations coming out of the 21st, or the task force on 21st century policing. So we had looked at all of that to get a good sense of, what is this ideal state out there? And then that we really wanted to make sure that it applied to Des Moines, that it applies to, what were actual police departments doing in this whole field. And I think, Eric, you had mentioned a few points on that before. I think it's going on to that next slide.
Yes. A couple of you mentioned to me last time when I was out here and got a chance to meet with all of you that we discussed to some degree that a lot of the cutting edge practices on data collection in police departments are coming out of larger cities like New York and Seattle. And one of you specifically said to me, well, if it's New York or Seattle, I'm inclined to want to do the opposite. So we wanted to make sure that we were looking at communities that would really reflect Des Moines and your population size, your demographics, the nature of the community. And there's actually a lot of police departments in what we would consider comparable cities that are engaged in the kind of practices that we're going to be talking about here today, and that we've found to be very comparable. I think in particular, it's on this slide. This is a table and some graphics that come out of the report itself. I was particularly struck by the fact that a lot of the cutting edge stuff in this area is being done by Lincoln, Nebraska, which is slightly larger than Des Moines, and obviously, not far away, and a fairly comparable Midwestern community. So there are cities that are doing interesting things that are worth building off of, and that we think can provide very good models for you. In particular, Boise, Rochester, Lincoln, Fayetteville, and Des Moines there. Those are the four ones. There's a bit on Minneapolis that comes up fairly frequently throughout the report. But those are the main comparable jurisdictions that we compared to. Although, as Linda mentioned, we also looked nationwide at practices and looked at national groups in both law enforcement and code enforcement that provide standards and guidance on what's being done around the country and what would be ideal state conditions. So that's really the foundation for where the ideal state and the gap analysis come out of, and then eventually the recommendations for what you can be doing. So there are good models from communities that look a lot like Des Moines that are really worth following, and that's the heart of the report. So, Linda, I think the next slides get into running through each of these four attributes, so why don't you pick it up from there?
Okay, great. One of the things, too, that we've done, because we're going to be talking about the recommendations that are related to the different attributes, but in the you'll find at the end of the report, and I believe it's on pages 134 and 135, we've created a whole, like, an inventory list of all of the recommendations for you. So, that might be something that, you'll find helpful at the end of this. Okay, so let's take a look at the accountability attributes. What we learned is just highlighting it because, it's a pretty massive report, is that the department uses several platforms to, record and report data on a whole host of things, and we have quite a list of, I think those are on pages 10 through 15 of the different data sets or data points that they're collecting on. So they have a number of platforms. They have just launched a suite of modules, and that's intended to streamline and to digitize much of this data. Some of it already has been. And they're working with its Tyler Tech New World with their law enforcement reporting management system. And so that is all, the kinds of, the ways that they're collecting all of their data. There's 2 points here that we'd like you to focus on, and I want to integrate that with what we heard a lot from the community. The thing is that the policy now with the police department is that it only collects and records the data on stops that result in a citation or arrest. If it doesn't result in either of that, then there's nothing being collected about the stop. And the other thing that becomes very important in terms of the community and from the survey results is that, the potential of race and ethnicity data not being recorded if the person, didn't have, or the officer doesn't have access to that immediately, or the person hasn't said that. So what we did find when we asked the community how valuable do you consider the collection of that, we had all these different data points, and then they would have to rate them. 82% felt, very strongly that we need to know the reason for a stop. 85% said, and they found that it was extremely valuable, that data is collected on every stop, whether it results in a citation or arrest or not, that we need to know that. And they felt that the reason for the stop is important to know and to be recorded. And good, I think 80% felt that we need to know race and ethnicity is very valuable to know as well. So those were areas that you're going to see in terms of what we're recommending that were pretty critical. On that next slide, in terms of, what we recommend is to collect data on all stops. And there's, I think, quite a bit of backup in terms of why this is considered a really solid and good practice. And you'll see that from the Center of Policing Equity. They did a whole report on collecting data for stops. And also there's a police data initiative, and that's actually done by the Police Foundation. So you'll find, I think there's over 230 sites there, and they're all linked for you, and that you can see their stop data, the reports that we're talking about, I think you'll find extremely helpful. The other is a practice that has been promoted. You've seen it with the 21st Century Policing Task Force report. The others that I have just identified, that if race and ethnicity is not known, or sex, say for instance on a driver's license, then you would, and it would be the officer's perception. That could be corrected later, but it would be the officer's perception. We also said that it would be really important to expand and refine the data points on the calls for service, the crime offense, especially on use of force. And again, those are all identified in terms of listing of the kinds of data and examples to collect. So that, I think, was like the overall major points that we felt were very important, especially, listening to what the community was saying as well. And if you look at the report and using it, we always felt this is like a toolkit. It's a guide because we thought it was just very important to link and provide the resources there to help frame any of the recommendations that we came up with. On the analytic attributes.
Can I interrupt with a question?
Sure. Linda, can you hold on 1 second? Yeah.
Yeah, just on the accountable, I wanted some clarification on what we meant by expand and refine data points on calls for service, crime offense, and use of force.
Sure. Linda, you want to elaborate on what exactly we mean about expanding the data points on that?
Yes, if you look in the report, it would be that you could actually collect some more data than what is currently being done, like say, for instance, on the stop, where we're showing, I think, some examples of a number of different reasons that stop was made in the first place, and so they're checking off those different boxes. So one of the things that we're recommending is that here, what we're giving examples of what is being collected with these different data sets, and the department, would go back and take a look at this and identify ways that, oh yeah, we could add, these different data points.
Okay, so those data points that were like requested by the community that we don't currently collect, the reason for the stop and those sorts of things.
Yes, and not just requested by the community, but what are best practices elsewhere and so forth. The reasons for an initial stop can often be different from the reason why an arrest results. So it's both useful and important to know that information and what the distinctions are and be able to sort through those data points.
I appreciate that. Also in the report, there was kind of like the section that goes above the current, or the recommendations. It was like, Des Moines needs to, and then it came to recommendations. There was create a unique identifier system. Was that for the person the officer is engaging in, or for the officer?
It's for the case, basically, so that you can.
Okay.
And Linda, jump in and correct me if I'm not getting this right on the
Right. Yeah. No, it's a case number, but.
It's so that you can collate different databases which currently don't interrelate. Basically the court system and the law enforcement system. So you can track what happens if somebody is stopped. It results in an arrest. Eventually goes to court and that's disposed of. That later portion, the databases currently don't link up. Because of the lack of a unique identifier system that would connect the two databases and the two different systems. So if you go to an identifier system, then you're able to link up, and you'll be able to then do the data analysis that will tell you, things like for your arrests, how often do you get particular kinds of dispositions from which one could make policy conclusions about the arrest process and the rationale for arrests and stops and so forth. So it's interrelate different databases.
In the identifier system, is that something that we can do essentially on our own? Like if we start the identifier, that would then go there, or is that something that needs collaboration across agencies?
Well, it'd be collaboration across jurisdictions. I mean, you can do that, across all of your internal agencies.
Yes,
right?
jurisdictions.
But yeah, to the extent that the court system is independent of the city government, then yeah, you would be needing to coordinate with the county or the state or whoever's, database that is. But in terms of coordinating across city agencies, I mean, obviously you can do that. That's a good thing to do that we'll get into towards the end in that, you can start interrelating your law enforcement and code enforcement data with other city services, which provides useful information on other ways that you can be addressing issues. So, the more you have a standard identifier system for everything that you're doing, the more you can start interrelating all these databases and get more useful information.
So does a state, does the county have that right now? I mean, is there a system in place that we can coordinate between, do you know?
Can you coordinate? Yes. Do you coordinate? No.
That's what okay.
So does the state or the county keep that type of information attached? I know it's not on your license, but is it on maybe the backside of it?
The demographic information?
Yeah.
Well, I think gender is on your driver's licenses, but race is not. In fact, it's prohibited under state law from being on the license, which is why we have on here the alternative data point of officers' perception, which is actually considered the best practice in most cities around the country.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
That is
wondering
the best practice?
why.
Can't determine it. Are they going to put unknown? Then how are we ever going to collect the data? If that
Well, yeah, I mean, that is a problem, to the extent that, and this has been a problem in some jurisdictions, to the extent that, take this out of the police context, to the extent that anybody thinks that they're going to be evaluated in a negative fashion, they find ways to evade data collection, right? So it's important how you construct the entire system. But generally, if you're interested in, for instance, as a lot of people are in what's driving this study, and looking at is there any possibility of racial disparity in how, say, law enforcement is being applied,
Right.
You're actually going to be more interested in what the officer's perception is than what the reality is, right? Because the question of whether there is any sort of racial identity coming into this, the people who are carrying out the function, what their perceptions are, is really what the relevant question is. So that's why in most places they go to officer perception. Now, as Linda said, you can get to a later point in the system where, this would be less true with stops, say, but with arrests, where somebody is then going through a further processing steps. At some point in that, their race will be identified, probably by the individual themselves, and you can then correct the data as it's been entered into the database at that point.
But you would want to preserve the officer perception still at that point.
Yes, you can set it up so that you have the officer perception, is recorded initially, and if there's later a change, the individual says, no, that's not me, I'm, X instead of Y, then yes, you can preserve both data points. I mean, you can collect as much data as you want. The main problem is that this kind of data is not being collected, not that it's being over-collected.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, counsel.
If an officer makes a stop but doesn't write a citation, does that get a case number if we were to improve the system or change the system?
It wouldn't get a case number in the sense of a court case number, obviously.
Yeah,
But yes, you would assign an identifier number to that incident.
That
becomes a record-keeping number that you're creating and using.
That would be the unique identifier
Yes,
for every stop.
yes.
All right, so sort of related, at one time there was an effort by law enforcement for instead of guessing, that there'd be a way that, gosh, I remember this conversation.
The state would.
This
state would-
Iowa DOT
Right.
would give
That's,
police officers or
It'd be,
sworn officers a way to get that information or
we've
have
had
that information.
discussion the last,
But
2
did-
years ago.
Is that getting any traction or not being discussed?
Well, have we talked to the Department of Transportation? Have we talked to?
But I mean, it's just not Des Moines having that issue.
No, right.
It's everybody has it. So it would be embedded on your license, so you just swipe it and it would be embedded. You don't even have, wasn't that what we were asking for?
Right.
That you wouldn't have to acknowledge, but it'd be already embedded.
I would say also, and we had this discussion when we
That's
first
state
met,
law.
about like officer perception or, like self-identification or some other kind of idea when we're talking about this metric of recording race. And I think that there raises an issue where, like, if you do have somebody who has a racial bias and you have like the self-identification or like a record identification of saying like, this is my race, and they didn't perceive that, you might create a situation where like, if you're going in with racial bias, then like, it's like, oh, you're XYZ, oh, you're, whatever. And so then that can create a situation of bias where there wasn't one previously. But that, because just of how race is socially constructed and how race is like perceived, like you experience disparities based on how someone perceives you. And so having that officer perception be the data point that we use, regardless if later we have a self-identified or a state-identified race or ethnicity data point, that it's important to know what the officer saw and what the officer thought, to know that if we're getting those disparities based on, does an officer perceive somebody as Black, does an officer perceive somebody as an immigrant or something like that, to know what the thought was and the decision making when you go into like seeing, are there disparities being made when the officer perceives someone as XYZ. So I think it is important to have that officer perception still there.
So to your point, and I appreciate those comments, as an officer, if you were challenged by trying to understand, trying to figure out what race it is, wouldn't you just put unknown and just write it down, because you don't want to put yourself in that situation if you're I don't know.
And that may be the case, but that would also be a potentially telling data point if 90% of your officers put a perception down and you have a chunk of officers who aren't recording that. That would tell you something. The point is that you collect data and you learn what the perception is. And if there was for example, if there was a pattern in the unknowns that was different than the rest of your stops, that would be telling too. It might not tell exactly why, but just the fact that you are recording the data and you have a large data set and can analyze it, there would be benefit, I think. And that's part of why I think the recommendations are.
I think that's correct. And then on top of that, this all ultimately goes to the corporate culture, so to speak, the organization. If you had an issue not just of singling out individuals, that for some reason everybody else can fill this out but you can't, so you're a problem, but just if you had widespread refusal to fill it out or widespread falsely filling it out, that itself would tell you something, that you have a culture issue that needs to be addressed, and you'll have to figure out, if nobody really wants to comply with this requirement that we're imposing, there's something wrong with the requirement, there's something wrong with the culture, and we should be addressing that so that people see it as something they should respond to.
I will take a stab at your question as well, because I'm not going to pretend like that racial ambiguity doesn't exist. It does. Like, people look at me and have 3 different ideas for like what my racial makeup is, right? And I also, I don't want to like further like entrench race as a social construct in law or anything like that personally. I do think that I was able to learn from the Office of Professional Standards, I think last week, kind of how they do their reporting and complaints. And a lot of what was talked about with like use of force reporting was making sure that the officer put something down about like, this is what happened, and this was the reason for the use of force, someone was acting this way. And so then I think that if we have that on record, it's easy to go back then and say like, you misrepresented yourself. If someone comes and says unknown, but then like by reasonable standards, like if there's a complaint or there's an investigation, you go back and you look at tape or whatever, you look at the identifiers of the person, like you can say like, there's no way you didn't know what to put down for this. You can go back and say like, you misrepresented yourself, and that is concerning. You can start looking for like racial bias or questionable, practices in that.
If I could also insert that this isn't just about the actual interaction, it's also about resource allocations. And so when we know that we're getting a lot of a certain offense or situation in a neighborhood, is that unusual? Or is that typical of the entire community? Because this is where, even Eric's comment earlier, this is going to be the kind of data that's going to help us inform well outside the police department, but where other social resources maybe need to be engaged. And so I don't want to lose track of that. This isn't just about the actual interaction between the officer and the individual, but it's also more telling beyond that. Resource allocation, budgets, techniques, training, and even beyond.
Right. I mean, I think that goes to the point of recording all stops, because if we're getting a lot of calls for mental health issue in a particular neighborhood, that tells us something. Or if we're getting a lot of welfare checks, that tells us something else. And not recording it means we just have a blind spot altogether, is essentially.
Yeah, and part of this goes to the culture issue I was trying to speak to. A lot of people perceive the issue really being, how can we ferret out bad actors and punish them? But what you're really driving at here is a larger issue of policymaking at the citywide level. And the main purpose of these data collections is, not let's find individual bad actors. It's improving the way that policing is done and the way that your non-police resources are deployed as well. It's getting at aggregate solutions to the problem by looking at the data of, what does this tell you overall about who we're stopping, who we're arresting, what does that mean in terms of how we're deploying our police force citywide? What does that mean in terms of how we could better use those resources or be directing other resources at addressing that particular problem? Because then we, are using the resources more effectively and can deploy the police better and spend taxpayer dollars better. So, it's really a matter of getting at aggregate solutions to the problem rather than, what can we learn about particular officers per se. Now, you may have outlier cases, and the data will indicate that. But for the most part, you're looking at a public policy problem. And I think to the extent that you make, the more you make that clear, the less you're going to have the problem that you're raising, Councilman, of people feeling like they need to game the system in some way to protect themselves.
Yeah, no, that's not what I hope you didn't take it that way, but, on page 39, you've got Asian, Middle Eastern, South Asian, Pacific Islander. Are they just going to automatically just write Asian, no matter what? And, just a real quick, hey, I'm, that, I don't know how you, how do you're stopping someone, whether they committed a crime, your focus is on following the law, and, I wish there was a way that we could partner with the state, like we've talked about, and have them, so we have real accurate, we want to have accurate data, and I just,
Yes, in lieu of that, this is one way to do it.
Yeah, I
It's
understand.
proven
But
effective
there
in
is a
other
bill at
places.
the State House, I believe, right now, that, that we all should be pushing to get through.
Well,
And that hasn't, that's never been a priority of ours. We don't have.
No.
Correct the record.
It has?
It has.
Okay, then,
It
but
has.
it might be of ours, but is it others in the community? Have they been up there, and as much as they're here, are they up there saying, hey, we want this, we want to see the data?
Well-
We want to be able to see this stuff.
Well, so I think this is going to be important for the overall discussion in terms of how we implement these
Yeah.
recommendations and how we take that. But I think it's important that we hear the recommendations. And, one of the pieces, I think this is an illustrative point that this is part of the data collection is the high-level policy and thinking about resource allocation, right?
Right.
So if we know, for example, that a lot of the, we're only recording arrests and citations, but if we're getting a lot of mental health calls
We need to
that we don't record, that's going to help us inform whether
Where our
it's
resources
staffing-
are gonna go.
Right.
I get it,
And
Josh.
that to me is an important takeaway, but
I
I
agree.
think we want to maybe let them continue talking about what the recommendations are and some of the other,
We're happy to talk about whatever you want to talk about.
let's get through maybe more of the presentation and then have a larger discussion. Right. So when they're, maybe going forward, when there's specific slides, if it's related to the point on the specific slide, let's try and do that so we get through the presentation. And then I think there should be a pretty robust, larger conversation at the end as well.
Sure. And obviously, the issue of the intersection between race and stops is the biggest issue in all of this, obviously, and the originator for the discussion. So I think we probably had the biggest part of the discussion already. But as I said, we're happy to talk about this at any point today that you want to talk about it. We'll keep moving on to the other three areas and can stop for discussion at any point any of you want. So Linda, you want to pick up with the analytic slide?
Yes, okay. Of course, on the analytics, it's being able to ask more questions, interpret the data, and in terms of its analysis. And so what we learned in terms of actually analyzing data, DMPD has just launched another suite of more analytic modules. There's, I think, 3 different platforms as part of that, but it allows them to aggregate data more among different data sets. They have law enforcement analytic platform that goes with that to help identify crime trends and patterns. They also have a Citizen Connect piece to that to provide more information to the public. The other thing that in terms of the analytic reports, though, there's no reports really made on stops. There is a annual report, but it's all count and frequency data. So it's, I think it's about 2 pages with graphics showing a breakdown on calls for service. And then also the narcotics division shows like the top 5 drugs that were seized, and I think what the street price was of that. And then also the clearance rates on 8 different crime categories. So we don't consider that really analytic. It is providing information, of course, but it's all on count data. We're more interested in getting, more information in terms of actually analyzing the data that they're working with. And that at this point in time, or while we were working on the report, there isn't like a unit, a data analysis unit in DMPD. There are folks that are assigned to them out of IT, but felt that it was really important in order to create a data-informed culture within that organization alone, is to actually, they're part of the DMPD and with an actual data analysis unit. What you'll see on the next page, or the next slide, is that in terms of what we're recommending, and we felt it would really be helpful to create this data analysis unit, and a number of the police departments that we talked to that are doing this have pretty robust departments or divisions in that area, or units, I would say. The other is that...
Sorry, can I ask a question about that? I was wondering why you came up with the recommendation to create the data analysis unit within DMPD as opposed to like a specific police data within IT or within city manager's office or something like that?
Because we felt it was important that that the police department, that this group would really have, I think, the depth of understanding of law enforcement, that it's not just always going to be count data, it's going to be also contextual, that the police departments that have those kind of units, it starts informing everything that they're doing, that the police officer out on the street and out on a call, starts recognizing how valuable this information is to him or her, how it really becomes something that starts informing everything that we're doing, and felt that that's why it's important to have it within the police department. And the ones that we looked at, we found that was very helpful, that, these are folks working alongside each other and getting their information that way.
Okay, thank you.
It's not necessarily either or. I mean, obviously, you want to beef up your citywide data capacities, but specifically to address the issues that I think all of you are concerned about, you want to have a police department that is itself data informed, and that's an integral part of how it thinks about doing its job. So you want to have that being something that is part of their operations. So we want to have a specific data unit within the DMPD, as well as whatever else you do with your citywide data.
And if I could real quick, this is where it gets really complex and maybe even wonky, but the data has to reside with the police as a starting point, because there's still privacy issues and legal issues as to who can even have access to all of the data. And that's what's so crucial here, is that the police are going to be keeping all of the data, but we need to find ways to pull out reports that are informative from that data that don't cross that line over privacy issues.
Right, like the aggregate.
So there's a lot of work to understand how you can do that, because there's very strict restrictions on even accessing all the data, all the way down to individual privacy issues.
I don't know if you specified this in your recommendation, or if you have a thought about it, if the data analysis unit should be staffed with sworn officers or civilian.
I was going to ask.
You're going to ask that?
Yeah. I mean, what's the makeup of the ones that are in place?
In the unit in the department.
Within, and just...
I've seen a mix. I mean, we found, I spent time talking to the folks over in Lincoln, Nebraska, and it's both. I mean, where they are civilians with a lot of experience in, in terms of criminology, research, computer skills. I mean, and in fact, we were able to get their job descriptions and the backgrounds that they gave those to us so that we could share that with the police department. So it's a mix, in terms of what the skill sets are.
Right.
I think one of the other things when we talk about analyzing the data, we also found, in terms of some of the promising practices out there of forming partnerships with universities and colleges, with some of the student interns, and that's working with the aggregate data. It's not the data that in terms of honoring the privacy restrictions and that kind of thing. But where they're starting to ask the different questions and look at, well, gee, are we seeing some kind of bias in terms of patterns that we're looking at when we're actually analyzing the data and not just looking at it in terms of count. On the community engagement side, you'll see tables throughout this, sharing that. I mean, the kind of information that folks who are also very interested in being analyzed and understanding is a lot of the focus was on use of force, where folks thought it's important that there's information there on the rationale, the context. What was the information the officer had going into the call? Were they able to pick up anything in dispatch early on, where this might be, the individual is, dealing with some mental health condition, and would that have been helpful had the officer known that ahead of time, or the mobile crisis response unit was called in. But they want to know, what was the rationale when that use of force was used? Were there any de-escalation techniques that were used? And we've seen in some of the reports of the kind of data to collect that we were identifying on those promising practices. I noticed on some of those forms, they actually have checkboxes that they created so that an officer could check off different de-escalation techniques that were used before use of force was. So again, having access to that kind of data would be very important. They also felt we're doing analysis, there should be analysis for disparities, taking a look at the key performance indicators. Are we, looking at what those metrics are, and are we measuring that? I mean, how do we know we're succeeding? What are those outcome measures looking like? So that kind of analysis was important. We asked them, do you think it's a priority to invest in something like a data analysis unit? And, from the community, they felt, yeah, that would be an important thing to do. So those are the kinds of issues and the metrics. I think on page 65, you'll find a number of different data sets, again, that, especially coming from that Center for Policing Equity and then also from the Police Foundation in terms of their data initiatives. You'll see in the report lots of, examples of what they were saying would be important if you're collecting that data and then going back and conducting that kind of analysis. And then the next, slide is then on transparency. That, the strong sentiment that if we're opening, openly sharing data and discussing what it means can actually build trust and gain added insights, having different folks at the table when they're looking at this kind of data. And so what we learned on that front, one way that police departments are sharing data are through their websites. And the department, you have a website. There's a number of different resources that are available there. There's some general information. And then, of course, you have a crime mapping platform on the website. And we mentioned before that annual data is all count and frequency data on limited topics, but that is available on there. But currently there's no, what we call these open data sets or dashboards online, nor posting of, and I'll explain what that is, with many civil society databases. What those are is that there have been nonprofit organizations across the country. You can see, I think we've identified a good number of those, where they go and they're taking the data that police departments have to send to their states and then also to the federal government and with the FBI. And once they do that, then these groups were able to take all this big data and they created dashboards so that you can go in and there's like police scorecard is one of these. And you can right now go in and take a look at the city of Des Moines and it's given a score and then they're showing you where did they get those data sets that they pulled from, the data that had been sent by the police department to the state department, state in Iowa, and then on to the federal government. So there are those that exist, throughout the country that you're able to get. And so, but right now you don't have that. And we certainly asked in the community engagement side, what do you think about a data dashboard, and explained what that was. People felt all of these were high priorities. Wanted to get, again, also rates of use of force that's being used. They want to know more on the arrest and the stop rates. And again, when I talked before about race and ethnicity, they felt that was important to know. But overall, there, I think, was a real interest in the community that, look, we want this open data that's being offered other places. And so what we recommend is that definitely develop an open data portal. And you can create these with user-friendly dashboards. We give you a good number of examples in the report and the links to go and see other cities and how they've been able to handle it, both in Lincoln, Fayetteville, all the ones that I think that we identified for you. We provide those links on that. The other is then and I think that's on page like 87, 88, 89, where you'll find those kind of dashboards that are already being provided. The other is to provide a more comprehensive annual state of policing and public safety report for the police department to do that. And certainly now with the kinds of platform software that are available that they have, and we understand that you've hired, filled a position that's full-time with a data analyst and a person, with kind of a subject matter expert at this. And so by doing that, you're definitely in the position to produce that kind of an annual report. Again, I think it was on page 94, give you 3 examples of what other police departments have been doing. It definitely enhanced the website so that it's able to support these open data portals and the dashboards. Thought it would also be helpful. We've seen, and we gave examples on the FOIA process, which you get a good number of those requests for, people who have to have different reports for perhaps their court hearings. And, but to streamline it and make it easily accessible online, and to participate in an open data initiative. There, again, we give examples of that. There's the Center for Policing Equity. They have their open data and policing 5-part guide. It's actually from that's actually from the Police Foundation, where they created that, and it's an excellent guide by the Police Foundation. And also they have a police data initiative. The Center for Policing Equity has a whole thing on the National Justice Database that's been developed. So there are a lot that you can do, and that we're seeing that is really something that a good number of police departments are offering across the country. And then finally, on the actionable side, the whole idea is to, how do we act on all of the information that's being collected? And what we learned on that is that the police department has 4 key performance indicators to measure outcome. They're looking at the 911 answer time, the response time. I think they also are looking at the part 1 crime closure rates, and then personnel complaints. So there's 4 different areas right now. There is a citywide survey, the one that the city sends out about every 2 years. There's about 6 or 7 questions that are dedicated to the law enforcement type of questions. The department now does not have a strategic plan with goals and objectives and benchmarks and these key performance indicators that are pretty critical to have. And there is no community advisory group that reviews or collaborates on any of the data with the police department. In terms of the communities, again, there was very, very high interest on developing these kind of reports, analytic reports, a much more, I think, extensive annual report. And, I'm going to go on to the slide in terms of the recommendation, because that's one area that we're going to talk about that came out very clearly from all the focus groups and interviews and open-ended comments from the survey. So what do we recommend? We feel with data to be able to do the kinds of things that we were talking about, that it would be, in terms of what is being collected and how it's being analyzed and how you're, discussing it and interpreting it and acting on it, you need an infrastructure for that data. And a critical piece of that is the strategic plan. We understand that the police department is looking towards accreditation, and we do know from that accrediting body that strategic plan is one of the elements that they expect and require for accreditation. But it's most of your, best performing organizations in any sphere really benefit from a strategic plan. The other is developing those key performance indicators, and you have some now, but there would be others to certainly add to it, as we were talking about opening this up. The others, and you're going to need a very strong implementation plan that's going to read all of this, look at these different ideas, and identify ways to prioritize those and figure out what resources do we put behind it, to be able to implement it. The one thing that came out, again, very clear, is the need to develop a community advisory and review board. There are, and we have a section there, I think it's page like around 116 in the report on these. There are a number of ways of forming them. It can be totally collaborative, where it's a community advisory board. In the past, we've called them citizen boards and citizen review boards, but that's really changed, and they're all using the terms more on the community advisory board. So with that one, it's very collaborative, and would be looking over data and discussing it, coming up with having with them the discussion that you had earlier about race and how do we determine that? How do we handle it if it's all of a sudden we're just seeing unknown being the answer? And we've found with different police departments, they found it very helpful. It became a bridge with the community. One chief used it as a way of floating ideas before they would even implement them, to see how the community would respond. And it can go all the way to a point where it's an investigative authority, where they are reviewing any disciplinary actions and professional investigations that are being handled. And then there's a hybrid in between both. And what we're recommending is to go for a hybrid model where you would use this to be highly collaborative, working together in terms of the data, but also have a review function where you're reviewing some of the reports in terms of any investigations that are being done on potential misconduct. Way that works, and I think we give you a couple examples. One, I believe, is Fayetteville, North Carolina, and also then we looked recently at Cedar Rapids, which is mostly, I think, a hybrid model, and recommend that, with those, you put resources behind that, in terms of helping staff the volunteers. They are folks with lived experience in terms of, the whole justice system or living in neighborhoods that perhaps have high crime rates. They are to be, of the community. And, but they are also then given the resources on the technical side when they have their sessions and their meetings. They also would then have the ability to review any disciplinary situations that are being investigated, or those that are, very public today. And then the review board actually looks at what the what the police chief or what they're recommending, and they can agree. They can say, "Gee, we think you need to ask more questions in terms of fulfilling this," or disagree. When it comes to disagree, it's up to cities to figure out, through their own ordinances and state Iowa law, how do you reach consensus with that? And we found too that with these different groups, that it was very important that, again, there's resources. All the members go through training. They agree to do a pretty significant amount of training. They do ride-alongs. They end up also becoming very familiar with the processes of review, let alone, in terms of something that's collaborative.
Hey, Linda, let me jump in here for just one sec. I want to note one thing. There's a good amount of time spent in the report on this Cedar Rapids model, and we think it's a good model because I think what it's driving at is collaboration between the police and this review board, as opposed to a more confrontational model. But we understand that your legal counsel have concerns about the Cedar Rapids ordinance as it exists, in part because state law has changed since Cedar Rapids enacted its ordinance. So there's some, to go to the privacy sorts of issues that the city manager raised a couple minutes ago in a different context, there are some potential legal problems. So our report is not saying just take the Cedar Rapids ordinance and enact it here. You'll need to adapt it to a number of factors. But the basic idea of something more than what you have now in terms of the PPRC, but something that is not an investigatory model, but starts out as something that is trying to bring the community and the department together to work together on policy issues generally, but also when specific complaints come up, of getting at answers, getting at the truth, and working out solutions in a way that address the concerns of everybody. The Cedar Rapids model in general, its approach, is not a bad way of doing that in terms of how it's constructed, the relationship between this board and the police department, the membership of the committee, as Linda mentioned, the effort that's put into training committee members so that they see the police perspective as well as the community perspective. So Cedar Rapids is a good thing to look at, we think, as a model, as opposed to some of what's been done at either one end or the other end of the spectrum. But again, to get the exact specifics, you're going to have to work that through with your legal counsel, along with a number of other details that are specific to Des Moines. So I just want to...
And the other thing, too, directed to look at was on page 116, where there's just been a recent study from the NYU's policing project on community advisory boards, what works, what doesn't work. And they made it very clear that it's important to invest some of the resources for them, to make sure that we've developed a charter. There's a real commitment to work with them. And the other last point was, we think it'd be very helpful to conduct more of like a customer feedback survey of those who've recently interacted with the DMPD. When you've just done the surveys in the past, you're not getting that kind of feedback. I mean, you don't know in terms of if anyone's had any interaction recently. And we give some examples of those who have been doing it and what that would actually look like. And that, I think those occur within, 10 days of someone perhaps who has been stopped, and that there is the opportunity to gain that kind of feedback. And so with that, those are all of our recommendations, and again, there are more than what we've just gone over with you today, but we created that inventory, so you'd be able to have that also all in one place as well. And I just would like to say, and I think on behalf of our whole team, we really enjoyed, found it inspirational in terms of really listening to the community, and I think our staff from all the different departments that we had talked to were always very cooperative in terms of providing information, and I think they all are really poised, and we're looking forward to ways of enhancing all of, and meeting the needs that we're certainly hearing from your community as well.
And we have a separate report, as you know, on code enforcement, and I'll run through that very briefly, but I realize that's kind of the red-haired stepchild, and everybody says, well, I'll skim that, but what I really want to talk about is the law enforcement. So I figured we'd pause here for a second. I promise you the code enforcement survey will go very quickly, but I thought this would be a good place to stop and see if you have any further questions or discussions you want to get into at this point about the law enforcement report.
I wanted to ask about, I think it's in transparency, I was looking at, talking about like open data sets, portals, things like that, allowing like crime by location to be more, like to sort of see where there are like trouble areas and things like that. And I know that it had also been mentioned elsewhere in the report, like with unique identifier linking, being able to link a stop, an arrest, a citation with like the outcome of that when it goes through the court system. So I don't know if there was thought or recommendation on like going back 2 years later after things have wrapped up or most things would have wrapped up, and like seeing if those crime statistics like held up in court or something like that, because like, when we're looking at crime statistics, we're looking at like, it's kind of like against the spirit of innocent until proven guilty, but also we want to have that information, like knowing like if there are a lot of stops, if there are a lot of arrests, if there's a lot of, like officer perception of crime in certain areas. I guess I was just wondering because.
Yeah, that's kind of the point of linking the different data systems. So it gets at the question that you're asking.
I mean, is there a recommendation, I guess, then to sort of, to link them, but then to make sure that that is communicated as well, like after the fact, like after all the decisions have been made, to say like, okay, so we reported in 2019 that we had like, 20 homicides in this, area, and when it comes down to it, we had 8 that got approved, or 10, or all 20, or something like that, it came through the court system and it was this way.
Yes, that's in there, and that goes to, I think, a larger theme of the report, particularly on the law enforcement side, but on both law enforcement, code enforcement, and for that matter, everything else that you do, that the city needs to do more in terms of the data that it collects, actually collecting the data. But in instances where you do currently collect data, there isn't enough analysis that's done of the data. It kind of sits there without being analyzed. And it tends not to be communicated throughout the government and to either units within the department or units in other departments where that information would be useful, or to the public for that matter. So, I mean, that's why you wind up with these 4 concepts in here. The data needs to be collected, but you need to do more than collect it. You need to analyze it, you need to act on it, you need to communicate it. And those things don't get done generally. So the instance that you're talking about following up on dispositions and how does that relate to original arrests and encounters with police officers, not only is that not really done and followed up on, but you could say that generally about data collection throughout the city, period.
Okay.
And I think, too, what you're saying is really on point in terms of making sure that, even with these open data sets, and what I've seen that with some other portals of other police departments, it is longitudinal, like you just suggested, so that I think one of them has like the whole 10 years, so that you can go back, do your own filters to start seeing, well, is there something that we're seeing where use of force was, high during, some particular year, or, were certain kinds of calls, like mental health calls coming up, like, a lot of people have said, during COVID. So, yes, you are able to, start to populate that, and that's been the purpose of, I think, a number of these open data sets, so that you aren't just seeing a snapshot in front of you in time, but you are able to do the kind of questioning you're just, positing. Gee, what's been going on over the last 3 or 5 years? Has anything changed?
Okay. Now, you had an example of that earlier this morning. I mean, you had time series data on how many hotel visitors you've got. You're better informed on that than you are on what your crime trends are in the city.
Sure.
Say something? I'm kind of over on the edge, I get.
Sorry.
Okay,
Just on the periphery of my field of view.
No, that's okay. We said that we have a suite of analytical modules that are going to give us better data.
Yes.
Is it going to give us the data we really do need? Because, we bought a new system or whatever. Will it enable us to do what we need to do, or is there some other system that we should have?
Linda, you can probably speak to that, but I think the general answer is that the system's fine. It's a matter of what you do with it.
What you ask.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely supposed to assist. I don't want to get into a position to totally predict, absolutely, because you're just, I think, initiating any new system. But it should definitely put them in that position. But it will also, be by the kinds of questions that are being asked to determine, well, hey, we need to go back and analyze our data, to pick up something like on use of force, or to really delve deeply in calls for service when we're seeing more mental health calls, and to start finding, getting enough data together, and we're sitting trying to analyze it, to think through, gee, is there something that dispatch ought to be asking right away that we're able to pick up something in terms of that, a need for mental health, so that we're getting over to the crisis response unit, and now they have a new program that they're going to be instituting in July, where someone's actually mental health will be embedded at dispatch at the call center. So that's going to start generating interest in even thinking through, gosh, maybe we should start asking this in terms of what's being collected, but then in terms of analyzing it would then start going back through a number of different things. Are we finding that when we have that mental health person there, that we've seen use of force really decreases? There are a number of different kind of questions, and I think too, when I think you had asked earlier about why embed this with the police department, I think when everyone starts to work with and see data as, something that we can really start asking questions to help inform us as we're seeing things occurring in the community. And if you've got this community advisory review board also looking at this and asking, and then start to think through, maybe we should be talking to, other departments, or, the Broad Medical Center. I think it's just infusing and becoming a culture of being data informed and really deriving some insight. So I think the platform certainly is there to assist, but the other part will be, you'll have that data. It's thinking through the questions. It's the questions that can really start, I think, driving this and opening up the insights, to enhance what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't think, your question may be, did we make a mistake in getting this software? And I don't think so.
No, I just want to make sure we can get the information based on your research, based on the best practices, that we have a software system in place that can accurately get the data that we do need, because I don't know if we always had that in the past.
No, you did
right?
not. This is a step forward.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's the right step forward.
Yes, and then the question is going to be, what do you do with it?
Absolutely.
You're going to have better data now. You're going to have more data. So you need to start asking questions of that software and thinking through and analyzing what the data is telling you, and interacting with the department and with the community to get at what does that mean in terms of what issues do you see and what solutions you're going to get. This Tyler suite sounds like a step forward. I mean, certainly one of the things you're doing that's been a problem until now, and this new system addresses, is that you have had software systems that didn't speak to each other, just within your own operations, let alone with the other units of government, so that you had officers having to re-enter data manually by other officers who had entered it in the field, and that leads to data entry mistakes and problems
and time.
So and time. So this system is going to improve your data collection. But the system doesn't think about what questions to ask. You need to tell the system that, and then you need to analyze it and you need to act on it.
So this gets back to, from a council standpoint, which I've talked a lot about, that we need more monitoring reports, more KPIs, and key performance indicators. So what does we as a council want to see from, whether it be police, code enforcement department? What are the key indicators that show that we are making progress on our goals? So I guess I just want to stress that we keep moving forward in that area, to set up more monitoring, that we know on an annual basis this is going to happen. Everybody knows in their departments this is going to happen. And these are our priorities as a council to get to, and we agree upon, but so that we then can report back to our citizens and to us, did we hit our goals? So I guess it goes back to strategic plan, all those things. So I'll end with that.
One question I have, I want to thank you for all the work and for the community input piece. I will admit, I personally need to spend more time with this and dig in. I'm glad that we have a robust report that reflects this work. I think it's going to provide a roadmap for work for us to do going forward. One of the questions I have, there are a lot of recommendations and a lot of pieces to this, and we're today wrapping our heads around this, I think, at the higher level. The next question and the next step to me is prioritization and implementation. And I don't know if you have any specific thoughts or recommendations related to what our sort of next step should be, or if, pulling some of these things out from a prioritization, these are foundational pieces that you have to start with. I'd sort of welcome that type of input.
Sure. A couple things on that. Right, one, the recommendations are all collected at the end of the report so that there's a, kind of an easy summary of that as well as being, strewn throughout the report. I think, part of the problem when you spend months digging through all of this is, all 25 recommendations look like priorities to us, but I know you want to get that narrowed down a little bit more. Let me ask, Linda, are there 3 or 4 things that you would recommend as the either the most important or the most immediate steps for the city to start taking?
I can think of 3 coming to top of mind. I mean, one would certainly be for that infrastructure, the whole thing with the strategic planning and those key performance indicators and to get that off and running. I think that's pretty critical in terms of that infrastructure. The other is to really embrace collecting data on all stops. That I think is very critical, and then the other would be to move on the Citizen Advisory Review Board. Those were all, I think, 3 things that converge in terms of all the best practices that we looked at, certainly from the whole community engagement side, and just to be able to have the ability, I think, to do all of these. And I think, well, part of that strategic plan then is, it's an implementation plan, but could definitely see, this is, I know for the city manager and, figuring out among them in terms of the resources that they'll need to do these, but those are certainly at the very least 3 things, and probably the 4th thing then, and something that I think could be done, within 6 months is getting that open data portal up and running as well. And you'll hear the same thing from code. People are, we're become a very data-informed society in so many things that we do, and so there is that built-in expectation that that I think community members want to have, and that department folks need. In terms of being able to perform as well. So I think those would probably be the 4 rising things.
Yeah, and let me just relate your question to the code report. I'm going to take like 1, maybe 2 minutes to say something about that, and I can tell from the general atmosphere in the room that I think people would like to end this discussion and get on to lunch. Let me just cover code real quickly because I think it relates to this question of what are the priorities. So I'd say 3 basic things. We got some slides here, but what it really comes down to is you could say the same thing about code, basically, that we'd say about the police department. A lot of the conclusions about, what citizens want to see, what the deficiencies are in data collection. They're not unique to the police department. You'd say the same thing about the neighborhood services department. Secondly, as you started down this road, you in fact broadened our, the scope of our project beyond just the police department and said, look at neighborhood services division as well. So you've taken a step towards something that I think you see in other cities in terms of the larger point that I would make on this, which is the final slide we had here in this. So most cities are moving to these performance and data analysis departments that really guide planning and policy development across all areas of city services and interlinking those. And being able to do that because they have data and because they have information and can really think about all the connections and see the larger patterns across time, across space, across different kinds of problems. But, interestingly, those started with looking at police departments. The first real big data, let that guide us kind of effort was in the New York City Police Department under Bill Bratton. And when Martin O'Malley became the mayor of Baltimore, he said, I want to do the same thing here in Baltimore. It was called CompStat at the time. CompStat focused on police statistics. O'Malley's great insight was, we could be doing the same thing in terms of child protective services. We could be doing the same thing in terms of health care and public health and disease management. We'd be doing the same thing in terms of elder care. Basically, more data that you can look at all kinds of different ways through all the kinds of data display techniques that exist nowadays, help you figure out both how you can address problems, use your resources more efficiently to address them, and how they all interconnect. And so the movement in cities to create these data-informed policy decision-making processes really started with police, but have been enlarged to everything else. And you've essentially taken a small step in that direction by saying, look at code as well. And I would say that you get the same kind of answers if you look at what you're doing in terms of code enforcement as if you're looking at law enforcement. And I think it's safe to say from our interactions with the city that, and some of you said this to me during the break, everything that we said today about law enforcement, you could say about virtually every aspect of city government. And in fact, doing so would be helpful to you because you would start to see how some of your law enforcement issues are really mental health issues, or they're housing issues, or they're healthcare problems, that if you were addressing, you would be more effectively deploying your police and more effectively deploying your taxpayer dollars and getting better results, more cost effectively. That's what data and information do for you. The better informed you are, the better results you're going to get. And we're living in an era where that kind of data is widely available to address every kind of public policy problem, instead of sitting here 200 years ago and guessing at what the problem is and what your gut tells you is the solution. So moving to a more data-informed city government is going to help you across all the lines and all the problems you've got. And we would urge you to start thinking of something like, Cincy Stat, and most of the ones I have up here are big cities, but the Mayor's Office of Innovation, with the logo on the slide there, is actually from Charleston, South Carolina, which is not an appreciably larger city than Des Moines. So, you can really be at the cutting edge of that kind of thing. And it would help improve city government in all aspects. So I think that's everything that we have to say, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
The code enforcement report was shorter, so it was easier for me to get through that whole thing before this meeting today. But what stood out to me the most was the discussion, I think in section 4, so in action. Mm-hmm. Talking about data-informed equitable outcomes. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned an equitable code enforcement lens may also lead city leaders to reconsider the priorities of DSM. And I was curious about your investigation into that program and kind of how you came to that idea.
Well, I was willing to bet money that you were going to ask me that question.
I am on the PDF. I'm on page 37. I hope it lines up. It should be the updated
It's in
one.
the code report.
It's under 4.3.4. Yeah.
Getting into the specific policy recommendations on what to do with DSM is way beyond the scope of the project. But I will say this, the observation that you'll see in the report is, again, it goes to a broader point about thinking about equity in a way that has, not just in Des Moines, but generally everywhere, has not been thought about on all kinds of public policy issues. And the DSM point is an interesting illustration of that, and that essentially there was a policy decision made when the program was set up of you could characterize neighborhoods that need this kind of investment, as basically kind of really good, really problematic, somewhere in between. And the decision was made that we're going to get the best bang for the buck by investing in the in-betweens. that has an equity impact, because what you're saying is, by doing that, you're directing resources specifically to neighborhoods that are somewhat better off than the most troubled neighborhoods. In the world we live in, that has impacts beyond just income disparity. There's also racial and other sorts of disparities that automatically go with that. By making that decision, you're making an equity decision that wasn't thought about in those terms. That's worth thinking about in the context of that program.
Yeah, and actually it was actually quite a bit. But that's another discussion we can get into if you want. Because you got to go back several years in that conversation and look at the option that was in front of us is to do one very small neighborhood that's at that far extreme with Invest DSM. And that was not going to learn what we needed to learn about pushing our neighborhoods into self-sustaining mode. But we can get into that in another conversation. But actually, the equity discussion came up quite a bit in that respect.
And I remember that, and before that,
Yes.
we had Viva East Bank that was
Yes.
not being very successful, and in the four neighborhoods really have made a very, very positive impact, and it has spread out.
I guess I was just curious about, through this study, what your perception of it was, what you came, like, looking at these types of things, kind of like what conclusions, or not conclusions, but questions, I guess, that you posed.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't say that we studied Invest DSM.
Sure,
What I could say is that, it's an illustration of the fact that, all policy choices have equity impacts. I think, everybody in general and governments in specific are becoming more conscious of that in recent years. And that's something to look at in terms of everything, including issues like, how you enforce housing codes. I mean, there was a case that went to the U.S. Supreme Court on housing code enforcement out of Minneapolis, where the issue was basically, and these are the complexities of both public policy generally and of race in America that come up in any kind of public policy issue. The city had the idea that they wanted to improve low-income neighborhoods in particular and make life better for their residents, which tended to be more people of color in those neighborhoods. The idea was, we're going to improve the quality of life in these neighborhoods by enforcing garbage and vermin ordinances more heavily. The result was to drive up rents in those neighborhoods and increase lack of access to housing for former residents of those neighborhoods. The case went to the U.S. Supreme Court basically as saying this policy, which was intended by the city to be, proactively good on equity issues, turned out to be racially discriminatory in the view of the plaintiffs. And, and they asked the courts to declare it to be racial discrimination by the city of Minneapolis. And, half the Supreme Court threw up their hands and said, we don't know what to do about this. You're trying to be progressive, and people are saying it's regressive. We have no idea how you address that problem. That's a fundamental issue that has to be debated in every aspect of public policy.
I also wanted to ask, I'm not sure that you looked at this at all in your report, 'cause I don't think it was covered in the report we got, but and I know you weren't looking at everything in neighborhood services, but with code enforcement, I wondered if you guys had looked at all at encroachment cleanups as well.
Encroachments?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you mean. You mean changing neighborhood composition?
Encroachment cleanups, I mean, like, there's a variety of things, but mostly I'm talking about, it's the tool we use for the...
Unsheltered.
Yeah, for houseless camps, for sweeping houseless camps, essentially.
Huh. I don't think that's something we looked at specifically in that report.
And then I guess my only last question is just to Scott. You mentioned at the beginning of all this that, these are reports for you and department directors to, and then you're going to come back and tell us what you're going to implement. Were you looking for, or is there opportunity for more council input on, what is implemented, what the priorities are? And again, these are huge reports, so we probably need more time to really deep dive into them, but is that a discussion we wanted to have in individual conversations or for a future work session?
I was going to suggest a couple of things. And I mentioned this to Scott earlier. I don't think these reports are available on the website yet, but
They will be.
they will be. So
They are now?
Yeah, they are.
they are now. Okay.
Under the police department section webpage, and then the code enforcement data report is also under neighborhood services, under neighborhood inspections.
Okay.
And they're both on the council, they're both on the council item too, right? Like they got uploaded in the more items or?
On the agenda item.
Oh, the PowerPoints, okay.
So just so everyone can hear, if you're watching at home, the police, the law enforcement piece of this is on the police department website, and the, both are on the police department website, and then the code enforcement is also on the neighborhood services division website. I do think, I mean, Eric, I don't know if you and your group would be willing, as council members, maybe digest a little more if we have additional questions to reach out. I was actually going to suggest, I mean, I would like to see us have an actual implementation discussion. And my hope would be that we have sort of a timeframe for implementation and some actionable steps, but maybe that we have, you know, we get moving on some of these pieces. We have, I think, one piece, we're going to be having the Community Advisory Board, Community Review Board discussion in a few weeks. So we'll have that piece, but I'd like to see us, you know, maybe by June, have a separate discussion that's just focused on implementation and next steps and sort of hashing out the timeline after we've all had a chance to discuss. And do you think that's something that we could get scheduled? And I don't know if the rest of council would have an interest in that type of implementation. So maybe with a focus on those four pieces, the performance indicators, the you know, the data on all stops, and thinking about the strategic plan, and then thinking about how we get some of the transparency and open data portals up.
So you've asked me a resource allocation question. There's an awful lot of involvement that's going to be necessary from multiple departments, especially IT, but then also police, that are both at the moment finishing up on RMS, the new software implementation. And so I want to make sure that there's every opportunity to make sure that that's completely stable, and that we have conversations, which we've not had yet, because we just got the report ourselves a few days ago, so that we can put a schedule together for you that actually shows what is feasible. So I think we need to take the first stab at it, CMO and the police department, to be able to come back to you to say, these are the recommendations that can be attacked quickly, and that these are going to need additional resources, because some of these are hiring staff to get accomplished. And so let us absorb that. I can tell you June is not workable. There's going to be a few people out of the office, and there's pretty important work that needs to be done on this topic. So this is not something we want to rush. We've got to get this right. And so please be understanding of that. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't pieces that we can move quickly on. And so let us return that to you.
I guess my question would be, at a minimum, can we make sure that this conversation continues at the next quarterly work session?
Absolutely.
It might not be all of this done, but checking in on, you know, there's a list of 25 recommendations. There's going to need to be council conversation on some of these to get them moving. I just want to make sure that we keep the actionable piece of this in mind.
Absolutely.
I do think it's important as well, sorry.
No, that's okay.
I think it's important as well to that we know like kind of what council's priorities are, regardless of like ability to implement those pieces. So like those can kind of be happening simultaneously
Yes.
in my mind, that we are talking about what kind of things we want to implement, what our priorities are, and then also looking, and then afterwards we can say, here were your priorities and here's our ability, and
Yes.
line those up.
And at any point in time, you know me, individual
Yes.
input is very much welcomed,
Yeah, we can have a long discussion about
very
this.
much so.
Okay. And I guess if there's things that we could, that you, once you get through everything, that you say, we can just go ahead and get this done by such and such, there might be a couple like collecting all the data. I mean, we collect data now. I mean, is that, is,
Right, but you're touching the software.
right, yeah. So once you find that out, if
Yep.
we can just get a touch point
Yep.
of where you think it's going to be, once you see the amount that needs to be done.
Yep.
And, because the next quarterly work session is when?
Have not.
Yeah, it hasn't been set.
Three.
Yeah, so anyway, I'm just saying even, I know people will be gone and things, so even by the middle of July or something, just a touch point.
We
Well-
can definitely put it on for the quarterly and present what we've got.
Well, another piece that I think we should be mindful of during the implementation process, I think one of the strengths of this report that I hope we model as we consider other bringing in other third parties to review and to help us think through issues. There was a very good public involvement, and so I think that was a strength here to be replicated, and that means in other reports, but also as we go from report to implementation, thinking about how we incorporate and provide opportunity for public input. I mean, I know those of us on the council will continue to engage with the public and will be open to feedback as other people digest the report like we are. I hope people are willing to reach out and share observations and, questions or priorities as well. But I think we need to formally think about how we do that too.
So would that be like in the third-party review that we're asked, that we are going to have, that would be the people hired would be a component where you bring in community involvement?
Right. I think that's an important piece, and I think that's a piece that was successful here. But yes, maybe should have been more direct about saying yes, the third-party review and incorporating community feedback will be important.
I'd even say that, I mean, that's part of what we're recommending here. We were very conscious doing this, that community input and involvement was going to be important to this being a success in whatever you wind up, whatever we were going to recommend and however you implement it. The implementation process itself should involve community engagement, and then ultimately what you're going to be doing will involve community engagement on an ongoing basis, so that you've got the widespread buy-in you're going to need for, at the end of the day, people to be able to say, we have confidence in these data systems, we have confidence in the information that's coming out of it, and so we're able to reach agreement on policy, because, we have a societal-wide problem now of people not just disagreeing, but people having different perceptions of reality. If we can get to everybody in Des Moines having an agreed reality, you may disagree on the outcomes, but at least you can have that discussion. And, that's going to involve having everybody involved at every stage of this process.
Well, thank you. We are, I think, in the lunch hour, and we've got two more items left.
So we had, for the PAL reporting, or the update, we've had a couple police officers here the entire morning. Could we get through that next item before we do a lunch break?
Can we just eat while we're
Can we
doing it?
just
or
do
what?
lunch here?
I gotta go grab lunch.
So take 10.
Well, could we take 5 minutes and
Or 10.
we've got the
She doesn't have.
PAL in second place.
Let's go to Jimmy John's, I don't know how long.
Your lunch has been sitting
That's quick.
since 11.
She didn't have any food, so.
Yeah. Well, so can we, why don't we do a 10-minute? Do we think we can?
She's gonna, Indira's gonna have a tough time getting to Jimmy John's.
Okay.
And back in
Do we-
10 minutes.
Do we need,
Unless she
The
jumps in a
the
car.
food is here.
which she didn't have an order.
I know. I'm just saying.
would take versus like a lunch.
So Larry and
20 minutes, 20, 25 minutes.
Like 17 slides, and that's about it. It's not very complete. When I say 17, that's
Yeah, it's not
she's got 17 slides. Let's,
That's the thing, we ask questions.
It's up to you. We're flexible. I mean, you guys do what you do. I don't have anything for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Take 10 minutes, we can,
I'm not going to be back.
She's gonna need a little bit more time than 10
Well-
minutes
well-
to go get lunch. So let's make it appropriate so she can go get some
Right.
lunch. And 20 minutes, you think you'd be back, or what do you think?
And Derek, let us know what amount, 20 minutes, or do you want?
Sure, I mean, yeah, like if I'm not back, I'll be back within a few minutes of that.
All right, we will wait, but goal of 20 minutes, but we will be waiting.
Thank you, Linda. Appreciate it.
These things are like enough for two.
Yeah. You order the salad thing?
That sampler. You
Last
can
time
get,
I ordered that, because that might have stayed Palmer Street, but last time I ordered it, they put 3 salads in the same one, and one was like a tortellini salad, and one was like an apple salad with like sweet dressing, and one was like a fruit salad, and they all got mixed together, and I was just like, forget it, I'm just not eating this.
they separated mine.
See, I needed to separate it, because like, that thing, I was like, this is my medium option, is the salad, and then they did that, and I was like, forget it, I don't like Palmer's.
Mine was separated, but it was just a
I don't see them changing. Board.
Well, let's see what's happening. It's not happening. If he wants us to consider anything, like that has to happen. Well, I asked Chris Johansson. But I can do that too. Chris had a series of issues. The quantity of the budget going to 2 people.
Oh, you've never had it? Your doctor hasn't recommended it?
Particularly if we're relying on them to.
I'm surprised their doctor hasn't recommended it.
I don't think you have any resistance against that.
I gotta get that.
I'm waiting for them to open up the second. Yeah.
75 for their own operations. 75 for the county, the request for more intake. So it's not their budget that is Now, I pushed back on, there wasn't enough outreach, street outreach as part of that 60. I don't know if she's rethinking it, but she knows that I'm not real thrilled about spending the money, but at least more of that.
Yeah, that's been get translated back. Exactly. You mentioned that there was an outreach discussion.
Yeah. It all needs to get done, the intake as well.
I thought you had this thing started. Stop it. Don't wait on me for anything ever.
Carl, don't make me use the gavel on you.
Do it. Do it.
At least you used it.
All right. So
We lost our audience.
we lost our in-person audience. I suspect there's still a few watching online or will be watching online at some point. So welcome back. I think we're ready to get started post-lunch. I'll turn it over to the city manager to tee up this discussion.
Sure, as they come on up, I thought we'd stay with the theme of law enforcement and talk about two great programs. One that's pretty exciting and one that's just simply badly needed and has been revamped over time. Actually, both of these have been around for quite a while, and so there's a willingness to continue to improve upon them. And so you're going to hear about some of the new aspects to each of these and opportunities that we have moving forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to the Officer Deb.
Yeah.
At least we have the right presenter on this. So the rest of them are sitting in the back, so good job, Deb.
Right.
Sorry, Dave. Somebody told me you were retiring, so we don't want to hear from you anymore.
We've been,
How many days?
Well, I have 8 weeks, or, 8 weeks left.
but who's counting, right?
Okay, first of all, thank you for allowing me to come in. I was invited to come in and speak to you guys. I'm the Youth Services Coordinator. I'm Deb Van Velzen. Prior to this position, I took this position in 2009, August of 2019. Prior to that, I was a school resource officer, spent a lot of my years at Lincoln High School. And then prior to law enforcement, I was a public school teacher here in Des Moines. So I spent 8 years teaching. And I was a teacher. I worked with the special education students and at-risk students, and I also was a coach to Connie's daughters, actually. So, dating myself, I think, because your kids are way older now. So, and anytime, feel free to ask any questions. The goal for our when I took on this position, Chief Winger met with me and he said, I need you to do 2 things. First of all, find a home for your youth programming. And then the second thing was to increase our programming and make it more consistent. So back in about January, February 2020, I met with juvenile court and we started having some conversations. And I'm going to get into some more information about that, but they wanted us to take a look at our Second Chance program and try to revamp it so that it was more evidence-based best practices. And I'll talk more about that here shortly. So one of the very first programs I want to talk to you about is Safety City, and Peter from IT, the city IT's department, put this video together that we just did. Hope it works.
We're here at Safety City for 2022 with City of Des Moines Police, and we're teaching kids how to be safe in the community with, we just did bus safety with police officers, with firefighters, and just general bike safety, pedestrian safety. And it's just an important step because they learn to, some of them have never heard of some of the things we go over, just bike safety, checking for brakes, and pedestrian safety, looking left, right, and left again, those kinds of things. We got a mock little city here in the room with the police station, fire station, a hospital, a couple of stores, a house, and a garage. And then we have some roadway and pedestrian crossways for them to kind of obey traffic signs and ride their bikes around and know to look left and right. We have mostly preschoolers here, 4 and 5-year-olds, and they're at that age where they're getting to play out in the yard, possibly cross some streets and go to the park, those kinds of things, ride their bikes. So they really need to know how to be safe and interact with the community. As officers, we're to serve and protect, and so this goes into educating our children how to be safe in the community. We want to protect them from getting injured and having accidents that they could happen if they're not aware of what they should be aware of when they're interacting with the community. It's been a fun week getting to know the kids and seeing them learn and just having a lot of fun playing with them.
Can I just say, I'm amazed that they have seatbelts on buses now, because when I rode a bus, there was no seatbelts.
It's actually now, I think, a state law. Yeah.
That's amazing.
And it's been a little controversy because of trying to get kids out in case there's an accident.
Yeah.
So that's why it's important we teach them how to put on and take off.
Yeah.
So Back in 2020, this program was canceled due to COVID. Last year, we did a modified version. We had like 8 kids attend. This year, we're filled. All of the spots are filled, and we are actually looking at having conversations with Merle Mall and hosting Safety City out there possibly in the fall and doing an adaptive Safety City for kids with special needs. So we're going to be talking to some parents and seeing what we need to do there. This program, Safety City, is a 3 to 5 day program, and it is our only youth programming that we charge for, and that covers all of the expenses of the t-shirt, venue rental if we need to rent. This year we are also providing meals for the kids. We want to make sure all their basic needs are met. So as I told you, when I took on this position, I was asked to find a home. About a year ago, almost to the day, we took our program and we moved into Pioneer Columbus Community Center. Instead of trying to find something we could build or something we could buy, not that we had any money to do either one of those, we reached out to Park and Rec and formed a partnership there. John Hagner over at Pioneer Columbus, along with Ben Page through the department, the Park and Rec department, have been very gracious enough to let us house our programming at the Pioneer Columbus, and that's just been an amazing opportunity. Our PAL program is a nonprofit program. It was started with Des Moines police officers. It is a separate entity from the police department, and it's funded strictly through grants, private donations, and just calling people, excuse me, just asking for some assistance. We have some really good partners, amazing partners that have helped us put on programming. The police department, even though it's a separate entity from the police department also provides 2 full-time staff members. So that's the police department's contribution, as well as providing, if we need some overtime through seat time, the leadership has been very gracious enough to allow us to use people on duty or on their days off to come in and assist with programming. So we have a full-time boxing coach, Officer John Saunders. He's amazing. I'm sure you guys have probably heard some of the success stories he's had with his boxers. And then my position is paid through by the police department. And once again, we have the Park and Rec department that is a partner with us, but we've also teamed up with a group called Can Play. And Can Play is another nonprofit that provides free sporting activities and leadership activities for youth. And partnering with them, they can use our facilities that the Park and Rec has, and we use them as much as they use us. It's a great partnership. So we're going to continue that. We actually have our schedule for next year already set in place. Our goal here for our programming through PAL is to provide free programming. Kids ages 10 through 18. When I say 18, they have to be in high school. And then, get them off the streets, get them in a gym, or get them in a club. So here are some of the things that we've been doing with the kids. The boxing club has been kind of our staple programming that we've had for quite some time. And it's been amazing. John Saunders, Officer Saunders, he currently has about 15 regular boxers that come in and work out. And then we provide all the programming for them at no cost. So when they go and travel to go to boxing, they're not tournaments, they're called boxing. Yeah, well, it's just like a one-day thing. And it's like almost like something like that. It's a boxing term. I don't know. He takes them, and then we pay for their food, we pay for their entry fee, we pay for their boxing membership. So it is it's a great opportunity for our inner city kids to, otherwise they would have to go to a boxing club and pay for all this. It's amazing. So then the other thing we're doing is we started with the after-school programming this year. It will be up and running full-time next year. It's during the school year. It's called My Pal Time, and it's kind of like a club mentality for kids that are kind of right after school and then wanting to go to one of our camps possibly. We provide food, we do board games, we let the kids just be kids, and just keep it low-key, and it's a mentoring opportunity. Another thing so we have soccer, we have basketball, we're adding dance next year with Cam Play. They're coming in and put on a dance camp. I mean, most kids have to go pay for dance classes, and we know if you ever had a child that was in dance, very expensive. But this is going to be free. And at our camps, our goal with working with Camp Play is that the kids leave with something. I think Friends of the Parks are also starting to do that. So if the kid takes basketball with us, they're going to walk away from that camp with the basketball in their hands. Another one that's coming out, another one that we've done last year is the Fishing with the Fuzz, which has been an amazing opportunity. We're going to do that again, and we collaborate with other law enforcement agencies, Polk County Conservation, Iowa DNR. It gives the kids an opportunity to see that police officers don't just look like me in this uniform. They might wear a green uniform, they might look like, wear a brown uniform, and it's also an opportunity to bring families together to do family time. So that one was successful, and who doesn't enjoy fishing, right? The other one that's new this year is the Iowa Hero Academy. I think you guys might have heard about this some time in the past. It's brand new. This one here, eventually we're looking at making it its own nonprofit, just because we want to, it needs to be for the kids maybe a little older than 18 as well. So it's our goal to move that into its own nonprofit. And it's a great way to give young ladies in our community and across the state an opportunity to explore a career profession in first responders. So, and we do a lot of things. Anytime a phone call comes into the department, it says, hey, youth, it gets sent to me, and then we try to figure out how we're going to support it. Once again, it's John and I are the full-time, so sometimes it takes our whole MVSD unit to put this program on. So then the next thing that I want to share with you is about our Second Chance program. So when I came into this position, we met with juvenile court, and juvenile court provided a document called the Iowa Pre-Arrest or Pre-Charge Diversion Toolkit. It was through the Department of Human Rights, the Iowa Department of Human Rights, and it's a document that provided some evidence-based best practices for diversion. When we talk about diversion, pre-charge diversion, we're talking about at the law enforcement level. We're not talking about juvenile court level. People hear diversion and they think, oh, this kid is going to go to the theft class that Polk County has. This is handled in-house. In our department to give kids an opportunity to stay away or keep kids out of the system. So that's kind of our mission statement. With this, it is assigned to me, it is a Des Moines Police Department program, but it's assigned to me to manage and take care of. It's taken a lot of work to get it to where we want it. We've made some really good changes. I could talk for hours on what it used to look like compared to what it looks like now, but we can have those individual conversations if you want. What we're trying to do here in the Second Chance program is focus on kids who are the ages of 17 or 10 to 17 and really focus on low risk, low offense kids. When I say low risk, low offense, we're talking about kids who commit simple misdemeanors. And so working with juvenile court, and also with Polk County DCAT. They've been, when I came into this position, we've built a pretty good relationship with them to have some insight on this program. And right now, what we have going on is we went from serving 50 kids a year in our Second Chance program to now, pre-COVID anticipation, we can serve probably up to 300. And it is a individualized program rather than a one-size-fits-all program. So when kids come in, we start assessing their needs. Let me back up a little bit. When I say they come in, Polk County DCAT has given us a 3-year grant for a social worker. So when kids are getting...
Sorry, what is DCAT?
Oh, Polk County Decategorization. It's a nonprofit under Polk County itself. And I think they used to be, they're restructuring right now, used to be under the umbrella of Polk County Health Services. And now they're moving somewhere. I'm not for sure where, but they still exist. So And so Polk County DCAT has the juvenile justice component of it, but it also has the foster care component of it. So work with Diamond Denny on the Polk County, or on the juvenile justice side of it, and then Cassie Kilgore on the foster care side of it. And so Polk County has funded a social worker for us to work with the kids. So getting me out of the police department and putting me in the Pioneer Columbus has opened up doors rather than put up barriers for kids to come meet with us. So the kids come in and they meet with Jay, who couldn't be here today because he had a family emergency. And Jay, our goal is to assess basic needs for kids before we do any kind of programming. And so then from there, Jay works with them, puts them into specific programming, and we work with the kids. We tell them they have a connection with us for life, whether they're successful or not. So it's been a great move. If a kid was on the street and got in trouble and we didn't have our diversion program, they would go to juvenile court and they would not have the contact of a social worker. They would just go straight to juvenile court. So the social worker position that we have is a great resource for our parents, our families, and the kids in general. It's been a positive thing. So what we've found out, though, is that kids who do diversion and go through pre-charge diversion program, actually the recidivism rate, so the chances of them reoffending is significantly lower than if we were just to send them through the process. We're talking about low-risk, low-offense kids. And our goal with diversion is not only to keep them out of the system, but to keep them from reoffending again, or getting them so far, if they did make it to the system, that they just keep getting deeper and deeper and deeper into the system. So that's our goal. We want to keep them away.
You talk about you can serve 300.
Mm-hmm. Juggling.
Is there a greater need? Like, how many? Right. I mean, if we identified sort of the low risk for, whatever I think we're going to get to the criteria. I mean, are there more kids who would meet the criteria than?
So that number for 300 came about with juvenile court stats that they showed to us back in 2017, 18, and 19. It was kind of weird because each year we had 250 kids go to juvenile court that were simple misdemeanor offenses, and they were first-time offenders, okay? And so with that number, along with the number that we had served in the past with Second Chance, that's how we came up with 300.
Okay, so that's estimated, the number going through.
That's an estimated that could potentially go through.
Right.
Because we wanted to have this number and then say, okay, what do we need for funding, or what do we need for resources? Because I can't have 300 kids surrounding me at once. And that's where, if we're going to have this and management of cases, that's where Jay, the social worker, came in play. So.
Is this the same program where if a kid is like expelled from school because of one of these offenses, that they are doing that like alternate school diversion program?
No, this is separate.
Different? Okay, thank you.
When our old program and when SROs were in the building, we worked very closely with the schools. And now that the SROs are no longer in the building, we're open to working with the schools, but it's just been not getting into the schools has been it would be ideal, because then we can not duplicate services.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Right, so that's like expulsion diversion that's done through
that's
PS.
That's something different.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Councilmember Shoemaker, I think what you're talking, the one person that's doing that right now is Will Keats, which starts right
Oh,
here.
yeah.
He's got a nonprofit, I sit on his board. The kids that are expelled from school, he has a program, he'll take them in, they'll educate them at his facility so they still get their, in fact.
Starts right here, is what it's called.
Last night we just had graduation for 4 students.
Okay, I knew there was one that was happening at Urban Dreams. I don't know if that's the same thing.
So the school district does have virtual like sites. So
Okay.
Urban Dreams has one. I think there's still one out at the Porter Building. They have a site out there. And I think there might be one other one, I can't remember. But I think the school district is trying to make it so that kids that it's accessible, easily accessible to do those programs. But I'm not a part of that.
That's not what this is.
Yeah.
What is the dollar amount for this whole project? I mean, what type of resources are we putting towards your?
Right now,
Yeah.
the police department's putting me as to run the program.
Yep.
The funding of it, which comes in later on in this presentation, is done through PAL,
Okay. I don't know what PAL is, but I'm sure.
Police Activities League.
Okay.
It's all the youth program. And the social workers from DCAT right now.
And if I can just make a comment, heard your presentation out at Pioneer Columbus after the shooting with the youth over by East High School. And I think you visited about other police departments have bigger facilities and they offer more services, but you're so limited right now. And actually, it was on my list to talk about with the city manager's office, because, I mean, our youth are our most important asset that we have in our city. And if we could enhance this program and make it even better, I can't imagine that it wouldn't pay dividends to us twofold, fourfold. I mean, we're just not putting enough money into our youth. And what I'm hearing is we need more things for our youth, more things for our youth. Here we have something, but we haven't funded it adequately. Or we could use more funding. Is that?
We could always use more funding
Yes.
to put towards our kids. I mean,
Yes.
really,
That's what I was waiting to see. I was going to wait to see what the funding is. and then,
Because
you know.
that's where I was going, is like, we should be making the investment in our youth, and we should be making investments in this program.
And that's part of when we look at, the benefits, we'll talk about that later, but it is, you look at, do you spend a little bit of money on a kid up front, or do you let them take the path and end up in the system where they're going to have barriers in life, and then the barriers, they call it net widening, or widening of the net in the system, and where they don't make good money as an adult, or they can't get into school, or they can't get into the military, and I know personally of a situation of a kid who I arrested as an SRO, as a 9th grader, who brought marijuana to school and was selling it, and I had enough to charge him for possession with intent to deliver, and I did charge him. And he went away and was locked up his sophomore year. When he came back his junior year, we built a very, very good relationship. He's an amazing kid. He has an amazing family. He came to me as a senior and wanted to get into the military, but he couldn't. He needed a letter of recommendation because of the charge when he was a 9th grader, when he was 13 years old. And I wrote him a letter of recommendation. I said, if you don't take this kid, this kid needs you. He needs the military. This is what he wants to do. They wouldn't let him in. So I said to myself, man, if I would have known that back when he was 13 years old, that there's this kid, this charge, and that was that kid's situation, and that was his behavior. That was on him. But if I would have known what I would have known now today, and had an opportunity to see if I could put this kid through a different kind of diversion and work with this kid and work with this family. I'm not saying he didn't need to be, have some sanctions on him. That's not what I'm saying. But if I could have done something where it wouldn't have been put this barrier of him not being able to get into the military. He's doing amazing now because I talk to his mom all the time. So, and he's still an amazing kid, and we're still friends, and I will still help him out no matter what. So that's the kind of things that we need in place that we can give young people the opportunity. And like I said, I can talk about this for hours and tell you the bigger picture of the vision, where I'd like to go, but.
Well, you mentioned the marijuana, and I see possession of marijuana, so does that include with the intent to
No,
deliver?
it does not. And so on this slide here where we're talking about the program overview, so our program went from a one-size-fits-all, one-tier program. We would put all the kids into one room, and they ranged anywhere from 10 years old up to 18 years old. Not a good combination with my teaching background. We would have we could put you guys all in the same room and say, she's here for theft, you're here for fighting at school, and Scott's here for weed, and we're going to talk about the exact same thing.
I like that.
So we're going to talk about the exact same thing. We're going to do the programming for everybody, which was not appropriate, because the way you talk to a 10-year-old is different than the way you talk to an 18-year-old. The way you talk to a kid who's maybe has an addiction is not the same as you would talk to someone who got into a fist fight at school. So we came up with this, juvenile court officer, Sam Powell, I don't know if you know him, he kind of threw this three-tier program at me, and I said, well, we can make this our own. So with this said, we came up with 3 tiers. The first tier is we call it the Be Smart, Don't Start level, and that's just a light touch. We don't even talk to the kids. We send them a letter, and it's got the chief's signature on it that says, hey, kid, we know you're smart. We know you can do this. Be smart, don't start. And we're going to hold on to your case for 30 days, and if you can stay out of trouble, we're going to take this charge and get rid of it. It's not going to be on your record.
You get charged for fighting in school now?
Yeah, disorderly conduct. Well, yes, you can. Yes. So we only have first three on the tier 1. That was our highest charges back in 18, 19, and 17, 18, and 19.
Highest frequency of charges?
Yes, for first time, first offense. So disorderly conduct, criminal trespass, interference with official acts. That means that the kid maybe kind of pulled away from an officer, or they lied to an officer. Sometimes it's a combination of all 3 of them, maybe, I don't know. But those were our 3 highest referrals to juvenile court, and they're all societal crimes. So we don't have a victim per se, right? Mm-hmm. So that's our very light touch. It's very, very minimal. It's literally the officers, telling the kid, getting called to the scene, and the officer saying, I'm going to have to do a police report, but I'm going to send you to second chance. And then we send them a letter. They don't see us ever again. Tier 2, we have 7 other different qualifying on that one, and those include drug paraphernalia, simple assault, theft fifth, where there's property has been returned. So if the person doesn't get their property back, or Walmart doesn't get their property back, we can't take it because of the restitution. Alcohol possession, public intoxication, knife on school grounds where there's not a threat being made. If there's a threat being made with a knife on school, there should be a threat assessment being done. We don't want, to send this kid to second chance and then he goes back to school the next day and causes harm. And then criminal mischief with no restitution. So if a kid, that one here is mainly like city property, going down to the skate park and tagging it or something. The city doesn't go after youth with the simple misdemeanors. The third one there is, the third tier is strictly reserved for marijuana and possession of marijuana.
What about any other drug?
It just has to be marijuana. Tier 3 in marijuana, with the Polk County Attorney's Office, that's what they wanted. Because we also tried to get OWI in there, and they didn't want to touch that right yet. So our goal is to see how successful this is, and if we wanted to start adding, we can, but we go back to funding and resources, because that's going to increase that 300 number if we start doing all simple misdemeanors.
Okay.
Can I ask, what was how are these sorted and how are these ordered? Because some of these seem, like possession of marijuana doesn't seem as serious to me as having a knife on school grounds.
So knife on school grounds, especially in Iowa.
Yeah, that might just be a pocket knife or something.
Yes, pocket knife. If it's something over 5 inches blade on it, then it's a more serious crime. So,
but I also know that like one of the marijuana task force recommendations we got was lowering the enforcement priority of marijuana, and so then seeing it as the highest tier, I guess it's just kind of, I'm kind of wondering what the mindset is behind that, or if it could be lowered. Like, is it really that serious?
it's because it's a serious misdemeanor.
Oh, is it just outlined as
The rest of them are all simple misdemeanors. Okay. We are very, very different. Most places don't include a serious misdemeanor. They only do simple.
Okay.
So.
And that's an issue in part with the state charge.
Okay.
And that's also why we can't just write a citation for
Right.
marijuana, because it's a serious misdemeanor, not a simple. And so that's like one of the things that I think we've registered on, but we should think about from a strategy perspective. That's maybe not where we maybe not the end point from a policy perspective, but that's maybe the point that we can get the folks at the legislature to work with us on. And that would give folks here another tool, and that would also maybe allow that shift from tier 3 to tier 1, for example, too. I don't know, but.
That's all.
Yeah,
That's your guys' job. No.
Yeah. No, that's what I was asking for, is
Yeah.
what made this one special, that it was in
Well,
its
the
own
other
tier.
concern too, talking to juvenile court and bringing those kids in and holding on to them for 90 days, the tier 3, because each one goes up. In the past, I held on to these kids for 6 months. Okay? We can't get grown people to behave for 6 months, let alone a 10-year-old, right? So now it's 30, 60, 90 days. And the reason to hold on to 90 days is to work with that family a little bit more, to provide an opportunity if that kid needs some kind of treatment, we can guide them. We don't pay for that, we guide them. And then the other thing.
Who does pay for that?
That would have to be private insurance.
I wonder if they.
So we have some ideas for expansion on this program, which I will touch on at the end, where we'd like to see this go. It does not include treatment, but it does include resources for the family and the kid. That's pretty amazing. Actually, we've started it with the marijuana, providing an opportunity for them to go to Orchard Place to get a assessment done.
Okay.
And knowledge is powerful. So if we can get a kid to get an assessment that says, hey, we think you have an issue or a problem, a drug addiction, then that kid, I don't need to know it. I don't need to know what it is. I'm not going to tell a kid your programming says you got to go to treatment, therefore you got to go to treatment. That's not what we're doing.
No.
Because all of our programming, when we do this, we want the kids to have buy-in and we want the parents to have buy-in. So when a kid gets referred to tier 2, we have a list. Jay gives them a menu of things. It has to be focused. We have 3 categories: educational, service learning, which is community service, said very nicely. And then we call it outreach or workshop, and that's where we connect kids to nonprofits or other agencies within our community that's sustainable. Not a one-time drop-in center. It's where they can go and have continual support services. Yes, like the ranch. Or we had another young lady, she was 17 years old. For some odd reason, kids like to go to Hobby Lobby and steal crafting stuff. Okay? And it's bizarre. But but I'm going to tell you right.
I haven't done it.
But
Terrified of that.
but they have we get a lot of cases there, so they're very good security, and they want to go after these kids. I mean, if you look at some of the stores, they go after these kids civilly. Walmart wants us to charge these kids and put the books to them, and it's a simple misdemeanor, and we can choose to send a kid to diversion because they're youth, and it's a simple misdemeanor. The state law says that. So what we do with the kid, we bring them in and we find out their why. Why do you feel like you need to steal from Hobby Lobby? Well, because I wanted to make some crafts so I can sell them, so I can make my own money, because I can't get a job because I don't have a driver's license and blah, blah. So then it starts the wheel of, okay, sounds like we got to get you a driver's license. What are the steps can we help you to get a driver's license? You need a job? I'm going to send you up to CFI, Children's and Families of Iowa, and they have an amazing workshop for kids to do internships, to do resume building, interviews. So we're going to send that young lady up there. And so now we've just empowered her, so now she doesn't have to steal. And that's what this is about. We also do the service learning. So we have kids, we bring them together, we'll go work in the parks and pick up trash. And they can pick. So we give them that option, or we can go to the ARL. If they don't like dogs, they might pick the parks. So they get the buy-in. Their favorite place is Meals of the Heartland. So, and I like it too. It's a pretty good time, and we feed the kids. So we go do Meals of the Heartland, then we go to the McDonald's right around the corner. So we have a lot of things that we do. There's some restorative justice pieces in there. If the kids want to do the mediation and make amends with their victim, like say in the assault cases or the criminal mischief, we will do that. Polk County Attorney's Office has opened up their doors that if we want to send a kid to their theft diversion program, we can send them there. So we've got a lot of good partnerships that are very, very sustainable and reliable.
Dip, how's the partnership with the parents? How does that work? And
Well, I'll tell you this, our parents are hurting.
Yeah,
They're hurting
that's
because
why-
their kids are hurting. And these parents get into the meetings with us, and they are just they're lost for words. They don't know what to do. They feel hopeless and helpless.
Yeah.
But we also have parents who call me every week whose kids are not in trouble yet, who are not in diversion, who are in the same boat. So that is our goal, is to, in expanding this program and looking at the grants that are out there to do some expansion. We've got a parent class set up now through Boys Town. It's a pilot program that we're going to be running in a couple of weeks where parents can come in and take a parenting class called Common Sense Parenting. And it's free. That's everything we do. This guy back here told me that this programming has to be free because we don't want anyone to have to feel like they have to buy their freedom.
Yeah.
So I have to be creative. I have to hustle to get what we need for these kids to go through this program for free.
Or you need to ask 7 of us for more resources.
Yeah, that would be good too.
It's sounding like there's a lot of opportunity for like more preventative services. If you're saying that there are people who aren't even in this diversion program, haven't even
Right.
gotten into that place yet.
We could work it together, especially for the parent part of it.
Yeah.
We could have, my idea is to have these parent meetings, because they're 6 weeks long, provide food, provide childcare, provide this parents to come in, bring in an incentive so that when they come in for, out of the 6 weeks, if they come in the first week, we're going to give them a 4-pack, a family 4-pack to go to our pool this weekend or during the summer, and give them something to do as families. We're also reaching out to an organization called Wildwood Hills Ranch.
Yeah, they're a great organization.
And this is, I mean, I can go on another hour and talk about the ideas that we're going to do there, but they've given us scholarships to send young kids there. So right now our program is only offered for 10 to 17-year-old kids, but we have a need for younger kids and their families. And so that's where we're trying to take this to the next level.
And
So,
maybe even beyond like the parenting courses that you were talking about, like also like you're talking about like the example of like stealing from Hobby Lobby because of all of these background issues, like being able to like talk to kids and identify those background issues and be able to solve
Right.
those before
exactly.
it comes to a point of police interaction.
Well, and that's the thing that we're talking to when the kids come in for our initial meeting. And Jay's been with me since October. I said, the first thing we have to make sure is that these kids' basic needs are being met. If they're not being met, they're not going to be successful. If they're hungry, I mean, our stats of theft has gone through the roof. Our females are stealing, and they're stealing food.
Yeah, they're hungry.
And they're hungry. So we want to be able to say, here's where you can get food, so you don't have to steal it. And if you need food, you can always come see me, because I've got a stash all the time. That's what SROs do. When I was in the school, I'd always have a cupboard full of food, and kids would just come in and take what they wanted. If they know that they need a safe place from this point to this point, here's where you go. If you need clothing, we'll find you that resource. We're not going to give it to you. We will give it to you the first time, but we also want to show you where you're going. So it's, with the program though, is we have kids who are successful and we have kids who are not successful. The beauty about this program, which is different than the previous program, is in Tier 1 and Tier 2. If a kid is not successful, we still don't charge them. So if they don't show up to our meeting, or they fail the whatever, they don't show up, or they don't turn in do any of the programming, we don't charge them still. We release them with a warning. The only exception is Tier 3, and Polk County Attorney's Office did not want to miss an addiction issue. So that is the only tier or the only charge that we can, if the kid doesn't show up or if they're not successful, we send that case over. So and that's the only one. But we just worked on getting these kids so that they're not fingerprinted and not photographed. In the past, previous program, we would still, even if they came to Second Chance, we would take them out to the jail or downtown here to the courthouse and get them fingerprinted and photographed, and then they're still in the system. And then if they were successful, I would have to try to go back and try to get that stuff removed. Well, DCI, Department of Criminal Investigations, told me that there's no way to remove fingerprints from their system, from the FBI system. So this new program that we have going and going up to bat and trying to really evaluate the wording on processing juveniles for serious misdemeanors and above, we were able to say, well, they're not technically in custody because they're coming to me. So they're not technically charged, therefore, we don't have to get them fingerprinted and photographed. So.
For the reasoning on tier 3 is, maybe it exists and I just haven't seen it. Is there data on marijuana addiction, like that is a thing? Because I have always kind of understood that it wasn't, but I don't know if there's been research on that.
I think there is there?
I can't.
I've
Well,
heard
I
that
mean,
it really is the gate to a lot of,
No, I
or
would say
some other way.
alcohol.
It's a
would probably
gateway.
be- I'd say
Alcohol,
alcohol's
too.
Probably the biggest gate to.
Well, I would say
Addiction.
when I
Taking
remember,
marijuana, you're probably gonna drink
when I work in
alcohol.
law enforcement and I have conversations with people who are on heroin and meth, and I would say, you would strike up conversation, and most kids would say, or most individuals that were addicted to meth or heroin or the stronger drugs, it was alcohol and marijuana is what they started off with, and then the tolerance level, and then they went on to something stronger.
Right, but just saying that we don't want to miss an addiction case on possession of marijuana.
That's not me, that's county.
No, I know. I'm just wondering, I don't know if you had any idea, or if anybody had any idea, if there was like data backing up, like that addiction to marijuana was an
I
issue.
don't have the data on that. I'm not the expert in there. I know a lot about teen brain, and when a kid is exposed to any drug, whether it's nicotine, alcohol, marijuana, or whatever, before their brain is fully developed, can have some negative consequences.
You have a
So-
greater chance of addiction.
Yeah. So with that said, we presented this the first time to juvenile court, and the county attorney, juvenile county attorney at the time, kicked it back and said, well, we want the marijuana to come to us, just so they could do an evaluation. But it could be something that we sit down with them later on and have conversation with once we do get the data that we want on the recidivism.
So, repeat that for me again. So they have to go to Polk County?
No,
If
if they
they don't
fail.
fail.
Oh,
If they
if you
fail
fail.
me, yeah.
Yeah,
They fail the
okay.
program.
Okay. Well, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, they have an opportunity to correct their actions.
Right,
So-
right. But we don't take the kid into custody on that marijuana charge if they're not successful. We just send them over on a delay referral and send the letter to the parent and the child that says you weren't successful, and your case is being forwarded on.
Are they drug tested during the program?
No, but one of the things that here's the thing. In part of the programming for marijuana is that we also, the educational part, we have them do an online class, but we are now working with Orchard Place, and we are able to give the kid, because we're giving the kids the option on what they're going to do for their programming. There's a better buy-in to it.
Sure.
Okay, so one of the things is we could tell the kid, hey, would you like to go to Orchard Place, the PACE program, and they will sit down and do a substance abuse evaluation on you, and if they think, and then you can do the class with them. That would take all of their programming and be done. We also have the opportunity to, if they come in, let's say they had the paraphernalia charge, and they said, well, I just had it with me and I don't smoke it, and we could say, well, you have the option, you could go here and take a UA and do a drug assessment, and it's all your results, that's what you're going to find out, and they can have that choice. We're not going to force a kid to take a UA. That stuff costs money. So the trick there is that their insurance company could cover it, but if we have an individual who may not have insurance, maybe possibly our immigrants that are coming in to the community, that's where Second Chance would have to pick up the tab for that. So, and that's about $100 for the evaluation.
What's the percentage that don't have it?
Not very high.
That don't have insurance?
right.
Most of them have insurance?
Most of them have insurance. Most people have
that's
insurance.
good. I would've
Orchard
thought it'd be
Place
the
told
other
me
way.
that in the last year, they had like 3 or 4 kids come through.
That's surprising.
So
Well, does that mean that the kids that don't have insurance aren't getting the help that they need?
it could be,
Yeah.
yeah.
I have a question on the tier 3, and this goes back to Councilmember
Shoemaker was asking about the rationale is not wanting to miss an addiction issue. But
Yes.
if there's a reoffense that is something other, like they're brought in on a marijuana charge, but during the 90 days they have a disorderly conduct, that's not a repeat on the marijuana that would be
Correct.
related to addiction, but does that disorderly conduct trigger,
Them to be unsuccessful, yes.
right, but unsuccessful and then the charge is forwarded, rather than, in the other cases, they're unsuccessful and the prosecution's declined, right?
Correct. So if a kid came in on tier 2 and reoffended in that 60 days, got another school fight or something, that case, the second charge is forward onto juvenile court, the original charge is not.
Okay.
And the tier 3, if they are not successful and they get a disorderly conduct charge, with the original charge being marijuana, both those go to juvenile court.
But if the second one is like a simple versus a serious,
Yes.
that kind of,
Yeah, I mean,
that's not an addiction issue.
I mean, the problem is with that is they have an opportunity to not have anything happen if they go through a program, and if they choose to reoffend anyway during the program, I mean, there is consequences, and that's part of what we're dealing with youth, is there is consequences. Your kids have consequences for their actions, my kids have consequences for their actions, and we have to be aware that we're giving them an opportunity. Your consequences is you get to go through this program and don't reoffend and do what you need to do, but you have to go through this program.
But there's a greater consequence for possession of marijuana than there is for other things. Even in the way that this is set.
It's not a simple misdemeanor, that's why, Josh. It's a.
Right, but if the second one is a simple misdemeanor, then the serious misdemeanor goes forward.
Right.
Which isn't related to the addiction issue, which was the justification for the serious misdemeanor going
I
forward.
think I can probably take care of this whole conversation.
Thanks.
You all need to keep in mind, we had to scratch and claw
Yeah.
to get simple possession of marijuana as part of second chance. If we want to go back and have that debate with the county attorney's office, all those cases will go to juvenile court. It won't be part of the program. So
Okay.
how it's set up is the only way we could get them to bite off on it. So as time goes on, and I think there'll be some movement up on the Hill,
And
then we can
movement over there,
then we
too.
can revisit that. But right now is not the time to have that argument, or the tier 3 will no longer be there, and all those kids will automatically go to juvenile court. So we kind of have a good thing going. We're at least providing an opportunity.
Is that the leadership at the Polk County Attorney's?
That's between juvenile court and the county attorney's office.
Okay.
She had to sell a used car to
I get
get that included.
Yep.
Is there a way that we can go back when they have different leadership?
Well, we
And
could
maybe have
probably
just
have
a discussion?
conversation. I think they're open to any kind of conversation.
Okay.
When this first started, they brought me 3 charges to put in there, but he says, no, we're doing 11 charges. And they were like,
Okay.
okay, that sounds good. But then the marijuana was
I got you.
I think
non-negotiable.
once you see a track record, if you see a lot of kids not reoffending, then
Right,
it
and
gives you more.
maybe we can revisit this conversation in January. We'll have a little more of a track record. We can see if there's a willingness at that time to try and maybe a soft, but maybe put it on the checklist for them.
Yep, I think all these
See
are going
if
to
she's
be
got
under
some more
constant
slides.
review.
that's
Because
fair.
Deb will establish effective practices, best practices, things that allow the kids to be most successful as we move on. Yeah, this whole thing will be a constant work in progress, but yeah, that conversation needs to come down the road.
Okay.
Right now is not the time, or we're going to lose.
Well, and this
We don't
next
wanna-
slide kind of explains that as well, because in the past, we kept our own stats, and one thing about Iowa, when it comes to recidivism and figuring out juvenile stats and stuff like that, every state does it differently, every county does it differently, every agency does it differently. So the Department of Human Rights put together a database. We're trying to get all the agencies in Iowa to kind of follow the same suit. It's a free program. It's ran through the criminal juvenile justice planning, and it is. We went back and actually put 5 years worth of data in their base, in their web base. It provides the structure and the uniform of keeping data, so then that way we can compare everybody. So what it looks like is we have this diversion database, and then we have the criminal diversion or criminal database for juveniles. Then we have the adult version of criminal database. We can now take, and under the guidelines of best practice, we want to keep all three of those separately. Because now we can take the pre-charge diversion and compare it to the juvenile. And we can also compare it to adulthood. To see what you were talking about addiction. To see if these kids here that have the marijuana charges, are they becoming later on addicted? And so then that also then provides this great statistical information, as well as it helps us evaluate our diversion program, like Chief was saying, so that we can go back and go, okay, well, you know, this isn't working. Maybe we need to go down to the 1 tier and just do the letter thing. Or maybe we need to get rid of the letter, the Be Smart, Don't Start, and do the programming. So that's where we're able to do that. Here's the thing, though. You know, it's going to take a couple years for us to get that data.
And how long have we been doing this for?
Just this year.
This, with the new program, about a year.
Yeah, I was going to say just
Yeah,
this
so
year.
we need some,
Yeah.
we need a lot more data.
Right.
At least another year, for sure, if not longer.
Absolutely. And it will be interesting to compare it to statewide, too. Oh, so Second Chance, like I said, is free for our kids to participate, and it's funded through the Police Activities League, state and federal grants, and of course, private donors through the charitable giving campaigns. So the benefits that we're finding is that this actually gives an opportunity for cops on the street to be the good cop versus the bad cop. You're in trouble, let me be the good cop and send you to Second Chance rather than take you out to detention. We don't want kids going out to detention, because when you take a low-risk, low-offense kid and you put him out there next to so-and-so who's selling marijuana, or so-and-so who's out there doing crazy crimes, violent crimes, now all of a sudden you have this low-risk, low-offender that's going to be in the system and being connected, and we don't want that. The other thing is that it connects families to sustainable community resources, and the other thing is it's accessible for youth. In the past, officers were given the discretion of whether or not a kid gets to go to Second Chance. We changed that with the new system or the new program. And if a kid can qualify, if a kid fits those 11 different charges and they qualify, they come in. And we don't even need parent permission, because parents can be barriers. So we have parents who say, I don't want my kid doing that. Well, that's not an option anymore. If they don't show, that they don't show. But we're keeping stats on that as well. We want this to be an opportunity for every kid to participate, no matter what their background is. We want them to come in and have this opportunity. The main thing here is that there's no record of being in the system for these kids and having barriers later on down the road for them in their life.
So I have on that last point, I'm seeing, and I don't know if this is at the discretion of the police department or if this only applies to youth or if it can apply to adults, but it seems like having pre-charge and like not like making those charges, like that we have discretion on like following through with charges on certain offenses. I don't know if it's limited, I guess is what I'm asking.
And I think I know what you're asking. It's easier to do on the juvenile side.
Yes.
Because juvenile court works differently than adult court.
Because you have the buy-in there?
Yep.
Okay.
Because you could get into, you could go, let's say, the school fight, if you will, and you went directly into the juvenile court system. They're going to establish a record for you. You're going to have a record. So all that's going to be probably going to come back to haunt you someday. But they might not do anything with you. They might call you up and say, you know, Miss Indira, don't do that anymore. But you still have a juvenile court record. This whole program is designed to prevent that from happening. And, you know, God forbid somebody needs some services, let's get them connected. But preventing that juvenile court record, you know, and everybody said, well, nobody can get your juvenile court record. Okay, that's a bunch of crap, I can tell you that. You can't get to them. Everybody can get to them. So that's the whole purpose of this. You never have that record.
So
is
there a possibility for like some of these, you know, are minor offenses as adults, as well as there a possibility to have a pre-charge diversion program for adults?
So that's a good question, and I just pulled up my email. I talked to a judge over in Iowa City because she made a comment in a training session. I was like, I need that information. The reason why it's also very flexible for juveniles is under the state code of 915.10, parentheses 3. And what it more or less says is that the victim in simple misdemeanor cases involving a juvenile does not get to determine whether charges are filed.
Okay.
And that's only for youth that are the offenders. So we are able to take simple misdemeanors like the ones out at Walmart, and Walmart wants, blood for them stealing a can of pop, that we can say, Walmart, back off, we're sending them to diversion. So as long as we say we're sending the kid to diversion and there's a victim involved, we have that opportunity.
But what about that tier 1 where there's no victim for adults?
You could possibly do that. And that is a side conversation I've had with, and actually, believe it or not, Second Chance was developed for adults first under the previous Chief Judy Bradshaw. This was designed for adults and transitioned into a juvenile program. So they've done in the past, it looked very similar to our old program, but you're absolutely right. This could expand into an adult. And I was thinking like, okay, that adolescent teen brain, that 18, 19, 20-year-old. But once again, there's one of me.
Yes.
And there's no funding. And so it eventually could be something. But we'd like to see what we can do here, and then it would give us the power and the knowledge and the stats to say, this kind of works. Maybe we should expand it to these older adolescent people that are, still have those developing brains.
With the possession of marijuana, since that's victimless, but serious misdemeanor, and again, this might be a discussion to be had later, if it was so hard to get it for the youth program, but is that something, or essentially there is an opportunity for pre-charge decisions being made by the Des Moines Police Department?
For adults?
Yes.
That would be a question for him.
Yeah, it's a serious misdemeanor by law. We can't write a citation for it.
No, yeah, that's not what I'm asking.
We still have to treat it as a controlled substance because it's classified as a controlled substance. We still have to manage it, report it, audit, because we get audited by the DEA, all the drugs that you've confiscated. There's so many hurdles to get over with that. The simple solution for that, and there's actually bipartisan support right now, is to go up there and say, we'd like to reclassify this as a simple misdemeanor.
That opens up a lot of doors.
That could very easily get done. I've talked to numerous people. I've floated that idea for 2 years. All it takes is somebody to take the initiative.
Takes the vote.
Yes.
Do you have to do all those controlled substance things for the youth as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to handle it the same way.
Even with the pre-charge?
We just don't have to send them to court. We don't.
Okay.
Right.
That's the flexibility.
But you have to charge them if they're adults?
We have to charge them with that because they're adults. They don't have that clause. We don't have a juvenile court code that allows us flexibility to not charge.
Sorry, I'm confused. I thought the clause was if there was a victim, but if there's not a victim, the clause is just that you have determination?
Same kind of concept with like a prostitution charge. People talk about that as a victimless crime. And it is, unless you live at 7th in Indiana and you have to watch it all day. And somebody's going to report it and expect you to do something about it.
Or the one that's prostituting is also a victim too.
Right.
So-
That's a much more complicated issue.
Yeah.
I think.
But that's the same issue we've battled for years. Same kind of thing. The simple solution resides up there.
Yes. I'm just
moving in that direction.
I'm just wondering what the possibility is, even like regardless of like what we should do or shouldn't do, just that there's a possibility for pre-charge for youth with possession of marijuana. Does that possibility exist for pre-charge decisions and actions with adults, or is that not allowed by state law or something?
Well, it's not going to be allowed by me because I'm not going to have our folks take the liability on it. And
what liabilities?
The county attorney, same way. There's the other option. Go to the county attorney's office and figure it out there.
Right.
I can't put that pressure on our cops to manage through that and do it exactly right and come out on the other side.
I'm not asking. I'm just wondering what the legal situation is. Just trying to understand.
Yeah,
It's following the law,
try to
right?
talk to either somebody in the county attorney's office or somebody that's worked on something like that in the state house.
Okay.
Well, Deb, do you have some more slides?
Yeah. I do.
Before we leave that, just as a next step, because it's come up a couple times now on the simple misdemeanor piece. I leaned over to the city manager. I mean, if we think there's bipartisan support and we can do something about it, I'd like to see our legislative team spend a little time in the interim developing an actual strategy for who we reach out to and how we help move something like that along for the next legislative session.
Can I throw in one recommendation with that?
Yep.
If you have coalitions, and I know you all do different legislative coalitions, I would do it statewide. I wouldn't do City of Des Moines. I would do
No, it has to be statewide.
Not going to happen if City of Des Moines.
Right,
You know.
I understand.
But we have the League of Cities, we
there's-
have some of those that we've talked to.
There's work that can be done. I mean, this is targeted and narrow. You know, we may all have other things that we think need to change, but to be proactive about this specific one, someone's got to help lead that, and we don't necessarily need to be the public face, but we can help identify the legislators and help build the community piece to it. And if we're serious about that particular recommendation from the task force, we should spend some time and have some staff resources to help get it done. And I think I've heard from the chief that he's committed to that piece of it too. And so,
Yeah, I'm not going to fly the flag and be the poster boy for it, but I'm certainly not going to stand in the way. In fact, I've been having those conversations with folks for a couple of years.
That was our legislative priority too, wasn't it?
right, but there's a difference
Right, I
between
understand
saying it's a priority and then working through the strategy. I mean, all of the other legislative pieces that I'm involved in, when it's a priority, you develop a strategy, you figure out who you're reaching out to, someone takes the lead in reaching out, and so let's do that.
Unfortunately, the strategy probably needs to come from another city and Republican leadership of some sort. And I mean, that's how it works, Josh. I'm not telling you anything you don't know.
No, I mean.
We're not going to get it done as a city of Des Moines.
Well, I understand that piece.
Yep.
But, I mean, I work with environmental groups up at the Capitol. We're not the folks that they're going to listen to first, but part of our strategy is we try and figure out who the messengers are, who we work with, and that is something that the city of Des Moines can and should be. I mean, that's just, I think, a standard expectation. If our legislative team isn't doing that, they're not doing something right, and I think we're capable of doing that. It's just a question of giving them the assignment to do that and asking them to do that, which I don't know if we have or not, and that's what
Or
I'd like us to do.
prioritize it.
Well, I think it's been one of our priorities each year, and I think that our legislative team does a great job finning off the stuff that they throw at us that really is pinpointed towards Des Moines. And if we think that they're not pinpointing against us and some of our leadership decisions that we've made, we'd be fooling ourselves, first and foremost. I mean, that has happened, and that will continue to happen. But I would never object to having a discussion with maybe one of our suburban friends or maybe somebody, you know, the reason why we got the bill for the public nuisance for the bars, that we can act on some of those things, because it came from a Republican legislator in Davenport that he had a problem with. And he pushed it through on the House side. And so we have tried to get that same legislation done since I've been sitting here. And it's never caught any legs until someone from a different community stepped up, and a Republican stepped up and said, I need this done for my community. And sure enough, it passed, and the governor needs to sign it now.
So we could
I
seek
think-
out an
So we have work to
advocate.
do.
Yeah, I think what you're saying, Joe, could be included in a Des Moines strategy where we're reaching out to somebody who could be the face of it or something.
Could be the champion. of
Yes,
that.
yes.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, and I'm not objecting to it, but let's not fool ourselves. It's not going to be us, and it's not going to be our legislative team that's going to be able to pull this off. Now, they can make contacts with others, the League of Cities could help, but it's that's not how it's going to play out. We've got to get somebody that has the same ambition and other cities that have the same ambition that what we would like to see. And, I mean.
A joint strategy.
Yes. Yes.
A joint, well, now
Like
wait,
before,
how do you
but
define
we've got
joint?
99 counties out there, and I don't think it's going to happen right now, so let's move on. And let's finish this discussion.
Okay. So the other benefits to our Second Chance program, of course, it keeps kids out of detention. It breaks down barriers that they might have later on in life. And of course, it's way cheaper than if we were to send a kid through the system. The other thing is, of course, Des Moines Police Department can take some credit to say, hey, we lowered our stats to juvenile court. But one of the most important things is that it decriminalizes normal adolescent behavior.
And that's probably the most important thing.
Yes. So some things that we've learned about our program is that, first of all, you have to change a mindset. You can't do things the same way. One size doesn't fit all. And that's even from me when I first opened up the document of the Iowa Pre-Charge Diversion Toolkit. I looked at it and threw it across the room and said, heck no. But then I went back and I started reading. I'm like, okay, maybe I could do this, maybe I can do this. And then just seeing how it fit into our program. So we were able to do that. Creating sustainable and reliable community partners is essential. We get a lot of people who say, hey, we want to be a part of your program. We love the thought of it. They knock on the door, but then when I try to send kids to their programs, they don't answer the phone. They don't open their doors to our kids. So that's been a hurdle of ours, but it is very important that we have these sustainable community partners. We also like to try to, our goal is to hold kids accountable still, as well as mentor them and finding that balance. And then the other thing is that we found out that age-appropriate programming, even though our programming is good for kids years of 10 years of age to 17, some kids come to our program and they don't have, maybe they might have a learning disability, or maybe they're in mental health crisis. So with that, we have to be very, very flexible, which leads to the next programming thing that we've learned is that we have to be flexible. If we have a kid that comes in and has a mental health issue and has a charge, we're going to check out that basic need and say, okay, your stability of you and your mental health has got to take priority. So that's what we do. We work with kids and their families. And then, of course, prioritizing the no-cost programming and opportunities, particularly for parents and families. So expanding this program to reach parents and families to get them the assistance that they need as well. So that was it. So I think you had mentioned something about what does this cost? It fluctuates big time. As you can see, I do this programming as well as the after-school programming and then the camps and stuff like that. So I'm very, very, very busy person. Mm-hmm. If it hadn't been for Jay, the social worker, the case manager, I'd probably go crazy. He has been a godsend in helping this program, and he just gives a different perspective. And he has different resources and connections than I do. So that's been a blessing to this program. The flexibility of the leadership and allowing officers to help out with the camps has been really, really good. And the parent support that we've gotten back on that, they're like, this is so nice to see that the police and the kids are on the courts again.
That's really encouraging to hear.
Yes, so that's been a very positive thing. It's been a good thing overall. So, yes, Carl.
I've been back here in the weeds. I've got 5 questions for you. So on 2 of the slides that said Police Athletic League. And so I just want to make sure you've transitioned to Police Activities League.
Yes, it's Police Activities League with the state. It used to be Athletics League.
Yeah, and I think a couple of the slides said that, but just to clarify
That's probably my error, because we use the term interchangeably, but we focus on Activities League because some kids aren't athletic. Some kids don't want to just play sports. That's the other area where we're trying to build on with the PAL side of things, is offering, that's what that after-school programming is for, is to offer
Okay.
activities rather than taking the kids down to the gym and making them play baseball. Some kids don't want to do sports. Yes.
Crafts.
We
Really,
do
art
crafts. The
All
little
right.
diamond art crafts are very.
And so
Actually developing art programming.
Yes,
you're a 501c3,
correct.
and do you need some help with identifying ways to raise some more dollars?
We're
are
always
you-
looking at ways. Our goal here is keeping the program sustainable and being able to provide kids, would that do our camp, or do our camps, is to give them something to take away from it.
Right. But so don't be shy about, I mean, I think a program like this it just smells perfect for whether it's corporate donations or other type of donations.
Which is why this has been going on for 30 years, and we've never come to this podium and asked for money.
ARPA
You're
funds,
exactly
I
right.
mean, we have $94 million. I mean, this is a program that I'd like to see money invested in.
I would
This-
too.
This is a program that could make a difference in our community.
Well, Deb, don't be shy.
What better investment than our youth?
Okay, we'll take the 94.
So,
What's it cost annually to run the program?
Oh, their salaries.
Well, I can get back to you on that, because there's a lot that goes into it. If we went and, we just
Took all
put in.
the hours
yeah,
of
we took
everybody.
all- If you're looking at programming, are you looking at the total package? Are you including Second Chance into it? I mean, and then the expansion that we want to do with the
All of the
parent.
above.
I mean, the parent classes alone are going to run us about $4,000 a pop. So, and it only allows 12 adults to attend, but that doesn't include the food that we're going to feed them, the childcare for people to be there to supervise them in the gym. I've got a venue, I've got everything set up.
so
I've already
civic,
planned, I just got to find how to
civic
pay for it.
groups would be keen on whether this is Rotary clubs or other groups to help out on this. So besides getting several cases of COVID when your group went down to Kansas City in 2020,
Yeah.
what did you get out of that trip that you'd like to apply to Des Moines? Sometime, give us that,
Yes.
like, here's things that we saw that Kansas City does, including, they have their own van, so you don't have to borrow a city van, and your police van doesn't pass the safety standards now because you don't have seat belts, so.
We got like 3 seats.
So at some point, give us an idea of what you learned from that trip. And it would seem like for your Safety City program, it just cries out for a traffic garden or a bike camp. And if there was just one in the budget in the city of Des Moines, to add that, it would be awesome for all the kids in Des Moines.
Well, it's kind of interesting that
is-
you said that, because our boxing club is our staple, and it's been around forever, but our biggest growth has been the bike stuff that.
Yeah, so like,
So-
is there anything in the budget upcoming that would under,
So is that the little bike trail?
yeah, the ones that you
one like
saw in
Switzerland?
Switzerland and we've seen elsewhere that are really popular for getting kids out and just, rather
Well, it
than
gives
in
them
the
a place to
gym.
learn how to ride a bike, so.
Yeah.
And so, Scott, that's in the budget sometime, isn't it? It's out of the budget now?
Actually, I had a place
How
for
many,
it.
how many kids do we put through our bike camp?
Oh, well, that was the last question. Is there a bike camp scheduled for the
There is.
summer?
There's a bike camp in July. And you typically take 15 kids, but my coworker that helps me with that, who also sits on the city council, he doesn't know, but we might try to up it to 20.
Oh.
So,
We need to talk about that. Okay. So that maybe starts around July 11th or something like that?
yes, it does.
All right. Well, so you've done well on all the questions except for the traffic garden, and I guess I'll have to talk to the city manager about that.
We can get you that.
I would really like to see.
You should not have a shoestring operation on this, is what Joe wanted to say.
I think Carl just said it.
I just
Can I ask a question?
This program needs to be expanded.
Not that I don't have 5, but West Des Moines had the Youth Justice Initiative for many years, too. How does this compare to what they do? Because I know there's funding from like United Way and things like that for this, their program, or they come to it. So what is the difference?
I think they have don't quote me on this, but I think they work with the school district. They're partners with the school district, and then they're housed with the West Des Moines Police Department.
Yeah, I think so. I just was curious, and if you don't know, that's fine,
Oh,
too.
and I think Lieutenant Larry Davy knows a lot about it too, but they also have assigned social workers, and their social workers literally run their program.
Well, that's what I thought. I mean, I
Yes.
have reviewed the program when I was on United Way, so I
Right.
just wanted to see
Their
how-
social workers run
So
their
basically, we're heading down towards that type of,
Their program will not serve 300 kids, though.
no.
No.
And there's diversion programs all over the metro area and all over the state. A lot of them are not free.
Theirs cost money.
There's several programs out there. One that they wanted us to jump on board with, it was rethinking drinking. You know, when you go to a house party and you hand everybody a card and say, okay, we won't charge you if you go through this program. And the kids were showing up, and it was costing them $100 to enroll in the program. That was actually why Second Chance started, because we run across kids.
They can't
If you
afford
live in Waukeeth, yeah, your dad writes you a $100 check and you go through the program and you don't have a criminal record. Well, we didn't have that same luxury here in Des Moines. So
Okay.
that's why it's got to be completely free. You know, if you get arrested for the whole Hobby Lobby thing, that's kind of weird to me, but let's say it's a thing. You get arrested for stealing at Hobby Lobby and you're in Johnston, you know what? Your parents can probably afford to keep you out of the juvenile court system.
Right.
That we don't run up against that very often. So it's got to be completely free.
So basically, then we're asking to get kind of what would be ideally the appropriate number of people, and then that ties to a number, right?
I'd say $1 million minimum is what you guys need to get for this, and use it in both programs, the activities and the youth program. And Scott can look at me, I don't even know what face he's making, but I'm telling you right now, if we don't invest in these kids right now at that age, we're just asking for trouble.
We didn't come here today for an ad.
Oh, we've turned it around for you.
And I see that because you're about the only slide that doesn't ask for a dollar amount. And even when I'm pushing it, you can't come up with one. So I came up with one in my head.
Well, I wasn't anticipating the turnaround on it in regards to, because we just do it.
We just do it.
We just do it.
I get it, but you need more resources to do it, to expand it, and I just feel like you're helping parents, you're helping kids. And I don't know what, if I can't sit in the seat and do something like that, then I might as well just walk away tomorrow.
I can figure that out with my boss. How's that? Fair enough?
I do want to see something.
I just want to make one comment too, is, you know, I see us putting a lot of money into different programs, and I don't see a lot of results. Our kids are our most valuable asset. I think we, as a city and as a council, need to really look at what we can do to expand the PAL program and to give you the resources that you need. You do an amazing job. When I heard you speak the other day, I came away just amazed at what you do, and you know, you've got the support of the chief and Lieutenant Davy. You're to be commended, the whole department, because you're doing a great job, and you didn't ask for money, you're just doing it because it's been the right thing to do.
Well, I'd like to think of this youth programming as probably one of the best kept secrets of the Des Moines Police Department. Most people don't know what goes on, and that has been going on. This revamping of the Second Chance program started before 2020, before COVID, before the protests, before the defund the police. It started before that. And that the department realized we needed to make some changes and get with the times and get with the evidence. So, you know, and it's been a very long journey, but it's been very rewarding, and I think it's paying off. We have about an 84% success rate for kids that go through our program.
Jeez.
That's pretty good compared to other diversion programs.
Exactly.
And I give a lot of credit to Jay, who's the social worker. We still have some improvement, and I'm challenging him. You know, why are these kids not showing up to the meetings? Get to their houses, go to them, get to the school and talk to them, and get them enrolled, or getting them into the programming. So we do have our.
Can you say that again? What is the success rate?
84%.
All of us through.
84%,
84%.
which is way higher than our old program. And that's just since August of 2020.
And
that's
it's
happening.
measurable.
Yes.
We've got other programs that we've put money into that I don't think they can measure.
It sounds like the social work part of it is a strong component of it.
It is a very strong component.
So if we would add to that another social worker or a couple more to help, again, prevent.
You know what resources you need to expand. You tell us.
So the 84%, that's the success rate as in like within the 30, 60, or 90 days, there wasn't another
all
offense,
of
they
the
completed the program,
All the programs.
and then we're gonna, I
Those,
think
they
you
had
had
to show up. That's how
Yes.
we're determining. If they didn't show, we didn't count them in that stat because we can't measure that. So if they didn't show up because every kid comes into the program except for tier 1, they have to have a meeting with Jay, the social worker.
to start the program?
Yes, so we can get their programming in place.
figure out what
Okay,
they need.
okay, okay. But that's not like if they started the program and then didn't complete it.
Correct.
Then they are counted.
That's correct.
Okay.
So the main thing here is that we want to get face-to-face with these kids, and a lot of times they come in and they're scared to death. And they will tell you, oh man, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was. This actually, we had kids walking up to us after they did community service, and I gave them McDonald's, and they're like, hey, this was great. I actually got something out of this, and I appreciate you buying me lunch today. Okay, a teenager just told me thank you. And right, so that's good. I mean, so I know we're having positive, and when we're sitting down and we're doing the community service at Mills of the Heartland, we're having conversations, and the kids are realizing that we're not much different. We made mistakes in our lives. We do activities with them to prove it. So it's pretty powerful on both ends, because this program and the PAL program not only is great for the kids to break down barriers to let them know that the police officers aren't the bad guys, it also opens up the police officers' eyes to realize these kids aren't all that bad. They're all not like what we think they are. So it works both ways in building the relationship and breaking down barriers for both groups. And then if the parents are seeing us getting along, it's, if you, yes, and the parents will call you and call you and call you, and, and that's what you want.
So, knowing that this is brand new, this new way of doing this is brand new, do we have plans to kind of keep track, like year by year or 5, 10, 15 years, like to see, did this kid end up, reoffending past the program?
That web, the human rights, the Iowa Human Rights web-based data system, that's what that will do.
Okay, great.
And we actually went back in, they said, hey, can you send us the stats you have? And I said, I'll give you the last 5 years.
Right. Yeah, I thought you had mentioned it, but it's been a while.
Yes, we went back and gave them extra, because they were like, really? And I was like, yeah, you might as well need it, because if it gets the ball rolling on research, why not put it in there?
Yeah.
So.
No, yeah, I'd love to see the long
Some
term.
of the kids will keep in contact with us about what they're doing. We had one that went through second chance, was valedictorian at East, and now is in her last year earning a teaching degree at UNI. They'll contact us and see, tell us what they're up to.
Yeah, I'd
So-
love to see those long term.
So if we could jumpstart this program, maybe Lieutenant Davey would postpone his retirement.
No, he's not going to.
Oh,
But I do want to add one more layer to this that we haven't talked about. We have a LICOP program. It's mentoring youth with cops. And a lot of the folks that she's talking about, a lot of these youth are involved in that program. So it gives us a chance to mentor these kids throughout the year. We've had officers take kids to the state fair, 3 or 4 kids to the state fair, to movies, shopping, haunted houses, and, during the fall, just different events like that where the police officer is not in a uniform. They take the kids, they pick out some of these kids that they really connected with through some of these youth programs, and then they can go with these children, take them to whatever, bring them back home, And we have a fund that's set up to pay for that. So for private donors and what have you, I think it's maybe umbrellaed by the PAL program, but it doesn't cost taxpayers anything. It's money that's been donated by private donors that allows us to be able to mentor these kids after they have gone through some of these programs. And in addition to that, police officers on the street may run across a child, and they may, give us that name so we can follow up with them and get involved in some of our mentoring program as well. So that's another piece of this that I don't think we really touched on yet.
All right, well, thank you. Appreciate the presentation, obviously well received by the folks up here, and I think we can move on to our next agenda item.
Thank you.
Glad we didn't do that before lunch.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
I wish you would have.
I think it's on the website, or else you can find it too. Find the PowerPoint.
All right.
It is. It's our last item. Thank you again for sitting through this today. We've got a opportunity for a little bit of a rebranding going on here.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Sue Ann Donovan, Neighborhood Services Deputy Director. I want to talk to you a little bit today about our property improvement program, which we're now calling Des Moines ION, Improving Our Neighborhoods. So I want to point out, first of all, this is voluntary. It's not an enforcement program. We're looking at it as assistance plus empowerment equals improvement. This is a citywide program, and it will be open to all residential property owners in the city of Des Moines. So we're staffing the program right now. We've hired one supervisor, Dan. We have 2 property improvement liaisons. We are conducting interviews to hire 2 more liaisons. At first, when we first rolled this out, you may remember that we had 2 liaisons and 8 field workers or outreach coordinators. We decided that we needed more people in the office to help people connect to resources, and we didn't really need as much outreach in the field work. So we have hired 4 outreach coordinators, and we will be hiring an additional 4 temps for a survey that we're going to conduct this summer. So what the survey is going to be is we've got IT helped us build an iPad app, and we're going to go and we're going to rate every single property in the city of Des Moines. Vacant, occupied, does it need a roof, does it need soffits, does it need, whatever, and get a snapshot of every property in the city of Des Moines. We're also going to rate the properties, the residential properties, for Invest DSM so that we can hand that information off to them so they can use it to figure out where their next Invest DSM areas are going to be. And we have also hired 1 clerical support person.
Can I ask a question there?
Absolutely.
I've heard it said before, so Invest DSM can decide where they're going to go next.
Correct.
When we give $5 million, shouldn't we as council be able to make some of those decisions like we did the first time around?
Well, we have 3 reps on there, we better be telling them where we want to put them at.
I think that is, they're going to bring it back to the
We'll be
full
bringing it back
council
to the
for
I think it needs to
discussion.
come back to council, so
It
we
will.
Well,
can.
Polk County also puts $5 million into it
Yeah,
now,
I
too.
know that, but
It will come back.
Polk County can decide, but as ward council persons, I think we need to be making that decision.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's up to someone else.
Okay.
All we're doing is handing off statistics to them, the development
They're going to come
services.
back because I don't have anything in my ward in 2 years when
Yeah, I know.
the new
Yeah,
boundaries
this is-
switch. So
yeah.
they will be coming back and we will be
Yeah,
having a discussion with these 3 that's on the board.
And that's a little bit different than what's in front of us, so let's keep on.
Yeah, I just heard what she said, though, and I just wanted clarification.
Yeah. Right, we're giving them the data, they'll figure it out and bring it back to council.
Instead of having to get a consultant down.
Correct, we are doing the work for them, so they don't have to hire somebody else to do it. It's part of our shared expense. And, yeah, we're training our field outreach workers to use the iPad and to figure out how to rate the properties. So that's ongoing. This does meet a PlanDSM goal to preserve, maintain, and improve the existing inventory of single-family and multifamily housing. And it is going to be done in coordination with other local nonprofit organizations to provide owner-occupied repairs and assist low-income, disabled, and elderly residents with their ongoing needs for maintenance.
Sorry, is this only owner occupied, or is this also going to apply to rental properties?
Well, we have the rental property inspection program, so we're not giving through this program money to rental businesses.
Cool.
So what we're concentrating really on is trying to make sure that people who own housing can stay in their house, that the weather doesn't get inside and all of a sudden they have fires or, leaking and that type of thing. If we can get the exterior buttoned up, we hope they can stay in the house and not incur further expenses later on or be forced to move out because they can't fix their roof. So far, in starting the program, staff has conducted over 150 interviews, having outreach conversations and meetings. We've done some independent research, and then we've had an extensive review of existing policies and sort of our history of owner-occupied repair programming, which used to be done merely through CDBG funding, and so this won't be tied to the CDBG funding. It allows us some more flexibility. So here's sort of a list of people that we've talked to. Of interest is New Directions Home Repair in Louisville, Kentucky. That is a nonprofit organization that does some of this work, and they gave us some great ideas on how to manage a program, and so we learned some things from them through that kind of conversation. We've talked to Polk County Housing Trust Fund, Rebuilding, Habitat, Evelyn K. Davis, so we've had quite a few discussions with people in the community. Takeaways from the conversations, there's a willingness and enthusiasm across the city to work with us to help property owners. We did identify through those conversations the need for a centralized intake for residents in need of repairs. So what we plan on doing is we will have the initial intake form when people come to us seeking assistance. We will fill it out, and if it's a referral to Habitat for Humanity to do the work, we've already done the basis of the groundwork for the application. They can just take it over then, get their whatever pieces they need, but we'll have sort of a centralized single intake form. There's also a need for regular stakeholder meetings to coordinate repair efforts across the street. That's being set up. And so we've also met a second PlanDSM goal, which is coordination. So we also went through an evaluation of this program using the Equity Toolkit. So we took a critical look at the impact of the program in our residential communities, who will benefit, all residents that qualify, that's our goal, and we will be linking people to other services to get some work done. Access issues. We need to develop diversity of language. We need easy access documents. We need to be able to reach out to the diverse communities within our city, and we'll continue to work on that. That's the comprehensive outreach. I have been meeting with neighborhood groups as the initial rollout of the program, but we understand that that isn't necessarily the only point of contact that our residents have and isn't the only point that they get information. So we want to continue to locate other community organizations to engage in. Can we have meetings at libraries where we flyer a neighborhood so that people know that they can come see us? And then we'll continue to use the Equity Toolkit as the program develops so that we're always looking at this program through the equity lens.
And typically, the folks that are going to the neighborhood meetings probably aren't going to need to participate in this program, to be honest. And you probably see that as well as I do.
Yeah, but I have had a couple people at neighborhood meetings say, I know a guy who needs his back stairs repaired, And he says, but you're going to put a lien on my house. And I said, no. And he goes, Bob needs back stairs. I said, okay, Bob, we'll
Yeah.
talk to you later. I mean, so there is a mix.
There is, and
know.
that they
Yeah.
will be the ones that are able to tell us who needs it, but I don't know.
Right.
There's a lot of them that come that probably need the assistance. And
Yeah, and I think that's a good segue into another sort of aspect of the program. We want to work with neighborhood groups
Okay.
so that they can help us identify, who they know in their neighborhood, and they can nominate that person and help us reach out to that person and help us make a connection with that person to get that application in. Roof repair, siding, foundation, driveways, windows, doors, fencing, landscaping that affects the livability of the structure or yard. So maybe somebody has a lot of growth in their backyard and they just are incapable of cutting it down. So there's all those volunteer trees and all that. Can we get some service organization that needs a badge to go and cut down and clear out the backyard? So that's just one example of fitting a particular person's issue with a particular service provider to kind of make that connection. We also believe that people need assistance in navigating the system, and that's where our property improvement liaisons will help do. How do we get them to fill out the forms at NFC? For me, when we filled out the loans at NFC, it was a little daunting, and it can be daunting. So can we have a liaison sit with them and help them figure out all the documents they need, how to fill out the applications, how to get it over to NFC so that the loan can be processed?
So are there any new, like, I remember early in the discussion, it was talk about safety net. Like, is it just kind of, we're directing people to what already exists, or are we finding new?
We are directing people to things that already exist, and we are also developing new programs and things that we can do.
Cool.
I think I'll get into it later, so I may be talking ahead of my slides, but maybe somebody who needs a roof can't pay $126 a month to get the loan, to get the roof, but we can put in $10,000 to get the loan to the point where they can pay it. So that's a cooperative effort where we're looking at the needs of that particular individual to get what they need. My staff doesn't like it when I say this, but one size will not fit all in this program. It's going to be, every single case is going to be different, and how do we match the need to that person and get the repairs done? So the basic workflow: identify the structure that needs the assistance, assess what they really need. So that's where the outreach coordinators will go out and look at the house and say, yeah, you need a roof, but you also need soffit repair, and maybe your windows need to be scraped and painted too. So the soffit is the under part that rots out. And then water can get in, so that whole system needs to be waterproof. Then the liaison's going to develop the plan. How do we can Habitat take it and do the project themselves? Can they qualify for a loan? Do we need to be the person that hires the contractor and gets the work done? So we'll develop the plan. It's either going to be through the partnership, where it's handed off to a partner, or a hybrid where we put something in, the partner puts something in, or it's a direct where we are directly doing the funding and hiring the contractor and making it happen. And then there's going to be the post-evaluation. How did it work?
So is Rebuilding Together, they're also a partner in this also?
Yep, they are. So what resources will we use? Partner organizations and their resources. We want to look at corporate donations and volunteers from corporate. Internal grants, fiscal recoveries, which is sort of a nice way of saying a lien. But we think that in some cases, we can put a lien on the property where if it sells later, we get paid back, so they don't lose their home. They aren't forced to sell. It's just at point of sale, we've protected their asset, by fixing it. They can age there, and then if it gets sold, we'll get our recovery at the back end. So it could be 20 years down the line or 10 years down the line, but at least, we'll get it back into the program. And then some external financing with NFC is part of it.
With the organizations, the partnering organizations, will you use like any type of church groups or anything like that?
Anybody who wants to help.
You would take any type
Absolutely.
of volunteers?
Yep.
Or whether it be?
Yeah, we've reached out to Amos And I think that's a network we can start going to individual churches through and say, do you want to take on a program or a house this summer?
I've had people
You know?
call me and it's like, hey, I've got, youth that want to do a project or a cleanup or something.
That's exactly what we're looking for to partner with. You know, a lot of Boy Scouts need badges, and I know when they build things, can they build a ramp, for somebody who's handicapped and can't get that ramp built themselves, but they still need access and they want to stay in their house. So those are some of the coordination and partnerships that we're looking at. So the safety net, we have a budget right now from the city of $1.35 million. We have connections with organizations who can assist directly. We have several partner pledges of volunteers for designated neighborhood work days, and we will continue looking for additional funding sources and volunteers.
And at this point, we still don't know kind of like the profile. We haven't done that like assessment yet of all the properties. So we don't know like how much need there is.
Right, and I talked about that survey earlier. Yeah. So when we get that survey done, we'll have some data so we can actually show on a map, where the problems are. Well, for Invest DSM, it's going to be the 1 to 5 scale, but for ours, it's going to be maybe a roof is the red dot and the siding is a green dot, and we can sort of see where we need. Okay. We think we can get sort of bang for the buck if you say we got 5 roofs in this area. Can we get a cheaper price on 5 roofs? Can we get a roofing company to, if we give them 5, will they do 1? The labor on the 6th one for free if we give them the supplies. I mean, there's all sorts of creative ways that we can ask.
You can be creative.
Cool.
So is the 1.35 million, is any of that administrative fees, or does that go right into the?
That's a safety net budget. That is not
doesn't
salary.
cover any salaries?
No.
Okay.
Sales tax is covering.
Sales tax.
Sue Ann, you've been great at going at all the neighborhood meetings and promoting this. That's terrific. So when you use the pronoun "we," are you handing this off to someone else? Because you have a pretty full platter already. So like, how's that going to work out?
Dan is who's putting the most staff hours into this right now.
All right.
I am right now trying to lead it.
You're the public face so far, but you're going to do a handoff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, I'll stay involved in trying to make sure it works and gets it coordinated, but at some point you won't see me talking about this. Dan will be talking about it.
Yeah, and so you'll need to let us know all of Dan's contact information so we don't come to you with questions that you're just going to.
You can always come to me, and I will figure out where to put it.
There will be 4 different phone numbers that we'll provide in replacement of Sue Ann, and it's someday.
Okay.
Someday.
All right.
Yeah, no, we have I'll get the information, but we actually have a email address already set up, and we have a phone number already set up. So I will get all of you that information so you can have direct contact.
And Dan was the neighborhood zoning officer.
Dan was an NID inspector.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he would come to neighborhood meetings, and he really is good.
Dan is very excited and enthusiastic about this, and he is the perfect fit for this, for this program.
I would agree with you. He comes to the
So we're developing policies, program guidelines and principles are being drafted. We're kind of looking at qualifying for grants, about 80% of AMI, above 80%, they will qualify for other assistance through getting a loan, volunteer hours, assistance with loan applications. That's sort of where we're going to pool money, maybe. Maybe they can't afford the down payment on to get the contract started, so maybe we do that and then they pay off the rest of it. Being very creative with how we help people. We also are going to assist persons with disabilities, and that's going to be sort of a sort of a slightly different maybe thing. Maybe they can afford the paint, but they're not going to climb that ladder. So maybe they buy us the paint and we get a volunteer to go paint the house for them. I mean, that's a way that we can help people who who just can't do the work themselves. We want to look at pre-approval in areas located on our poverty maps or low-income areas based on census data, so that they don't have to go through a whole bunch of paperwork. They're just pre-approved for the program, and how can we get the help to them fastest way possible. Yeah, they didn't change the slide. But. So what we're looking at is applications and nominations. And again, I talked about nominations from neighborhood groups will be accepted the fourth quarter of 2022. So we really want to have neighborhood groups engaged in this and sort of help identify people in their neighborhoods and help us make those connections. We're going to process the applications over the winter months, and then we anticipate work starting next spring, weather permitting. So the idea is that we get all that person all set up over the winter months, so that, when we hit, we've got the plan in place.
So next budget cycle, will we add an additional 1.3 million in there? So then we'll have.
We should know more about how much is necessary at that point.
Okay.
I would anticipate it being at least that.
Okay, good. All right.
Will there be a pamphlet? Like if I was like, I'm going to go drop an application off in my neighbor's, like, at my neighbor's door, could I also bring them a pamphlet saying this is what I dropped off an application for?
Yeah, and that's a very good question. We're going to develop those, and what I promised the neighborhood groups is this fall, we're going to visit them again, and we're going to have that information in the handouts. We may have people help us flyer neighborhoods and hand out, flyers. It just depends on where we see need and how we want to best get outreach to those people. I also want to do a couple public meetings in addition to the neighborhood meetings to try and get to a wider audience. I want to maybe set up meetings at each of the libraries and then send out something in that neighborhood. We want to do it in different languages, so we'll have to translate some of those handouts or have some information on there. How do you get the information in your language?
So you've got tons of outreach ideas.
Yeah. So,
Awesome.
And you'll also have a good start once you do this inventory, because
Yep.
you'll know exactly,
You will know
won't
which
even have to,
neighborhoods and where they're at.
yeah,
You'll
Yep.
know the business.
and what houses.
We'll be able to map that. That's going
Yeah.
to give us. So here again is sort of our timeline, doing the survey and getting out. How to track success, we're going to track it by number of projects, number of volunteers, the value of the volunteer time, dollar amount spent. We want to do a post-project survey with each homeowner. We hope over the years there will be a reduction in blitz on blight. And again, when we go out in our next 5-year survey of the city, we want to see if we've improved the health of our structures in our neighborhoods through our program in a 5-year increment.
I think with the data report that we just got, it's like being able to, they talked about like neighborhood profiles and things like that. And I think this would be great it would be very useful.
Yeah, no, that's what we're doing, is we want to be data driven like they said. How are we going to make good decisions in the future if we don't have the data? So we're heavily into collecting the data so we can analyze it. One of the things I'd like to also collect is was the program able to save a contract sale? So we all know that contract sales are sort of can be bad for the buyer because they don't really understand that they have to do the property maintenance portion of it, and then the roof starts to leak and they end up walking away from it, and then it's sold on contract again next year to another person. I mean, it becomes a revolving. So can we save some contract sales? So if we know that we're putting a roof on for a contract sale, are they there in the 5 years? Did we save that contract sale? Again, location of properties assisted, analyze the demographic information. We hope there'll be a drop in crime rate long term if we start having our housing in our neighborhoods better at a higher quality. We want to see if participation with neighborhood groups goes up, and if over years we can increase the capacity of the safety net.
And maybe even fewer enforcement needs.
Exactly. Yep. It all kind of ties together when you talk about the health of a neighborhood, and it starts with housing. So we are going to have On May 4th, Polk County Housing Trust Fund is hosting a roundtable to meet with all the providers so we can figure out how to maximize the number of people we can help together, find out if there's any holes that need to be filled, connections that we need to make. Again, it covers another PlanDSM goal, which is encouraging organizations and nonprofits to coordinate services. And questions and concerns?
My question would be, if we know they can afford it and they're not maintaining their house, or if we ascertain that they can afford it, what is that when we will go in and have some more enforcement?
Yeah, so that's a great question.
Because there's a difference. Some people just can't afford it, and there's others that just choose not
Right.
to.
So you'll recall that this program started out as a two-prong
Right.
attack. There was an enforcement arm to it and a focus on the assistance and safety net. And at the moment, we're bringing to you the safety net, but I would tell you, we're going to need at some point to bring back the enforcement side as well, because we will have, entire neighborhoods improved through this programming and others, and yet there's going to be homes with resources available to them that are going to not participate and are going to still have concerns with their property. And so I would tell you that it would be helpful to consider part of the narrative is the city wants to start with this programming to help people, but understand there will be a time and place when we're going to have an enforcement as well.
Okay.
I think
You have to know that, because otherwise there's going to be more of a tendency just to, well, I'm not going to mess with it then.
I think it'd be helpful to know, like, among those people who can't afford but aren't doing it, like, in my mind, I think about, like, landlords who don't, live somewhere, but this isn't that program. So it'd be helpful to know, like, how prevalent is that within owner occupied? Are we talking about, like, that they live there full time and are, like, have no desire to update their home or so? I want to know kind of like what we're looking at. And so hopefully we can get some of those results after the first year.
I think as we build the database and we get a nomination from somebody in the community that this property needs help, and I know, and we reach out to them and say, do you need assistance trying to get your house fixed? Is there some way that we can help you? Here are some programs that you may qualify. Even if they don't qualify, we're going to offer it. But just the gentle nudge, we're going to have that in the database of that property, and we're going to have notes as to what happened, and we can connect those dots later. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, otherwise it's not
Yeah.
good for our investment, just kind of take this full circle.
Right.
If we do our part as public incentives to get those of need, their properties to a standard, a minimum standard, and yet there's still others that do have resources that have refused to participate, that's harmful from a value standpoint from the properties and the homeowners that we just helped.
I
So
think
we do
this
have
is
to take it
great,
all the way
because
through.
of the people, you think of primarily seniors who are on fixed incomes that can't fix, or if you're disabled or whatever. So I think is a huge leap to say we're investing in our community and helping people stay in their homes, which is much cheaper in the long run. And so it's so many other facets other than just helping fix their house. It gives them great opportunities. So thanks for all the work you've been doing on it.
Yeah, I would reiterate that. I know that we've worked on this for a long time, and since we're going to rebrand it, I like the rebranding portion of it and how we're going to go about it and help and not come in with the heavy hand. And so, but at some point in time, I mean, Scott made a great point, we're going to keep investing and, doing what we need to do with these volunteers, and then we're going to have people that have the resources to do what we're asking them to do, and they're going to refuse to. And then at that point in time, we are going to have to take those steps. It's going to be a while, but I mean,
It might not be that minute, too.
It might not. I mean, once they see the houses around them being cleaned up and done, maybe they'll.
Yeah, we hope.
Somebody else will buy them.
We hope there's a little of that sort of,
Yeah.
if everybody around you is getting their houses fixed up, then
Right.
you feel maybe more inclined to not let yours deteriorate. So.
How are we determining, like, if they can afford it? I think that's also a question in that, like are we asking questions about like income and then like household costs?
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, you'll have.
yeah, we're asking income questions. I think,
Just income though, or also
no,
like?
no, other things like daycare costs.
Okay.
Other things that are taking away from your ability to actually put the money into the house.
Savings or
Yeah,
stuff
I
like
mean,
that?
Healthcare.
If
Yeah.
you've got 3 kids and you're working and they're in daycare, you know you don't have enough money to do anything to your house.
Right.
You're just barely.
I just don't
hanging
want
on.
us to make like a
So-
different determination from the homeowner about what they can afford, you know?
No, we'll look at their income, and maybe that person is the one that can afford $50 a month payment, but we have to put in 2,000 to get, whatever done. We might front them some money.
Yeah,
but-
I also just don't
but
want to.
They can only afford $50 a
Yeah.
month, so we got to help them figure out how they're going to get to the $200.
I just don't want us to decide that they can afford $50 if they're like, that was going to go into, my kid's college fund or something like that, but we're like, I'm just,
Yeah.
maybe I'm traumatized from FAFSA, I don't know, but.
No, oh, yeah, I totally
Yeah.
get that. Having done that. for my
Yeah,
kids.
they determine my need and it is not what I determine as my need, so I just want to make sure that we're,
No, we take other factors into consideration as we look at what the needs are.
Okay.
So it's a flexible program, and it'll change as we go, and we want to be nimble and not say, this is black and white, so.
Any other questions or comments on this item?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suann. All right, so our last item is council updates on boards and commissions. So does we'll leave that up to the council if anyone has anything that they want to flag or that we should be considering for future.
I've got one thing, and I think that we've all been to Easter Lake Park, except for Indira, and I need to set up a time to bring you out there with Bob Meyer. I think all of us have seen kind of what they're looking to do out there. I'm going to pass these out. Bob had given us all one of these. Just pass them down. As you go through it and you look through it, some of the things that they're going to do, pretty impressive. $6.2 million improvement to the North Shore. And as you pull out on the left side, there is some giving opportunities all the way, I believe it's all the way in the last one, for their capital campaign.
It's got smaller photos.
It's got the smaller photos. It's similar to this. And myself and Carl and the mayor had a secondary meeting with Bob, and some of these things were available. And, I believe that we should have our name on something out there. I know it's a county park, but our name we need to participate with everyone else participating in this endeavor, and $6.2 million investment into, it's, sitting in the middle of the south side. It's kind of a golden jewel here. The first one I picked was, I believe Prairie Meadows already took it. That was I can't find it now. Maybe they didn't. Which one was it, Carl? It was
It's on the second page, I think, Joe. It's,
Yeah, I wanted to do the waterfront pavilion. It's on the second page. I believe Prairie Meadows is going to do that. So Bob suggested we do the concession and the rental hub. And
Like at Grays Lake?
no, this is at Easter Lake.
No,
I'm
I
gonna-
meant like at Grays
Yeah.
Lake. Like doing concession and boat rental like we do at Grays Lake, or? Or just have the city's name on it?
Similar, I'm going to let Bob, I want to take you out there, and I'm going to let him explain all the things. He said that you were the only one that he hasn't been able to get out there. So
Yeah.
I said that I would we would go out there together.
I'm excited to.
And so I spoke with Scott, and he's hoping that he can pull that off. It's a 5-year investment for the $225,000. So it's not like it's going to tap us out in any way, shape, or form, but it's over 5 years. I don't know, what is that? $30,000 a year or something like that. Yeah, for the 225.
So we might use the
If you need a
model
ride.
skate park.
Yeah, similar to what we did at the skate
Joe
park,
might
with the
play.
bathrooms and things where we partnered with the county.
Yeah.
We do a lot of stuff with them, they do a lot of stuff with us, and I
Joe-
think
Joe might-
to be a good partner, I believe that we should do some of these things. So if anyone has any disagreements, I guess you probably need to get with me or Scott or somebody, and we can discuss it.
This is what makes people want to live in our city.
Yeah, this is a great amenity, I mean, this,
It's a park right inside the city.
Yeah.
yeah, and it's got a trail connection now, the spine trail is gonna connect to Carlisle, and, I mean, it's, the connectivity, I mean,
Yeah.
you can get on your bike, Carl, and wear it right all the way to wherever, right?
Riverview.
Yeah, I could ride there.
Yeah,
I
you
could
can ride to
to-
Riverview, but you
Could
can
ride to Jefferson if I
Yeah.
wanted to, so.
Yeah,
I think the one thing too on this is for a lot of people that are disabled too.
exactly,
This would be a
veterans,
favorite spot
disabled,
For boating and kayaking, and
we don't have anything like that in our city, you know,
we're going to put accessibility ramps for to get into boats even, so.
It's a good thing.
So I wanted to make sure everybody got a copy of this, and like I said, if we need to discuss some other things, and we'll get some time, maybe next week or something, you can shoot me some times, and I'll see if Bob is available, and we'll just go out there and show it. I think everybody's gone out there, right?
I actually haven't been either.
They haven't talked to you?
I've not.
I haven't talked to anybody either.
Bob Meyer hasn't talked, he said he talked to everybody.
Who's Bob Meyer?
He's the former
CEO of Casey's. Okay.
Well, he's got some more work to do, so.
Okay, I'll make sure that then
I
the
mean,
three of
it's
you go,
a
can go
huge
out there.
thing it came about because of veterans, I think, and
Not with you.
Yeah, not four of us, don't
No,
worry.
no, no.
We'll follow those.
Jeff will go then.
Yeah.
But I fully support it. I think this
Yeah,
is what
he
makes-
must,
makes
he
people,
had said that he
want
contacted
to live-
everybody
no,
except for
I-
Indira, so I'm not sure so I apologize, that's what he told me, but, yeah, we'll set up a time for, if you want to go out there, absolutely.
Yeah,
I think you should.
I'd like to get out there.
So, not as a.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think
No, I
you
wasn't
should.
there.
But, yeah, this looks good.
And then another update, I can give an update of Central Iowa Water Trails. I guess we're going to, they're talking over splitting up the bid package right now. I don't see Pam here, so maybe I was hoping Pam could come and give the update, but.
It was going to be 2 hours probably.
Yeah, so she is not here. I'll attempt to give something. I mean, we're going to do our best to, or I should say the team, not me, is going to do their best to try to figure out how to lower the cost and figure out how they can make this work with the amount of money they have raised. I've made it very, very clear in open meetings that we will not be participating in any other ARPA funds or any other funding for it, other than the $6 million that's there. You know, my bigger concern now would be Center Street and the revenue source that they have given to us. You know, that's really, when Center Street's out, that's when the revenue would increase to take care of the maintenance of the whole facility. They've kind of switched their focus over to the Raccoon to try to get some of that revenue.
because they got money from the state, right?
Yeah, so they've switched that over to try to generate revenue from the Raccoon. I don't know necessarily how that's gonna go, but, you know, stay tuned. We'll see how things turn out here in the real future, because they have to get this thing moving. I mean, we know by June, we're not getting an extension, Federal Highway said.
Yeah, actually July.
Wasn't it like June 30th or something?
Yeah, that was
the date?
Yeah, but that wasn't the full commitment, so it was into July.
Okay.
is that the 25 million?
The $25 million grant that the
Bill
MPO has at this point.
But it has to be used by then?
No, it has to be committed and
Has to be-
allocated
okay.
and then built within, I think it's 24 months or something.
So they have to
something like
know that the price is going to match.
Yeah, right now, the bids came in at 72 million, and the consultant estimated engineering cost was 38. That's what they had budgeted, and so there's a lot of different things in there that contractors aren't real keen on doing. There's like different styles of rocks that come from like North Dakota, and there's some different things in there that have driven the cost up.
Okay.
And they're looking
There
at.
aren't that many people that even do it.
Right, and that's exactly right. And a lot of the local contractors and bridge contractors are so busy with other work that they don't want to put their name on something like this that they've never done. And, you know, they're just like, well, I've got all this work, why do I want to put myself out for something that I'm not familiar with or willing to do? And I think that's part of our uphill battle right now with as much money as the federal government has released and all the infrastructure packages and money that's out there to do bridges and roads and, you know, that's levees. I mean, those are things that is going to take a specialty of someone to do this. You're going to need a dirt mover. You're going to need a bridge contractor to do the stuff around Scott Street. And right now they're busy, and they're not willing to, you know, shut it down to go do this project that's 4 different sites all over the city, and you have to have it done by this certain time. And so stay tuned. We'll see what happens. I definitely made it clear that none of us would participate in any more dollars. So I hope I didn't misspeak for any of us. If I did, I guess you need to contact me privately, but I didn't make that clear.
More than once.
More than once.
Good. I have 2 board updates. One is with the Blank Park Zoo, and you probably know that the wild lights are on in the evenings, Wednesday through Sunday evenings. They'll be going until May 30th. So last year they were expecting 20,000 guests, and they had 42,000, or just shy of 42,000. So it was a great program last year, and they have all new lanterns or lights this year on display. Also, May 6th will be the dedication of what's called the Go-Go Plaza. It's Go-Go is Gloria Burnett's nickname, and it's funded by the Burnett family. It's a concession place and restrooms. And what's interesting about this will be the first facility in Des Moines with an adult changing table. So for families that come that have a large child or an adult to use the restroom area, they'll have a changing table for adults there. So the other thing I want to tell you about is that you're probably aware that the Des Moines Arts Festival this year is June 24th to the 26th. They're doing some additional programming this year. They are Zoom meetings, but it's called A Seat at the Table, and just about talking about the influence of different groups within arts and the Latino heritage and influence on American art and culture is a online program, 11:30 to 1 on May 3rd. So it's not just about the festival. There's a lot of other events. They have 2 other programs scheduled throughout the year, including the Native American experience will be in November. So what aspects of art that brings to the table. So anyway, plenty going on in Des Moines now.
A
So
lot going on.
There is one other thing that I think we should mention, and maybe Jen will send out an invite to everybody. Connie and I did it the last time. It was in the fairgrounds, where the fire department is partnering with the Red Cross to install smoke detectors, and they're actually doing it in the Indianola Hills Neighborhood Association. And so if you can send out an invite, that is the same day that we are planting trees at the Carl Voss Trail.
Leslie Schaefer, their executive director, should be sending.
Okay, perfect. But it's Saturday the 14th, I believe. And Carl, what time is the tree planting starting?
9 a.m. to noon.
9 a.m. to noon, and I believe that's some of the same time. So I'll be splitting my time between both of them.
And if anybody wants to be at the East High Golf Outing, I'll be at the betting
I'm gonna
hole,
be there
the
the
14th. So, sorry, Carl, I won't be
13th.
planting a tree with you.
Okay.
I need these.
Okay.
Anything else for the good of the group?
I got
I
it
think-
electronically.
All right, do we need a motion?
Yeah, I mean, I got it electronically.
Yeah, we are
We are
adjourned.
adjourned. Slammer.
We are adjourned.
Do I need a second?
You want me to gavel out?
Work session?
Yeah, gavel it, just one time for a good cause. Yeah, see?